Hey friends, tonight let's explore the dusty wooden planks, the sweaty togas, and the not-so-subtle smells of the Roman theater. You're not in a velvet opera house. No, this is open-air entertainment, baby, where pigeons swoop mid-soliloquy, where your co-star might be drunk, and where the audience considers fruit a valid form of feedback. Welcome to a world where your feet will blister before the applause ever comes. Welcome to the Roman stage. So before you relax, take a second to like and subscribe if you find value in what we share. And don't forget to drop your location and time in the comments, because somewhere someone's pretending to sleep while dreaming of marble benches. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake just before dawn. The air smells like yesterday's dust and too much garlic. Your back aches from the straw mat you slept on, which might once have been a shipping sack for North African dates. But no time to complain. Today is performance day, and the first rule of being a Roman actor is you don't complain where the audience can hear you. You slip into your tunic, thin, worn, and already suspiciously damp from humidity. Your feet protest as you slide into sandals, whose straps have more knots than a sailor's nightmares. There's no such thing as arch support in ancient Rome. Comfort. That's for senators. You step out into the alleyway behind the skyna, the theater's backdrop, where the scent of wine, sweat, and civic tension lingers like a bad subplot. Some of your fellow performers are already gathered, muttering lines, sipping diluted wine, or half-dressed and yelling for missing costume pieces. One is shouting, "Where's my breastplate?" even though he's playing a fishmonger today. Theater logic. You rehearse your lines under your breath. The passage from Plautus isn't long, but it includes a pun about sheep and banking that only makes sense if delivered with perfect timing and exaggerated gestures. You're not just reciting, you're conjuring laughter out of borrowed words. You check your sandals again. These cobblestone roads will test your ankles before they test your acting. Already the soles of your feet feel as if they've kissed every stone in the forum. The theater is waking up too. Someone is arranging baskets of props, mostly clay pots, fake loaves of bread, and one suspiciously dented helmet. A boy is sweeping the stage, occasionally stopping to chew olives and toss the pits over his shoulder. You catch one. It's still wet. Classic Marcus. And then there's the stage itself. Raised, splintered, and stained with the ghosts of past tragedies and comedic flops. You know exactly where to step to avoid the plank that creaks like an old senator. You glance toward the cavea, the semicircular rows where the audience will sit. The marble benches are already warming under the sun. Soon they'll be full of sandals, elbows, and critical gazes. Rich citizens in the front, poor ones farther up and in the very back. Well, sometimes goats. You know this performance will be different. The city's praetor is rumored to attend. That means more guards, more formality, and far less room for error. And of course more pressure on you not to mess up the part where you pretend to be a betrayed lover who hides in a wine barrel. There's no time to panic. Instead, you look for your mask. It's hanging on a peg backstage, molded from linen, soaked in resin, with a mouth carved open in an eternal gasp. It's absurd. It's perfect. It will magnify your voice and hide your nerves. It will also trap your sweat and smell like the last actor who wore it, but sacrifices must be made. You slide it on. The world changes instantly. Sounds dull, slightly. Vision narrows, but the persona clicks into place. You are no longer Flavius failed sandal merchant turned actor. You are Adonius, the bold speaker of great truths and stumbler of comic timing. A trumpet sounds once, 5 minutes to showtime. You gather near the proscenium with the others. The air is heavy with anticipation and that faintly sour scent of cheap perfume mixed with boiled cabbage. Every actor fidgets. You spot Lucilla adjusting her hair under her mask. She's playing your estranged lover again. You hope she doesn't slap you for real this time. The curtain is not a curtain at all. It's more like a draped rug someone borrowed from a cousin's villa. When it's raised, you step forward into the light, into the stairs, into the quiet roar of expectation. And you begin. The crowd shifts. A murmur of recognition. Someone coughs. A baby cries. A dog barks. You project. Your first line soars. O misfortune! Thou art like wine left in the sun, sour, violent, and difficult to clean from my tunic. A laugh. One person chuckles. That's a win. You move to the center of the stage, your sandals catching slightly on a nail, but you recover. You gesture with grand Roman flair, your arms slicing the air like misunderstood philosophy students. The scene builds. Lucilla enters. Her line is strong, her pose dramatic. You exchange barbs with more rhythm than sense, but the crowd leans in. Then in the back someone shouts, "Seen it already." A heckler, a veteran of the theater, possibly a baker, possibly just cranky. You pause. Smile beneath your mask. Then perhaps next time you'll bring your own play, sir, and we'll let your loaves perform. Laughter. A few claps. You've won them back for now. The scene rolls on. There is singing. Not good singing, but enthusiastic. A staged fall. A conveniently timed chicken escapes from the wings. No one knows who brought it. And finally, your closing line. You stand center stage, raise your hands as the light shifts to bronze and amber, and cry out, "Let no one call this tragedy for what it truly is, a comedy waiting to happen." Applause, scattered then full. You breathe, your feet ache, your throat burns, you're already thinking about tomorrow. But for now, the curtain falls, and someone backstage hands you a cold fig. You don't ask why, you just eat it. You head backstage, mask in hand, cheeks slick with sweat, arms still trembling from that final pose you struck and held for just a breath too long. The applause still echoes in your ears, faint but real. One of the stage hands claps you on the back hard enough to make you stumble into a crate of broken props. "They didn't boo," he says, beaming. That's basically a standing ovation. You nod breathless and lean against a wooden post to untangle the damp straps of your sandals. Your feet throb. The worn leather has rubbed the skin raw at your heels. It's nothing new. Roman actors didn't wear special stage shoes, not unless they were playing gods. And you, for all your theatrical ambition, are very much not a god. You fish a cracked jug of water from a bench drink too fast and immediately regret it. It tastes faintly of oil and copper. Someone must have stored it next to the lamp oil again. You wipe your mouth with your tunic and make a note to find cleaner water right after you stop seeing stars. You've survived another day, but the day's not over. The director wants a word. Always a good sign. Or never. Hard to say. He stands under the shade of the stage awning, one eyebrow raised, toga cinched too tightly as always. You approach with the grace of a soldier awaiting judgment. He looks at you for a long moment, then mutters, "Don't milk the pause before your final line next time. One more heartbeat and you'd have lost them." Then he nods. "But the heckler line, that was good. Did you write that?" You nod cautiously. He grunts. "I'll use it in next week's play. Credit goes to me, obviously." You say nothing. That's the way it works. As the sun begins to dip toward the tiled rooftops, you help the others pack up the props. The fake amphora with the painted-on crack. The scroll that's actually just cabbage leaves tied with string. The plank of wood that once served as a ship, a bed, and earlier today a fainting couch. Everything smells faintly of sweat and clay. Theater in Rome isn't glamorous. It's dusty, chaotic, and communal. The actors share everything from wigs to insults to injuries. You pass Lucilla on her way out. She pats your shoulder, says nothing but smiles behind her half-removed mask. That's enough. You finally sit down on the theater's back step, feet dangling just above the street. It's a humble view, cracked pavement, a puddle reflecting the sliver of moon, and a man yelling at a goat. You could have been anything, really. A baker, a scribe, a man who yelled at goats for a living. But something about the stage called you, or tricked you, or simply didn't give you a choice. You wonder if the audience will remember your performance. Probably not. But maybe one kid, one person sitting too high to see clearly but close enough to laugh, maybe they'll think, that line was good. That actor made me feel something. And that's worth more than a coin in a basket. Though honestly, you'd prefer both. Historically, Roman theater wasn't seen as the noblest pursuit. The elites viewed actors as somewhere between amusing and morally questionable. You're not allowed to vote, hold office, or marry above your station. You could be a genius with words, but still legally lumped in with gladiators and gravediggers. But you've read the scrolls. You know about Roscius, the great actor of Rome, who once earned more than a senator, who had the ear of Cicero, who wore his mask like a crown and dared the city to mock him. You wonder if he too got blisters, or if someone else carried his sandals. A fellow actor joins you. He's missing a tooth from a prop mishap. Someone misjudged a comedic slap with a wooden paddle. He leans back on his elbows and hums one of the show's songs. It's terribly out of tune but oddly calming. You don't stop him. Then he says, tomorrow we rehearse that new play, the one with the giant fish and the dancing nymphs. You're playing the fish, right? You groan. He laughs. You know the play. It's ridiculous. Something about sea gods, taxes, and a moral about honesty being less profitable than bribery. The fish costume is 3 tunics sewn into a tube with painted scales and a single flapping fin made of dyed straw. You'll be sweating inside it by the second line. But at least it's new. Fresh lines, fresh laughs, maybe even a fresh insult from the crowd. Every show is a battle. And you, poor actor, are armed only with words. You rise, stretch, and feel every bone protest. You wave to your fellow actors as they disappear into the alleys, the night thickening around them like a second costume. The last light catches on the edge of the stage, your stage, and for a moment it looks golden. A Roman actor's life is short on comfort, long on chaos. You have no coin, no cushion, no chorus of fans. But you have your mask, your voice, your chance, and that for tonight is enough. One more performance survived. One more marble bench forgotten. One more sunset bowed to like it was your final curtain. Historical fact of the night. Roman theaters often reused wooden stages multiple times a year, constructing and disassembling them for festivals like the Ludi Romani. A chaotic process requiring carpenters, actors, and city workers to collaborate under extreme deadlines. Odd detail masks were sometimes made with animal hair and wax to increase expressiveness, and melted dramatically during hot summer performances. Ongoing debate. Did Roman actors possess a respected art form, or were they dismissed entirely as mere jesters for the masses? Scholars remain divided, some citing elite patronage of actors, others noting how the legal system placed actors among the socially dishonored. You're back the next morning with a piece of stale barley bread in one hand and a half-memorized monologue rattling around your head like a loose amphora in a cart. The marketplace isn't awake yet, not entirely. There's a thin hush over the stalls like a city still holding its breath, but that will change. It always does. By mid-morning, the cobblestones will ring with footsteps. The stalls will shout in chorus, and the gravel patch between 2 vegetable carts will once again become your stage. You chew your breakfast slowly. The crust is so hard it nearly chips your molar. It tastes like vinegar and thyme. Behind you, someone coughs, probably the flute player warming up too early, and a stray cat makes eye contact with you that says quite clearly, You're not even the most dramatic thing here. Fair. Today's performance isn't in a proper theater with wooden platforms and a semicircular marble audience. No, it's street performance market square farce. The ground is packed gravel and the air smells like cabbage and ambition. This particular festival is for Pomona, goddess of fruit and gardens. You assume she has nothing against slapstick comedy, though she might take issue with the painted fig tree backdrop now sagging drunkenly to the left. You think it's the humidity. Your role today, Delirous the Fool again, a crowd favorite, a recurring character in these comedic street plays based loosely on the fabula atellana, which always uses stock characters. The bragging soldier, the scheming slave, the greedy merchant, and your role, the foolish servant who believes he's meant for greatness. You've played this part so often, it's less a performance and more a mildly personal insult. The costume hasn't improved. The tunic they hand you is 2 inches too short and smells like damp straw. The sandals are mismatched again. Left foot feels like a soldier's sandal. Right foot is suspiciously heeled, possibly borrowed from a woman's wardrobe. You make it work. Actors can't afford pride. You cinch the tunic tight with a frayed rope belt and head toward the prop crate. Your donkey mask waits for you like a judgment. Leather, thick and stiff, its exaggerated snout drooping sadly one ear, half torn from an earlier show where a child in the front row decided to yank it for luck. The mask's eye holes are uneven, and you already know it will trap heat sweat and the faint scent of vinegar someone used last week in a failed cleaning attempt. But this is tradition. These masks, with their broad features and wide mouths, aren't just for show. Roman comic masks often functioned like proto-megaphones. Not that it helps much outdoors, surrounded by shouting vendors and wandering goats. You slip it on. Your world narrows. Your breath bounces back at you humid and faintly sour. You become delirious. You glance over at the curtain. It's not a real curtain, of course. Just 2 large sheets dyed brown stretched between market poles. It moves slightly in the breeze, threatening to fall at any moment. A stagehand, probably a cousin of the playwright, ties it tighter and says a quick prayer to Bacchus. It's unclear whether that's for the curtain or for your sanity. Then the playwright appears, wild-eyed scroll in hand. Quick change, he hisses. New ending. You stare at him through your donkey mask. Please tell me the donkey doesn't fly now. No, he waves it off. Delirous isn't a fool. He's actually the emperor in disguise. It's brilliant. It's subversive. You blink. You do remember that I've spent 3 acts licking imaginary coins and talking to fruit. Exactly, it's a metaphor. The people will love it. You sigh. Your co-actor laughs. The stagehand face-palms into a basket of onions. The show must go on. You wait behind the sheet curtain, bouncing lightly on your toes to test the sandals. The left one squeaks. The right one bites. In front of you, the crowd is gathering women in shawls, children with sticky hands, old men already arguing about where to sit, despite no assigned seating. A vendor sets up a fig cart too close to the edge of the stage. You silently bet he'll end up in the show whether he wants to or not. A flute shrieks. It's the signal. You step out with the exaggerated wobble of your character. O fickle fortune, why dost thou feed me grapes and call it meat? A few chuckles. One snort. A woman crosses her arms. Not bad. Your co-actor enters tripping over a basket, which you seamlessly turn into part of the act. Aha. It is my long-lost dowry, disguised as laundry. The audience laughs. You lean into the role, hamming up each gesture, letting your limbs flail like a puppet possessed. The more absurd you act, the more they lean in. Midway through a gust of wind topples one of the fig tree poles. The curtain sways dangerously. You spin it into a divine sign. Look. The gods themselves tremble at my rise to greatness. Applause. Someone throws a date. You catch it in your mouth and bow. The physical comedy escalates. You bray. You slip. You chase an imaginary chicken, though the real chicken from rehearsal does escape at this exact moment, running past the audience like a feathery omen. The crowd is in stitches. Even the fig vendor's frown twitches toward a smile. And then it's time for the final twist. You rip off the donkey mask with a grand flourish. I was never Delirus the fool. I was Imperator Felix, ruler of Rome, hiding in rags. Silence. Then a laugh. Then several. Then applause. A boy shouts, "Do it again." You bow again, and again until you nearly topple. Behind the curtain, you collapse onto a crate. Your chest heaves. Your ribs ache. Your throat is dry as sand. The props master hands you a jug of watered-down wine. You drink like it's ambrosia. "Solid work," says Lucilla, dropping beside you. "I was sure that curtain would fall." It nearly did, you mumble, breathless, but I would have just called it divine intervention. She smirks. "You always do." As the crowd disperses, you overhear someone saying, "I like that donkey one. He looked real confused." You smile. You take that as praise. In truth, no one knows whether these street actors, especially in farces, were meant to stick to script or embrace wild improvisation. Some scholars argue Roman playwrights were strict, but others cite graffiti and personal letters that describe performances going gloriously off-book, especially during festivals. You prefer the chaos, the surprise, the silence before a laugh, the real-time gamble. You finish the wine, you peel off your sandals, you wiggle your aching toes and look at the dusty rectangle where for a brief shining moment you ruled the empire in the skin of a fool. And tomorrow you'll do it again. That evening, long after the fig vendor has packed up his wrinkled fruit and the chicken has been returned grudgingly to its crate, you're still lying on your back behind the market stall, staring at the darkening sky. Your donkey mask sits beside you like a silent companion bent slightly from the afternoon's heroic finale. The stars are beginning to pierce the Roman twilight, and someone nearby is singing badly about lentils. You feel exhausted and oddly satisfied. Your ribs hurt from braying too enthusiastically, and your heel is blistered from that cursed mismatched sandal. But none of that matters. You made them laugh. You pulled a crowd together in the middle of a noisy street and turned chaos into theater. You even caught a date in your mouth on the first try that you think might be your most impressive accomplishment this month. You sit up slowly, wincing, as your back pops like an overbaked amphora. The makeshift backstage is mostly empty now. A few co-actors are still around picking through the prop baskets to rescue personal items. One is lamenting the loss of a favorite wig. Another has fallen asleep against a wine jug. You take one last sip of the watered-down red and decide not to ask how old it is. Ancient wine is only romantic when it hasn't been stored in a chipped amphora next to someone's laundry. Lucilla reappears from behind a curtain flap, still in costume, now holding a bowl of boiled lentils and a hunk of slightly warm cheese. "Dinner," she announces, handing you the bowl, courtesy of the fruit vendor who said you scared off his best-paying customer but made his daughter laugh. You take the bowl. That's fair compensation. "Better than last week," she says, sitting down beside you. "Remember the guy who gave us half a sandal and a sermon?" "How could I forget?" you grin. "That was the best philosophical rant I ever received in exchange for 2 pratfalls and a pie joke." She laughs. "You know, for all the bruises, I think today worked." That final line, the twist ending, it shouldn't have worked. But it did. You nod, chewing slowly. Maybe that's the secret to Roman theater. You don't plan your victory, you fall backward into it. Not that everyone agrees with how actors in Rome should behave. You've heard it argued, usually by men who wear too much perfume and haven't lifted a prop in their lives, that Roman actors ought to uphold a strict code. No improvisation, no deviation. Stick to the written lines like a priest reciting sacred verses. But you know better. You know what the crowds want. Laughter when it shouldn't come. Surprise when the plot makes no sense. A moment of connection in a world that rarely gives it. And if that means turning a scripted tragedy into a spontaneous comedy just because someone sneezed at the wrong time, so be it. After dinner, the playwright joins you. He's already rewriting tomorrow's piece. You glance over his shoulder. Is that a horse that sings? He nods enthusiastically. A satire of bureaucratic corruption. The horse represents the Senate. Do I play the horse? You play the flute the horse refuses to listen to. You rub your temples. Incredible. But you don't object. You've played worse. Once you were cast as a haunted amphora with no lines and had to emote using only the tilt of your clay-painted head. That performance earned a tomato. It was still ripe. You were proud. The conversation shifts. Talk of tomorrow's lines of sandals that need mending, of rumors about a new patron visiting from across the river, the kind who might toss real silver into the basket. Or not. You've heard it before. As night settles deeper over the city, you help Lucilla roll up the curtain and stow the fig tree set. The goat snores somewhere in the dark. A breeze lifts the scent of fennel and wine from the air. It's peaceful in a way you rarely get to notice. No jeers, no applause, just the soft shuffle of sandals and the crackle of torchlight from a nearby tavern. You pause watching the firelight dance against the walls. Sometimes you think about doing something else, maybe becoming a clerk, something with clean clothes and fewer falling fig trees. But then you remember the sound of laughter, the moment a whole street leaned forward to hear your foolish declaration of greatness. That's not something a clerk gets. That's something only the stage can give. And sure, you perform with masks that melt in the heat and tunics held together by faith and pine resin. Your audience is as likely to be drunk as delighted, and the marble benches of the elite, they've never once hosted your name carved in praise. But you still come back. Because you know what Cicero once said about the stage, not in admiration, but with contempt. He called actors those who trade in illusion. But what Cicero didn't understand is that illusion is all most people have. You give them joy. You give them a break. You give them a story to remember when the real world gets too heavy. And so tomorrow you'll return, mask in hand, lines half learned, ready to fall, to rise, to bray, to bluff, to bow. Not because it pays well, it doesn't. Not because it's respected, it isn't. But because someone somewhere will laugh at a man in a donkey mask declaring himself emperor. And that truly is enough. You wake up on a wooden cart. Not in a bed, not on a bench, not even on a floor. Just a cart, half filled with old stage fabric, 2 broken lyres, and the distinct scent of reheated onions. The sky is pale early and unkind. Your spine is doing its best impression of a staircase. Welcome to another day in the Roman theater. Today's venue is across the Tiber in a courtyard near the public latrines, a spot that ensures foot traffic, casual heckling, and the occasional whiff of things best not named. You sit up slowly, brush straw from your hair, and wince as your left leg attempts mutiny. Someone has wrapped your costume in a tunic and jammed it under your head as a pillow. You suspect Lucilla. She has a strange sense of mercy. The script for today's play is a classic The Merchant's Folly, or as the playwright prefers to call it, a biting satire of fiscal mismanagement and romantic misjudgment. It's technically a comedy, but one with 8 characters, 2 wigs, and a goat that's supposed to faint on cue. You'll be playing 3 of those characters and possibly the goat if the real one continues refusing bribes. As you stretch and bite into a fig handed to you by someone you barely recognize, probably one of the chorus, you try to recall your opening lines. They're sharp, they're snappy, and they require you to deliver them while waddling sideways in a merchant's robe several sizes too large. You practiced yesterday by walking with a wine jug tied to each ankle. You fell twice. The audience clapped both times. The director, who has just arrived with a lemon and a frown, pulls you aside. "Change of plan," he mutters. "You'll be doubling as the chorus leader." Our usual guy lost his voice at a gambling den. Did he win anything? Just laryngitis and public embarrassment. So now you have more lines, less prep, and a questionable hat that identifies you as a merchant of misfortune. The hat is shaped like a loaf of bread. You don't ask questions. You dress quickly in the courtyard. Children watch from the edge, pointing and giggling. A baker throws you a loaf in encouragement or as a joke. Either way, you catch it and bow. You're already in character. That's how Roman actors survive, by never really being off stage. Your mask, even if invisible in this scene, stays with you. The play opens with a bang, literally. One of the crates used as a makeshift table collapses under a prop amphora. You cover the moment by diving to the ground and proclaiming, "The gods punish my wine." The crowd erupts in laughter. It's too early for the plot to matter, but right on time for physical comedy. Roman farce thrives on familiarity and mess. The louder the fall, the better. As the play unfolds, you juggle roles with barely a breath between them. One moment you're the foolish merchant offering a goat in exchange for a wife. The next you're the exasperated father-in-law warning of economic ruin. Then a blink later, you're the chorus leader delivering commentary in exaggerated verse. "O Rome, thou art a city of receipts and regrets." The audience eats it up. A woman in the third row throws a date pit at your foot and mouths more. You give her more. You trip flail, make a scene about the injustice of overripe plums, and finish your line with a cartwheel that ends in a heap near the fig vendor. Someone claps. Someone else yells, "Best merchant in Rome." You pant, you bow, and you pray that the goat doesn't actually faint until you're off stage. Midway through the play, the chorus, meaning you must deliver a long speech about debt and dishonor. It's meant to be serious. A brief pause in the slapstick. You pull off your ridiculous hat and speak in quieter tones. Even the merchant fat with coin must weep when weighed with shame. The crowd listens. Really listens. This is the power of the stage in Rome. Yes, it's loud, ridiculous, often semi-improvised, but it can also cut through the noise like a dagger through silk. For all the academic debates about whether actors were merely entertainers or conveyors of moral truth, you know, the answer is both. Especially when the breeze carries your voice clearly, and a child stops mid-grape to hear the end of your line. You finish the monologue and roll back into the chaos of the next scene. A fake marriage, a stolen dowry, the goat refusing to faint and then fainting on your foot. You curse in character, hop dramatically, and improvise a limp that earns a laugh so loud the vendor behind you nearly drops his olives. The final line comes not from you, but from the chorus, a closing couplet you rewrote moments before the curtain dropped. A lesson to all who spend with no care. You'll end up in debt or married to a chair. It makes no sense. It doesn't have to. They love it. The audience erupts. A child throws a fig. You catch it with your mouth again. Your reputation grows. You bow once, twice, then hobble off stage, still limping for dramatic effect. Backstage. If you can call a crate and a curtain backstage, Lucilla throws a cloth over your head and hands you a cup of sour wine. You survived. I ruled you wheeze. You rhymed wealth with stealth. I panicked. She nods. It worked. You lean back, eyes half closed. The goat nudges your leg. You think it might be respect. Roman theater isn't about perfection. It's about presence. You don't need a polished stage or a noble audience. You need timing, tenacity, and the kind of bravery that lets you wear a bread-shaped hat while reciting poetry. Tomorrow's play involves a haunted scroll and a singing fish. You'll be ready. You linger in the courtyard long after the audience has drifted away, leaving behind their laughter a few sticky grape skins, and a sense that at least for today, you earned your place in the madness. Your costume clings to your back, soaked with sweat and triumph. The bread-shaped merchant hat has collapsed somewhere near the goat, who now wears it with surprising dignity. You sit on the edge of an overturned crate, hands still trembling slightly from the adrenaline of playing 3 roles and leading the chorus without warning. You look down at your sandals. The right one is flaking. The left has a pebble permanently embedded in the sole. You haven't had a new pair in months, and your feet tell the tale of every forum, every alley, every pop-up stage from here to Ostia. Lucilla joins you again, always the first to speak when the crowd is gone. She offers you a pomegranate cracked open and glistening in the fading sunlight. From the fruit vendor, she explains, he says you insulted his apricots too convincingly to go unpaid. You grin, plucking a few seeds and popping them into your mouth. That's what I call sponsorship. She smirks, but doesn't deny it. She's still in costume, hair tangled from too many hurried entrances. You know the bit about receipts and regrets that wasn't in the script. I panicked, you say again. Still, it worked. It more than worked. The crowd laughed, then fell quiet, then laughed again. That rare moment when they didn't just see a fool in costume, they saw something else, maybe a bit of themselves. The playwright slinks over now, scroll under his arm, wearing the wide-eyed look of a man who both witnessed magic and missed his cue. That line about the chair genius, he says. I rhymed it with despair yesterday. He waves that away. Today it was funnier. It evolves. That's art. You nod, unsure whether to feel honored or horrified. This is the nature of Roman performance, fluid, unstable, fueled more by crowd energy than by literary preservation. Scripts change nightly. Scenes evolve mid-sentence. Once a minor character became the lead because the crowd decided they liked his sneeze more than the hero's face. You're not just acting, you're reacting. Performing in Rome is not a conversation, it's a duel. You unarmed, but for your voice and the audience with every distraction, expectation, and spoiled fig at their disposal. They don't applaud out of politeness. They applaud if you deserve it. They boo if you don't. And sometimes they just leave. You haven't forgotten the night you played the lovesick baker in Flower and Folly, and 3 spectators left halfway through to chase a stray dog. You kept going. You delivered your monologue to the dog. That dog later followed you for a week. You called him critic. Now, as torches are being lit, and the courtyard empties, you begin helping the others pack. Costumes are folded props, tossed into wicker baskets, and the fig tree backdrop, which survived another day, rolled up with reverent care. It's absurd how attached you all are to this creaky, paint-flaked prop, but it has lasted longer than some of your past audiences. You haul a crate toward the cart and nearly trip over the flute player who is snoring softly in a pile of tunics. You drape a curtain over him and move on. By the time the last torch is out, you're back in the same cart you woke in, but this time with slightly fuller bellies and slightly lighter hearts. Lying on your back, you study the stars. They're the same ones that shone down over the Ludi Romani, Rome's great theater festivals held in honor of Jupiter himself. Temporary wooden stages would be erected in the Circus Maximus, massive and ornate but dismantled almost as quickly as they appeared. You once worked one of those festivals. You had one line. You screamed it wrong, tripped on your cloak, and fell into the hands of a senator's very confused servant. The crowd thought it was part of the show. That moment taught you everything you know. Now your breath begins to slow. The air has cooled. You adjust the crate under your head and pull your tunic over your arms. Lucilla mutters something unintelligible from the other side of the cart. Probably a line from tomorrow's script, or just a reminder that the goat still hasn't been fed. Your muscles ache in the best way. The kind of ache that says you moved with purpose, that you gave something of yourself. that you created joy from thin air and shouting. Actors in Rome aren't honored with statues. They aren't awarded medals. In fact, many of them, yourself included, aren't even considered citizens. Roman law places performers in the same social bracket as gladiators and prostitutes, necessary, entertaining, but beneath dignity. And yet, you've seen senators laugh. You've made children gasp. You've watched a whole forum fall silent at your voice. That's power, even if it doesn't come with privilege. And there's something else, legacy. You've begun to notice the same faces in your crowds, that same boy with a chipped tooth, that older woman who always nods at your sadder lines. They come back, not for the sets, not for the food, but for the stories. And maybe someday they'll tell someone else about the play with the man in the bread-shaped hat who accidentally made them cry while talking about goats. You smile in the dark. That's enough. You don't get to sleep in, not when your stage is a public square and your wake-up call is a man selling boiled cabbage at full volume before the sun has even crested the rooftops. You roll off the cart again and land on your feet only because your body has learned to anticipate the lack of a mattress. Your back cracks like a chorus of applause. You mutter something that might be Latin, might be a curse, and brush straw from your hair. The air is already warm, heavy with morning smoke and baking bread. Today's venue is less dignified than yesterday's latrine-adjacent courtyard. Now you're performing at the edge of a construction site, where workers are laying down new tiles for a bathhouse. It's dusty loud and smells faintly of lime, both the mineral and the fruit. But it's got foot traffic. And in Rome, foot traffic means potential laughter, or projectiles. Today's play, Cupid's Cart, a light-hearted romantic comedy involving a love triangle, a missing statue, and a cart that refuses to roll. You play multiple roles again, first a meddling old matchmaker, second a confused sculpture salesman, and third a voice from behind a curtain. The curtain part is your favorite. You can sit down. As always, there's no rehearsal. Just trust the gods and a half-legible scroll that someone spilled lentil stew on. You gather with the troupe around a stack of props, mostly reused from last week's satire about bureaucratic corruption. The cart still has tax office painted on the side. You don't bother repainting. The crowd won't mind. Some will laugh harder because of it. Your costume is surprisingly clean today. A yellow tunic, a floppy hat, and a wig made of sheep's wool that itches in places you didn't think could itch. Someone has patched the knees with scraps from an old senator's discarded toga. You recognize the fabric. You once wore it in a tragedy that got cut short when someone's chicken wandered on stage and stole the show. You've never quite forgiven the chicken. The matchmaker mask is new to you. Carved wood, exaggerated lips, comically raised eyebrows. The kind of face that seems surprised at all times, even when plotting an elopement. You tie it on, adjust the chin strap, and blink into the distorted world behind the eye holes. Masks. You remind yourself are more than disguises. In Roman theater, they're language. Their shapes cue the audience to your role before you say a word. That raised brow mischief. That crooked grin. Love or betrayal, sometimes both. A good mask can do half your work. A bad mask, though, can get you laughed off stage, or worse, ignored. The audience trickles in laborers taking a break, children chasing one another with sticks, older women balancing baskets and judgments in equal measure. The sun climbs higher, your sandals heat against the paving stones. Your body feels like a poorly built aqueduct, functional but barely. And then the flute. You step onto the gravel stage and launch into your roll voice high and wavery hands fluttering like doves startled from a bath. Oh, sweet Venus, Why must thy arrows aim at ankles and not hearts? A laugh. You shuffle across the stage like an old woman with a secret. You play to the front row, wink behind your mask, and pretend not to notice when a child tosses you a grape. Next scene. New character. You change behind the curtain in full view of the fig tree prop, now once again pressed into service as background foliage. You throw on a different tunic swap masks and emerge as the sculpture merchant, Aphrodite in marble, Hercules in clay. Cheap today, tragic tomorrow. The merchant is supposed to accidentally sell a statue that turns out to be alive. You don't have the statue today. It broke last week. So instead you point to a large basket and declare it divine. A few spectators laugh. One nods and mumbles, "Art is subjective." Scene after scene rolls forward like an unsteady cart. You improvise when someone forgets their line. You shout, "I believe that's your cue," and the audience roars. You trip over a broom roll with it and declare, "A broom for every bride." The children clap. One man offers you a fig. Then it's time for the final roll. The voice behind the curtain. You sit finally in the shade. You lower your voice, pitch it soft and wise. Love comes not in chariots, but on sandals worn thin. A hush falls. Even the workers pause mid-hammer. That's the magic you chase. That fleeting silence. That stolen breath. That whisper of belief. The final scene ends with a dance badly choreographed, mostly hopping and shouting. And you, as the curtain voice, declare the lovers blessed by Venus herself. Applause. More than expected. A child repeats your broom line. A woman wipes her eye and mutters something about her own wedding. You bow low, dust rising around you, your mask slightly askew. Backstage. If a sheet strung across two baskets counts, you collapse into the corner with Lucilla and the rest. She throws you a water jug. "Better today," she says. "The cart didn't break this time," you say. "The grape didn't hit your eye, and the fig wasn't rotten." Small wins, she agrees. The playwright enters holding a chicken. Tomorrow, he says dramatically, "We perform the senator's toothache." You groan. "Do I play the tooth?" He nods solemnly. "You are the pain." You lie back on the stone. "I always am." But you smile anyway. Because despite everything, the dust the fig bruises, the absurdity, you've built something. Not of stone, not of marble, but of laughter and breath and fleeting applause. And that in this city of emperors and egos feels like its own kind of empire. You spend the afternoon sitting beneath the shade of a half-collapsed awning, your back against a wall that smells faintly of roasted garlic and ancient fish sauce. Your tunic clings to your skin, heavy with sweat and performance. The broom you wielded during your final dance routine lies beside you like a fallen soldier, bristles bent, handle cracked. You think about giving it a name. It earned it. It. Lucilla is beside you, legs stretched out, eyes closed. Her wig has gone slightly askew, revealing a curl of her real hair that's glued to her forehead with something suspiciously like honey. "Don't ever let me agree to a play with that many love triangles again," she mumbles. You nod. "Or carts," she groans, "especially carts." You reach into a pouch and pull out a half-melted fig cake. It's sticky, lumpy, and exactly what your body needs. You tear off a piece and hand the rest to Lucilla. She takes it without opening her eyes, murmuring a faint thanks that sounds like it might have been in Latin, Greek, or pure exhaustion. The playwright strolls by with a smug grin and a goat. You're not sure if he found this goat or stole it, but it seems happy enough and has already chewed through part of the scroll containing tomorrow's script. You decide that's a blessing. You lean your head back against the warm stone and let the moment stretch. There's a strange quiet in Rome just after a performance, especially when you've survived it. The city never fully sleeps, but for a brief window after the laughter fades, it exhales. You think about your line from earlier. "Love comes not in chariots, but on sandals worn thin. You didn't plan to say it. You barely remember deciding to say it. It just arrived. And yet you saw how they listened, how even the builder with the crooked hammer paused. You wonder if anyone will remember it tomorrow. They probably won't, but maybe one will, and maybe that's enough. It's easy to believe that Roman theater is all noise and mess buckets of fake wine, pratfalls, and shouting, but it's more than that. Or it can be. Beneath the masks and the sweat and the donkeys and broken props lies something sharp, something real. Laughter is just the beginning. What comes after is the connection. And sometimes, between all the jokes, you land on a sentence that matters. A young boy, maybe 7, maybe 8, approaches timidly. He stares at you, then at Lucilla, then back again. He holds out a coin. You blink. It's a tiny copper piece, worn and thin but real. For you, he says. You sit up. Why? You made my mother laugh. He shrugs. She doesn't laugh much. You don't know what to say. Lucilla accepts the coin with a smile that softens every crease in her tired face. We'll spend it wisely, she says. On grapes, you whisper. Or a better broom, she adds. The boy grins and runs off. You sit there a moment longer, holding that silence, letting it sink in. The kind of moment no marble statue can offer. No parade, no senatorial speech. Just a boy, a coin, and a compliment that makes you feel for once like what you do isn't just tolerated but needed. Eventually you stand, stretch, and help the others gather the remnants of the show. The fig tree prop has lost another branch. The curtain is stained with wine again. The statue basket now has a hole gnawed through it. But none of that matters, because tomorrow it will all be used again, mended, repurposed, rewritten. You don't throw away a prop in Roman theater, you evolve it. As you pack, someone mentions that a local magistrate might attend tomorrow's play. There's debate over whether to add more jokes about tax collectors or fewer. You vote more, loudly. The troupe agrees. By nightfall, you're back on the same cart, under the same tarp, listening to the same goat, chewing the same scroll. But now there's a copper coin in your pouch, a fig cake in your stomach, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing that today you mattered. You roll over, pull your tunic tighter, and stare at the stars. You think about Cicero again. He never loved the theater, claimed it corrupted morals, distracted the youth, undermined the virtues of the Republic. But Cicero never made a child laugh while wearing a tunic that smelled like fish and heartbreak. He never juggled bread loaves while quoting Homer. He never stood in a sunlit square mass, crooked heart full, and heard someone call him a fool with love in their voice. That's the power he never understood. You smile into the night. Tomorrow you'll be a senator's toothache, or a runaway urn, or a singing sponge. You've played stranger. And no matter how absurd it gets, you'll return to the stage day after day, because you've learned something the philosophers haven't. There is no greater honor in Rome than to be ridiculous and remembered. The rooster doesn't even get the chance to crow before someone starts hammering. A sharp, ringing clatter bounces off the alley walls and jerks you awake beneath the cart's tarp. You sit up, bleary-eyed, heart racing, only to find the source. 2 of your fellow actors attempting to repair the frame of the senator's couch, which snapped in half during yesterday's rehearsal when Marcus the Large sat down with too much commitment. You rub your face with your sleeve and take inventory of your body. Your ankles ache, your lower back feels like it hosted a wrestling match between 2 amphorae, and your voice is still slightly hoarse from shouting in rhyme. All good signs. It means you've worked. You swing your legs over the side of the cart and land on the cobblestones, wincing at the cool sting under your feet. Someone hands you a cup of lukewarm water. You nod your thanks, sip, and mentally run through today's roles. You're playing a senator's toothache. Yes, literally. The premise of the comedy is simple, even by Roman standards. A grumpy senator, played by Marcus the Large, has an excruciating toothache that causes him to hallucinate that his pain has become a person. That's you, a human embodiment of dental agony. You wear a toga stitched with red thread meant to look like throbbing veins. Your lines are mostly groans, sighs, and exaggerated poetic laments like, "O noble jaw, why dost thou betray thine emperor of mastication?" It's ridiculous. It's brilliant. You love it already. The props team is assembling a fake dental chair from old crates and a broken shield. The tooth you emerge from is a barrel with a flap cut into the side. You're to jump out halfway through the second act, declare yourself the agony of incisors, and launch into a solo about molars and regret. The director stops by to inform you that you'll also be playing a side character named Mintleaf, an herbalist, who offers absurd remedies like gargling with thunder and biting a sacred coin. You raise an eyebrow. Is this an actual reference, you ask? He shrugs. Some say Roman dentists used spells. Who are we to question the muse? You have no argument. As the sun rises higher and crowds begin to form, you finish dressing. The mask you wear for the toothache role is a new one, pale with exaggerated furrows and an open, groaning mouth. It's strange to wear a face locked in suffering, especially when you're trying to make people laugh. But it works. Roman masks were all about clarity. From the very back row, someone should be able to tell if you're sad, angry, in love, or in today's case, aching terribly. The makeshift stage is set in front of a small temple which at least offers a dignified backdrop. You wonder briefly what the gods think of farce. Jupiter might be flattered to appear as a punchline. Mars less so. The flute signals the start. Marcus enters in character as the senator groaning and bemoaning his traitorous bicuspid. The audience chuckles. His gestures are grand, his complaints louder than necessary. He falls onto the fake couch, declares he's cursed, and demands divine intervention. Enter you from the tooth barrel. You burst out, arms flailing, toga fluttering, and bellow, "Lo, I am the pain thou didst ignore. I am the root of thine ruin." Laughter. Immediate, loud, and warm. One man in the second row claps with both hands and a foot. You flail across the stage like a ghost in agony, rattling chains made from old cooking pots and yelling about nerves and neglected hygiene. Thou didst chew olives unpitted. Thou didst sip wine too cold, you accuse, waggling a finger at the terrified senator. It's chaos, it's glorious. Then midway through your second lament, you switch roles. Off stage, you yank off the mask, throw on a hood made of dried basil leaves, and re-enter as Mintleaf, the herbalist. You hunch, twist your voice into a wheeze, and offer your patient bizarre cures. "Rub thy jaw with goat breath," you croak, or sleep with thy head in a beehive. The senator howls in pain, the audience howls in laughter. You juggle both roles, pain and healer, jumping back and forth behind the curtain. Once you accidentally enter as both at the same time, wearing the wrong half of each costume. You play it off by claiming the toothache and the herbalist are one. A child screams with delight. By the end of the play, the senator is miraculously healed, not by medicine, but by laughter. "I laughed the ache away," he proclaims, spinning wildly. The props nearly fall. Someone throws a grape. It hits him. He bows. You return to the stage, mask in hand, and deliver your final line. "Let it be known, no plague lasts forever, not even between the teeth." The audience claps. Real applause. Not polite, not distracted, focused and full. You feel it in your bones. You bow deeply. The kind of bow that says thank you, that says I'm tired, that says yes, I'll do it again tomorrow. And you will! Backstage, you collapse on a folded rug. Lucilla hands you water and a piece of bread with something vaguely sweet spread on it. "That was your best exit yet," she says. "I forgot the line, you admit." "Didn't matter." You look up at the sky. It's blue, cloudless, and buzzing with afternoon heat. Your mask lies beside you, mouth still open in agony. You feel at peace. There's a curious thing about performing as something so ridiculous, a living toothache. It should feel demeaning, but instead it feels honest. All pain wants a voice. You gave it one, and you made it funny. That's not just performance, that's survival. You lie there on the rug watching a lizard crawl lazily across the base of a broken amphora. Its tail flicks in rhythm with the muffled voices of the actors still joking behind the curtain. You're half sure someone just bet 2 olives that Marcus would tear his tunic again during the encore bow tomorrow. You wouldn't take that bet. Marcus rips through fabric like grief through a tragedy. You stretch your legs, toes sore from sandaled stomping, and pull the basil hood off your head. It's crusted with sweat and crumpled mint. You smell like a poorly curated garden, but you're too tired to care. A good performance steals the very marrow from your bones. And this absurd comedy about molars and mint leaves, took everything and gave something back. There's something strange and satisfying about embodying pain in front of a crowd. Especially Roman pain, especially when you make it laughable. You think for a moment about how close you always come to real discomfort. Your sore throat is real, your cramped legs are real, your sandals really do cut into the sides of your feet, but on stage it all becomes part of the show. The line between theater and life isn't a line, it's a smudge, a wine-stained, fig-sticky blur. You close your eyes and think back to the laughter. Not the applause, though that was nice, but the genuine, wheezing laughter from the old man sitting on an upturned crate shaking so hard he nearly fell backward into the onion cart. That kind of laughter. That's rare. That's why you keep doing this. Lucilla reappears holding a cloth-wrapped bundle. "Lunch," she says. "1 boiled egg, half a loaf, and something pretending to be cheese." You sit up, take the bundle, and break the bread in half. "It's polite to share with your afflictions," you say in your most nasal herbalist voice. She laughs, only if they rhyme. "Pain in the jaw, cured with awe," you reply. "That's terrible. I'm an actor, not a poet." She takes the bread anyway. While chewing in silence, you both watch the goat attempt to eat part of the discarded curtain. The playwright shoos it off, muttering curses in 3 languages. His scroll flaps open in the wind, revealing the title of tomorrow's performance, The Philosopher's Shoe. You groan. "Don't tell me I'm playing the shoe." Lucilla grins. "You're playing the philosopher." You look down at your hands, still red from gripping your fake chain of dental misery, and then up at the curtain swaying in the heat. "Well, you say as long as the shoe doesn't get more lines than me." Behind you, someone sneezes dramatically. Probably Marcus practicing. A debate breaks out over whether the shoe in question is literal or symbolic. One actor argues it represents Rome's moral decay. Another says it's just a sandal that smells like old wine. The playwright refuses to answer. You love this part. The chaos after the applause, the low murmurs, the peeling masks, the weary sighs. It's when the masks come off, but not completely. You're still performing even here. A softer kind of theater. An actor's twilight. Someone mentions a performance they saw years ago where an actor pretended to be a leaky roof for 40 minutes straight. You believe it. Roman theater will cast anything with a voice and a shadow. One time you played a haunted soup spoon. The conversation turns toward politics, and you tune it out. Not because it's boring, but because it's loud, and you'd rather remember the moment when you emerged from that barrel today, mask, crooked toga flapping, and saw a child in the front row light up like he was watching Jupiter descend from the sky. That kid didn't care about status. He didn't care that Roman law called you infames infamous. Actors, gladiators, prostitutes, and other public performers were legally labeled as people without honor, not even allowed to testify in court, let alone hold office. But to that child, for those 10 ridiculous minutes, you were something grand, not a social shame. Not a walking joke. You were a force of nature, a howling, rhyming, living embodiment of pain turned into pleasure. And maybe that's what theater really is. Not just entertainment, not just distraction, but alchemy, turning sorrow into laughter, struggle into applause, blisters into blessings. Later that evening, you help pack up the props. The fake couch is lashed together with twine and prayer. The barrel is repainted with a thick new line of red courtesy of leftover tomato paste. The goat, miraculously, has not eaten the mint wig. The troupe debates whether tomorrow's play will be in the Forum or the Garden District. The Garden District has better acoustics. The Forum has better pickpockets. You vote for the Garden. Your voice could use the help. As the sun sets, you sit again beneath the cart's canvas, Lucilla beside you, flute music echoing faintly in the background. Not from your troupe, just a boy in the alley tooting a few rough notes into the twilight. You don't say much, you don't need to. You survived another day, another performance, another flight of absurdity. And tomorrow you will climb back into another mask, perhaps a wise man, perhaps a sandal, perhaps a chicken, doesn't matter. You'll speak and sweat and stagger. You'll give yourself to the crowd piece by ridiculous piece. Because in Rome, that's what you do. You perform not for the marble statues, not for the gold coins, not even for the magistrates who pretend not to laugh. You perform for the moment when the world hushes just slightly and listens. And in that silence between the chuckles and the shouts you exist, fully, even as a toothache. The sun has barely nudged the rooftops when you're awoken by a flurry of activity and the unmistakable sound of someone dramatically failing to play a flute. It's not your troupe's flutist. He broke a reed 2 days ago and now refuses to perform without an audience of at least 5 chickens. No. This is a child, possibly 5 years old, very determined, very breathless, and very off-key. You pull the curtain of the cart aside and peek out. Sure enough, there he is, standing beside your painted fig tree prop, serenading a pile of bricks. You nod respectfully. The theater starts early in Rome. You crawl out of your blanket and find yourself face to face with a scroll freshly inked, tied in twine, and balanced delicately on a tray of old bread. That's your script for the day. You open it slowly, cautiously, as if expecting it to bite. Title: The Philosopher's Shoe. Subtitle: A Dialogue on Sandals, Soles, and Soup. You groan loudly. Lucilla appears with half a cucumber and no explanation. "You're the philosopher," she says, handing you the cucumber like it's your staff of wisdom. "I was the embodiment of a toothache yesterday, which means today you get to be the embodiment of confusion." You sigh, take the cucumber, and start chewing it thoughtfully. It's bitter, probably symbolic. Today's venue is a small square near the Tiber, just shy of the fishmongers, and precisely within sniffing distance of the dye shops. You can already smell boiled cloth and seaweed. The crowd will be colorful and critical. You need to bring your best. As the troupe sets up, you help unfurl the curtain still stained with wine and whatever paste the goat coughed up last night and hammer in the fig tree prop for the 15th time. It's leaning. It always leans. One of the children in the crowd now calls it the sad tree. You think it adds character. Your costume today is a heavy woolen robe with one missing sleeve. The mask is oval-faced, wide-eyed, and has the permanent expression of someone who just discovered Socrates was actually a dentist. It's a philosopher's face, but not a very smart one, perfect for the part. The play opens with your character, known only as Sandalus, seated on a stone, staring at a single shoe. Not a pair, just one. That's the whole conflict. Your first line is this shoe mine? Or am I merely its custodian in the realm of foot thought? From there, things escalate. A student arrives eager for wisdom. You deliver a long, rambling monologue about how the left sandal represents courage, and the right represents fear. The student asks what happens if you wear only one. You respond. Then you are both brave and hesitant, like a man in love with soup, but allergic to beans. The audience is confused. They should be. The joke lands precisely because it's not meant to land. You pause dramatically. One man in the back shouts, "That's me," and you bow in his direction. You then take out a scroll and read a fake philosophical treatise on laces. You argue that laces are the bonds of the soul, and if they fray, so too does morality. Someone in the audience unties their sandal and stares at it for a full minute. Lucilla enters as soup vendor, offering you a bowl of lentils. Your character refuses. Soup is too certain. Philosophy requires hunger. She shrugs and slurps loudly. The audience laughs. Then comes your second monologue, a dramatic retelling of a dream, where you become a sandal worn by a noblewoman who debates politics with her elbow. You mime being stepped on, trampled, abandoned in the rain. It's tragic. It's ridiculous. A child cries, probably from laughter. At one point, the goat wanders onto the stage wearing your philosopher mask, which someone left on a bench. The audience loses it. You respond in character. Even the beasts wear wisdom when we are foolish enough to leave it lying around. Applause. The climax of the play is your discovery that the shoe belonged to no one. It is a symbol left behind by a god. You declare, "We are all walking on borrowed souls," and toss it into the audience. A man catches it and raises it like a sacred relic. You bow. The play ends with the soup vendor saying, "You could have just asked for directions." Fade to laughter, real laughter. Backstage, or rather behind the fig tree, you collapse into a pile of cloaks. Lucilla throws a scroll at your chest. "What is this?" you ask. "Tomorrow's script." You open it slowly. "The Trial of the Lying Fish." You sigh. "Do I play the fish?" She grins. "No, you play the truth." You lie back, arms behind your head, and stare up at the Roman sky. It's blue, honest, deceptively peaceful. A bird circles overhead, probably judging your sandals. Today you played a man who debated the sole of a shoe, and somehow it worked. You made them laugh, you made them think. And one person asked if they could keep the prop shoe to hang in their shop for luck. You agreed, because what else are you going to do with a God-touched sandal? And so you rest, for now, knowing full well that tomorrow you'll embody another metaphor, another piece of satire shaped like a fish, and you'll be ready, because you're not just a fool, you're a Roman actor. And in this city, absurdity is an art form. The air behind the curtain is still humming with laughter when you finally manage to unfasten your robe. Wool peels off your arms like the top layer of a pastry, leaving behind a very warm, very tired philosopher. You sit on the ground, back against a crate labeled "Lentils Props Only," and exhale slowly. The fig tree prop wobbles as someone brushes past. It's your third close encounter of the day with a near-toppling tree. You've stopped fearing it. If it falls, it falls. It'll probably make a better ending than anything in the script. Lucilla slides into view, clutching 2 cups of barley water and a folded cloth napkin, hiding what turns out to be slices of dried apple. She tosses you one. "Don't say I never feed your soul." You accept the offering solemnly. Are these metaphors? They're snacks. We can afford metaphors tomorrow. You grin and take a sip. The barley water is tepid and slightly sour. Someone brewed it too long again, but it tastes of applause, and that makes it the finest vintage in the empire. The rest of the troupe gathers in 2s and 3s. Marcus has already removed his breastplate and is using it as a seat. The playwright is fiddling with a feather quill that has long since ceased to be useful, probably imagining tomorrow's fish trial in perfect verse. The youngest among you, a boy barely 16 and new to the troupe, is still reeling from his one line as confused student number 3. He repeated it 5 times, forgot it twice, and delivered it perfectly on the 6th go. The crowd cheered. He hasn't stopped smiling since. You pull off your philosopher mask and rest it in your lap. Its carved brows are still raised in eternal surprise. It smells faintly of oil and mint and regret. You trace the groove of the mouth with your thumb. These masks are not just props. They're partners. They remember everything. Your best lines, your worst, stumbles, the laughter that came unexpectedly, and the silence that felt heavier than iron. Lucilla leans over. You ever think about what happens to all these masks when we're gone? You glance at her. What, like after the show? No, she says a little more softly. I mean, when we're gone, when there's no more troupe, no more curtain. You chew the dried apple slowly. I hope you say someone finds one buried under a tile somewhere and wonders why it's smiling. She nods, satisfied. The conversation drifts toward practical matters. Who has the coins? Who's getting bread? Is there a vendor still selling hot chestnuts on the corner? Someone swears they saw one earlier near the bathhouse. Marcus volunteers to check. He returns with a bruised fig and a story about a runaway mule. It checks out. As twilight deepens, you and Lucilla climb to the top of a stack of crates to watch the city fold itself into evening. Rome doesn't sleep, not really, but it relaxes like a lion in long grass. Somewhere someone plays a flute with more heart than skill. A child chases shadows near a lamplight. The scent of roasted garlic and wood smoke settles over the street like a warm shawl. You speak without looking at her. Do you think philosophers ever watched comedies? Only the smart ones, she replies. You chuckle. What do you think they'd say about today's play? She straightens slightly and affects a pompous tone, clearly an exploration of existential identity as mirrored through footwear, the left shoe being society, the right impulse, and the soup, the unbearable hunger for meaning. You burst out laughing, which earns a scowl from the playwright. He's trying to draft a monologue for a fish, and apparently laughter breaks his rhythm. Do you remember, you ask, when we played the twins who accidentally marry each other? I do, she sighs. You fell off the stage trying to escape the wedding. I landed in a fish cart. They applauded. They always do when someone falls. She turns to you, suddenly more serious. So why don't you fall more? You blink, because I'm old, and I value my spine. No, she says quietly. I mean, why don't we all fall more, take more risks, say stranger things, wear even sillier masks? You think about that. The laughter from earlier echoes in your memory. That one perfectly timed pause. That moment when the goat entered wearing your philosopher mask. That unscripted line about borrowed souls. You say maybe because we're still scared of silence. She nods. You watch the torchlights flicker across the far rooftops. Somewhere out there, someone's retelling your lines. Someone's imitating your voice. Someone's holding a shoe and quoting your monologue. It won't last long, but for tonight, it exists. In the absence of statues of honor, of legacy, you have moments, and that's enough. You jump down from the crates and stretch your aching shoulders. I'm going to find that chestnut vendor. Lucilla calls after you. Get enough for the fish, too. You turn. Which fish? All of them, she says. We haven't cast the lyre yet. You walk into the night, steps light despite the weight in your bones. Tomorrow you'll be truth incarnate. Today you were a shoe's soul. The roles never end. The masks always wait. And you, absurd and alive, will keep stepping onto stages that barely stand, carrying stories on your shoulders like sandals worn thin. Because no matter how strange the line, how small the crowd, or how questionable the metaphor, this is your Rome, and it listens when you speak. Morning comes with the scent of boiled cabbage and the distant roar of a merchant arguing about fish weights. You wake in the back of a two-wheeled cart parked near a bakery, your blanket half tangled in a net that was once part of a play about sea monsters. Your neck hurts. Your legs are stiff. Your mouth tastes faintly of last night's chestnuts and possibly mint. You blink, sit up, and immediately regret both decisions. The sun is still low, casting golden light across a city that never really stops. You rub your eyes and glance around. Lucilla is already awake, braiding her hair while muttering lines under her breath. The fig tree prop lies on its side like a fallen veteran, and the goat has chewed its way halfway through a new scroll. You sigh. A typical morning. You stretch, then grab what remains of a stale barley loaf and start chewing, half listening, as the playwright explains the premise of today's show, The Trial of the Lying Fish. It's a courtroom satire. You're playing Veritas, the living embodiment of truth, who must testify against a fish accused of spreading gossip about a senator's haircut. Yes. Really. Do I get a costume, you ask? The playwright nods proudly. You'll wear a toga made of white linens and silver thread, with a laurel crown. You look at the bundle handed to you. It's neither white nor silver. It's a sheet. And the crown, a ring of parsley tied with twine. Symbolic, he adds. Of course it is. You glance at the fish, played by the same actor who portrayed the goat in last week's epic about the haunted vineyard. He's wrapped in overlapping scale-painted rags and has a hat shaped like a tail. He looks miserable. You give him a sympathetic nod. He glares back. You pull on your costume tie, the parsley crown to your head, and practice your entrance. You are to stride onto the stage during the second act and proclaim truth walks not with sandals, but with bare feet upon burning stone. You're still not sure what that means, but it sounds important. The stage is set in a small square close to a well and even closer to a tavern that promises hecklers. The audience is already forming, tradesmen on their lunch break, children carrying figs, and a woman carrying a goose. You do not ask about the goose. The play begins with the fish flopping onto a bench, loudly denying all allegations. I never said the senator's hair resembled a spoiled onion, he cries. I merely suggested it had texture. The crowd giggles. A few nod in agreement. You enter shortly afterward, holding your arms high, face solemn. I am Veritas, you declare, and I have been summoned to this court of chaos. Someone shouts, take him to the bathhouse. You press on. The truth is not clean nor polite. The truth bites like a sardine in the wrong stew. A man near the fountain spits his wine from laughter. The trial unfolds as an absurd spectacle. Witnesses include a crab who mimes all responses, a piece of driftwood passed around as evidence, and a merchant who only answers in riddles. You deliver your testimony. This fish has lied to many. To the senator, to the sea, to a child who once asked whether all tuna are born philosophers. And he said yes. A child in the audience gasps, they're not. You drop to one knee, place a hand on your heart, and solemnly whisper no. Lucilla, playing the judge, bangs a ladle against a stool. Let us hear from the soup. Yes, there's also a soup. The bowl is brought forward with great reverence. The fish peers in. That is not mine, he says. It holds your reflection, you roar. The audience erupts. In the final act, the fish admits to spreading the gossip, but only because the senator once compared his pond to a stagnant puddle. The crowd turns sympathetic. The judge declares the fish guilty, but charming. He's sentenced to 3 days of silence and 1 apology sung to the rhythm of a tambourine. You close the play with a final speech. The truth may not always shine, but in the end, even the slipperiest fish must face the ripples they make. You bow. There's clapping, real clapping. Someone throws a coin. It lands at your feet. You nod, retrieve it, and bow again. Backstage, or more accurately behind a curtain held up by 2 spears, you collapse into a pile of cloaks. The parsley crown slips over your eyes. Lucilla flops beside you and mutters, "Did I just sentence a fish to community service?" "You were very fair," you reply. "I improvised the soup part. You made it convincing." She turns her head. "You always make truth sound noble, even when it's wrapped in a curtain and sweating like a gladiator in a toga." You smile. Truth is always sweaty. The playwright walks by, scribbling something furiously on a scroll. "Tomorrow's piece," he says. You don't look up. "Do I play another metaphor?" "No," he replies. "You play an entire philosophy class." You groan into the cloak. But as the sun lowers and the city shifts into its evening rhythm, you find yourself strangely at peace. You were truth today, A person, a voice, a parsley-crowned fool who made children laugh and made an old woman say, "He's right, you know," about ripples. That's all you need. You'll play a fish next week if they ask, a breeze, a puddle, a ghost. Because in a city full of statues that never speak, it feels like an honor to be the one who does. Even if what you say makes no sense and ends in soup. The courtyard clears slowly. The crowd trickles away like water through a cracked jar, reluctant to leave, but knowing the day must shift into evening chores and supper pots. Someone hums the last line of your monologue. A child mimics your pose, arm aloft, yelling something about ripples and nearly falling into the fountain. You grin. If imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, then mockery must be the warmest kind of memory. You remain behind the curtain a little longer than usual, not because you're tired, though you are, and not because your tunic is soaked through, though it is, but because you're trying to make this stillness last. There's a kind of holiness in the moment right after a performance, like the silence between thunder and rain. You're not quite yourself, but you're not entirely someone else anymore either. You're suspended, hovering, breathing the same air as everyone, but with lungs that remember a script. Lucilla enters your small corner of shadow with a bowl of warm lentils and a chunk of bread already bitten. "They want to see you," she says, though her tone is soft. "There's a boy asking if you're actually Truth." You blink. Like permanently. She shrugs. He seemed convinced. You follow her back into the light. Head still heavy with the words you threw into the sky an hour earlier. The boy is small, wearing a faded red tunic and a face so earnest you feel guilty for not being an actual deity. He looks up at you with wide eyes. Do fish lie? You crouch beside him. Only when they're scared, or when they want to sound smarter than they are. He nods seriously. "Like my uncle." You smile. "Exactly." He presses a coin into your palm. "This is for being fair. You didn't shout like the judge at the forum." You look down. It's not a coin, it's a smooth button, probably from a tunic, possibly valuable only to him. You nod. "It's the best payment I've ever received." The child runs off, cape blanket flapping behind him like Jupiter's storm clouds. You stay crouched a moment longer, examining the little button in your hand. A reminder, perhaps, that sometimes the smallest audience listens the hardest. The troupe gathers near the stage remnants. The courtroom bench is being repurposed into a dinner table. The evidence driftwood now holds skewers of olives. The mask worn by the fish actor is pinned to the curtain pole and already has 2 grapes stuffed into its mouth. Comedy, you reflect, doesn't sleep. It just reuses everything. The playwright arrives puffing with excitement. "I have it," he declares. "The next one? The truth becomes a lie. The lie becomes law. A satire on policy." You raise an eyebrow. "And what role do I play?" He beams. "A scroll." You blink. "A scroll." A beautiful scroll. Blank on one side, full of dangerous truths on the other. Passed between a scribe, a senator, and a pickpocket. Lucilla folds her arms. "Do I play the pickpocket?" "No, you play the senator's conscience." She sighs. Figures. "But you don't object." "Not really. Because even now, with your body aching, sandals frayed, voice worn ragged, and tunic salt-streaked from heat, you're already thinking of how to walk like a scroll. Maybe you roll across the stage. Maybe you flatten yourself against a bench. Maybe you speak only when unrolled. It's absurd, which means it might be brilliant. You lie down beside the fig tree prop and stare up at the night sky. The first stars are showing. You know their patterns. You've traced them between lines. Sometimes you think the constellations are their own kind of audience, ancient, patient, watching every performance from above. Someone begins singing off-key. Someone else joins in louder. It turns into a chant about truth and soup and sandals and fish. You close your eyes and smile. This is your choir, your home, your sacred temple of tattered curtains, parsley crowns, and wooden swords. Roman actors, you've been told, are little more than living graffiti, temporary, forgettable, wiped away with a sponge. But you don't believe that. Not entirely. You've seen the impact of a well-timed word. You've felt the weight of a silence broken by laughter. You've knelt in front of a child who gave you his only button because he believed your mask was magic. You've been a toothache, a philosopher, a donkey, a storm. You've died of heartbreak and indigestion, sometimes both in the same scene. You've been cheered, mocked, ignored, and adored. And still you return. Because someone needs to remind this city that truth doesn't have to wear marble. It can wear a sweat-stained tunic, a curtain sash, and a crown of parsley, and be remembered just the same. Tomorrow you'll rehearse as a scroll. You'll be unfolded, read, forgotten, then folded again. But for tonight you are just you, and that curled beneath the stars, wrapped in laughter, is more than enough. You don't dream often anymore, not the kind of dreams you remember at least. But last night you dreamed you were made of parchment, fluttering through the forum like a message lost to wind. Senators passed you without reading. Children chased you. One actor yourself somehow caught you midair, unrolled you carefully, and whispered, "You are not meant to last. You are meant to pass through." Then you woke up with straw in your mouth and someone yelling, "Where is my ladle?" at full volume beside your head. Back to reality. You stretch, yawn, and blink at the faint blue of morning filtering through the city's stone alleys. There's a smell of ash and yeast in the air. Someone's burning breakfast again. You sit up slowly, wincing at the ache in your hips. Another day, another play, another role that sounds like a metaphor someone dreamt up while drunk. Today you're playing a scroll, not metaphorically, literally. You'll be wrapped in painted linen, rolled up on 2 sticks, and unrolled on stage by a trio of characters who each interpret your text differently. One sees truth. One sees heresy. One sees a recipe for stew. You wonder how your career arrived at this point. But then again, isn't that Rome? You eat a fig and chew thoughtfully as you study your costume, 2 long rods fastened to either end of a curtain, streaked with fake ink and adorned with phrases that don't actually mean anything. One says, "Let the voice inside speak boldly." Another says, "Boil until fragrant." You're not sure if that's from the stew recipe or someone's leftover poetry. Lucilla helps wrap you into the scroll. You stand arms tight to your sides, and she winds the fabric carefully. "I should have been a potter," she says. "At least clay doesn't complain." "I should have been a baker," you reply. "Bread doesn't get reviewed by fig throwers." When she finishes, you look like a ceremonial gift, part prophet, part rug. You can barely walk, which is perfect. Scrolls don't walk. They're carried. The playwright gives a quick speech before the show, mostly to remind the actor playing the senator not to sneeze during Act 2 this time. You take your place behind the curtain, standing stiffly rolled and robed in language. The play begins. First, the stage is a scriptorium, a scribe's den, lined with scrolls and confusion. You're brought in with reverence. The scribe character lifts you as if you weigh wisdom itself. "Behold," he says, "a scroll untouched by time, found beneath the Senate's crumbling foundations." The crowd leans in. You're slowly unrolled. Your first line, muffled behind cloth, is whispered, "I speak only what is already known." The scribe reads you as a political treatise. It says here the republic must restore its balance, that senators should serve, not strut. The audience chuckles knowingly. Then the scroll is taken by a priest. He unrolls, the other side gasps and declares, "It is prophecy." It speaks of goats and togas and rivers that run backwards. Laughter now. Finally, a cook enters, grabs you mid-monologue, and reads the bottom of the cloth. 2 sprigs of mint, 1 pinch of cumin, boil until fragrant. This is a stew scroll. You protest from inside your wrappings. "I am not a recipe." The cook grins. "Then why do you smell like garlic?" They argue. Each insists you are what they read in you. You shout, "Perhaps I am all these things," or none. Perhaps meaning depends on the reader. Someone in the crowd claps. The priest accuses the cook of blasphemy. The cook throws a carrot. The scribe shouts for order. You stuck in the middle call out, "If you unroll me too far, I will tear." That brings down the house. The play ends with all three trying to claim you for themselves. The judge, played by Marcus now, wearing a wig shaped like a gavel, declares that the scroll must be read aloud, every word, every line, once a year in the marketplace. The cook objects. That's a lot of cumin. You deliver the final line. A truth unread is just a rumor in disguise. Applause. The scroll rips slightly as you bow, but no one notices. You're pulled off stage like a sacred rug in need of folding. Behind the curtain you collapse in a heap. Lucilla unrolls you carefully like a tapestry too old to fight back. You did well, she says. I forgot my second line. You made up 3 better ones. You grin. Did they laugh? They laughed. They argued. One man demanded to know if the stew was real. Was it? She holds up a pot. You tell me. You smell it. It's definitely fragrant. Later, sitting with the others in a shaded corner of the square, you watch children reenact the scroll scene. One plays the priest, one plays the scribe, one refuses to be the cook and insists on being the carrot. You close your eyes and breathe deeply. This, you think, is legacy not in statues but in imitation, not in monuments but in memory. The playwright passes you tomorrow's scroll, titled The Laughing Wind. You raise an eyebrow. You play the wind, he says. Let me guess you sigh. Invisible, everywhere, impossible to control. He nods, and occasionally smells like fish. You rest your head against the fig tree prop and smile. Bring it on. You stay seated on the edge of the stage long after the last of the audience has wandered off, still dressed in your scroll costume, half unwrapped. Now the linen bunched around your waist like a philosopher's abandoned toga. The rods are leaning beside you, one cracked one, splintered both, humming softly with the memory of a performance that went better than it should have. You breathe in the late afternoon air, thick with dust, roasted chickpeas, and the leftover scent of whatever incense the priest character waved around so aggressively in the second act. Your shoulders ache from being rolled and lifted like a sacred text. Your knees are bruised from the part where the cook dropped you during the culinary climax. And yet you feel oddly peaceful. There's something about playing a scroll that forces you to slow down. You weren't running, leaping, or dodging olives. You were still, spoken through, interpreted, misquoted. It was one of the few performances where you didn't have to convince the audience of your humanity, only your meaning. And somehow they listened more closely because of that. Lucilla appears carrying 2 chipped bowls of something steaming and beige. The cook made too much scroll stew, she says, setting one down beside you. He says it's symbolic. You lift the bowl and sniff. It smells like lentils, cumin, and ambition. What's the symbolism, you ask? She shrugs. Eat it before it congeals. You do, slowly. The warmth settles in your ribs. Lucilla sits beside you cross-legged, still in her judge costume, one of Marcus's old tunics with a curtain cord tied around the middle to signify power. The ladle she used to bang for order is tucked behind her ear like a gladiator's dagger. So she says between bites, how does it feel to be parchment? You exhale through your nose, quiet. She tilts her head. Good quiet or dangerous quiet. The kind where you can finally hear what the audience hears. Lucilla smiles faintly. They loved it, you know. I know you say, but they also argued about it. That's what made it work. You both watch the street for a moment. A child walks by holding a cabbage in both hands like a sacred orb. 2 older women pause near the fig vendor, still debating whether your closing line was meant to reference law or lunch. One says metaphor, the other says menu. Neither is wrong. You lean back on your palms, letting your body settle into the wooden edge of the stage. Do you ever wonder, you ask, how much of what we say actually lands, like really lands, beyond the joke, beyond the mask, beyond the grape-throwing. Lucilla finishes her stew and places the bowl down. "Not really," she says. "I just assume something always does, even if it takes a while." You nod slowly, like a scroll. She raises an eyebrow. "Unrolled too fast and it tears. Left on a shelf and it fades. But read just right. You trail off." She finishes the thought. It changes people. You both sit there in silence for a while. The kind of silence that feels earned, not empty, just resting. The playwright stumbles into view, eyes wide, scroll in hand, arms fluttering like a startled chicken. "Tomorrow's script," he announces. You groan already. He's too excited to notice. It's brilliant. It's lyrical. It's windy. You squint. "Windy?" He grins. You play the laughing wind. Lucilla chokes on nothing. "Please tell me he doesn't have to make whooshing noises for 2 hours." "Oh, he does," says the playwright, and sighs, and sometimes moans. "I am not moaning on stage," you say. "It's metaphorical moaning," the playwright insists. You close your eyes and breathe deeply. The stew isn't sitting so peacefully anymore. Lucilla picks up the script and reads aloud. The wind arrives like gossip in sandals. She stares at you. "You're wearing sandals tomorrow." "Always am." Then you're halfway there. The rest of the troupe gathers for stew. Marcus eats 3 bowls and starts improvising how the fish from yesterday's play might return as the ghost of culinary deception. Someone else suggests a musical. Another groans in horror. You quietly start making a list of wind sounds. Later that night, after props have been packed and masks cleaned with damp cloths and too much vinegar, you lie beneath the curtain-turned canopy and look up at the night sky. Stars blink overhead, far too busy to notice your day's work. But you imagine one did. Just one, and that's enough. Your scroll costume is folded beside you. You run your hand over the painted ink symbols. They're smeared now. Your monologue, if anyone reads it, will seem like a muddled mess. The prophecy, the truth, the recipe, all jumbled together. You smile. That feels right. Because that's how most truth appears to the world, smeared, misread, revised by cooks and priests alike. But when performed with heart, with laughter, with just enough chaos, it makes sense, even if only for a moment. Tomorrow you will be the wind. Today you were a page. The day before you were pain. And each day someone out there listened. That's enough. That's Rome. Morning comes earlier than expected and somehow louder. You're not even fully awake when you hear the unmistakable clash of cymbals followed by a goat bleating in protest. A minor festival is set up nearby, one of those unofficial holidays that seems to involve more shouting than reverence and exactly 0 planning. You peel yourself out from under the curtain tarp and emerge like a very tired oracle. Lucilla greets you with a yawn and a stick of honeyed bread. "Eat," she says. "You'll need your strength." You blink at her bleary. "For what?" She gestures toward the middle of the square, where the playwright is already climbing on a crate, clutching today's scroll like it's an imperial edict. "You're the wind." You groan still. "Yes, but this time you're laughing." You sit down heavily and start eating. The bread sticks to your teeth, but it's sweet, and you need that more than anything. Today's play is titled The Laughing Wind, and you're the titular force of nature. According to the playwright, it's a comedy about miscommunication, misplaced secrets, and the role of air in society. According to the rest of the troupe, it's an excuse to wear too many scarves and make strange noises. Your costume is a layered creation of sheer fabrics in blue-gray and the occasional glint of silver. You look like someone tried to build a storm out of laundry. Your mask is abstract swirls and curves carved into light wood painted with spirals and dots. It covers only your upper face, leaving your mouth free to do the laughing. And you will be laughing a lot. You don't enter until the second scene. Until then, you wait behind the curtain, warming up your voice by whispering different types of wind under your breath. Breeze, gust, howl, sigh, chuckle, cackle, hush. You're not sure it helps, but it makes you feel like you're preparing for something weighty, something theatrical. The play begins with a town council trying to decide what to do about an invisible force that keeps revealing secrets. A market vendor claims her hair was tousled and her price list mysteriously unrolled. A senator's letter to his mistress was blown onto the public notice board. A child says the wind told him where to find hidden honey. No one believes him. The honey was delicious. You enter with a whirl of cloth and a long rolling laugh. The crowd jumps. Then they cheer. You twirl, wave your arms, and whisper into the ears of actors who pretend not to see you. You dance between scenes, stealing props and returning them somewhere else. You interrupt a dramatic love confession with a loud snort. You tickle the senator's wig. You blow out a ceremonial candle 3 times in a row until the priest gives up. Your lines are simple, scattered, and usually spoken while moving. I heard what you whispered last night. I blow only what was already loose. Secrets have wings, I just lend them wind. Sometimes you say nothing at all and just laugh. A full-bodied, echoing laugh that bounces between buildings. You practice different kinds. Soft giggles, breathy chortles, belly-deep howls. You make a child laugh so hard they fall off their bench. You consider that a personal achievement. Midway through the second act, the townspeople accuse each other of spreading rumors. You, as the wind, appear at center stage, arms raised, and proclaim, "It was never your lips. It was your silence I carried." That gets a pause, then a slow ripple of laughter. You weren't expecting that. But it's the good kind of laugh, the kind that means they heard you, even if they don't fully understand. The play ends when the town learns to live with the wind, writing their secrets on scraps and letting you blow them away. A child throws a paper note into the air. You catch it and whisper, "This one I'll keep." Blackout. Applause. You step forward, mask lifted, and bow. It's strange playing something that can't be seen. You spent the whole performance dodging through bodies, stealing lines, never being quite real. But the laughter, their laughter, was real. And it came for you. Backstage, you peel off the scarves, now damp with sweat. Lucilla hands you a water jug and says, "They're calling it your best role." Being annoying and hard to catch? Exactly. You both laugh. The playwright joins you, already scribbling. Tomorrow he begins breathless. We perform The Trial of the Echo. Lucilla gasps. "Please tell me I get to echo everything someone says." You do. She claps her hands. You sigh. "What do I play?" He grins. "You play the mountain." You nod slowly. Stationary, silent, mysterious, and covered in moss. Of course. As the sun tilts westward and the square returns to normal, you sit on the edge of the stage eating more of the honey bread. You glance toward the child who fell laughing during your performance. He's reenacting your entrance now, twirling in his mother's shawl, giggling wildly. You were wind today, tomorrow stone, but always something more than just a man in sandals. You speak and they listen, even when it's nonsense, especially when it's nonsense. Because that's what Roman theater does. It takes chaos and gives it rhythm. It takes air and gives it voice. It takes a street performer wrapped in laundry and makes him something eternal, if only for a moment. And in that moment you belong to everyone. Night slides in slowly over the rooftops of Rome, warm and soft as a velvet curtain falling on your shoulders. You sit cross-legged on the wooden slats of the stage, brushing dust from your palms while your scarf costume hangs nearby, limp and tangled like a retired storm. The crowd has gone home. Most of the troupe is scattered through alley taverns or already asleep beneath wagon wheels. But you're still here, letting the day settle into your bones before you have to wake up and be a mountain. A mountain. You're still trying to wrap your head around it, not metaphorical, not dramatic, just geological. The playwright, who's been inspired by echoes, insists it's the role of a lifetime. Stillness is power, he'd said, eyes shining as he described your motionless presence at center stage while everyone else shouts across you. You're not sure that's acting. You're not sure it's even breathing. Lucilla appears with a borrowed cushion and tosses it beside you. She sits without a word, unwrapping a stolen fig tart and handing you half. You eat in silence for a while, watching fireflies float between marble columns and awnings. From somewhere nearby, a musician plucks a lyre off-key, accompanied by someone who clearly doesn't know how to whistle. "I've been thinking," Lucilla says finally. You raise an eyebrow. "About the wind, today, about how they laughed at you." You wait. It wasn't mocking, it wasn't dismissive, it was surrender. They gave in to you. They let go. You nod slowly. "Maybe that's what the wind is, not disruption, just release." She smirks, spoken like someone who's never tried cleaning sand out of their ear after a storm. You grin, then stretch your arms over your head, joints popping like a worn-out marionette. Do you think they believed it? That wind can whisper, that secrets don't need mouths to spread. She chews thoughtfully. They believed it for as long as you said it. And that's what matters. You both fall quiet again. Somewhere a donkey brays. It sounds like Lucius. Behind you, the costume rack rattles as the props master, who refuses to sleep until every scarf is folded, murmurs curses at static cling. You glance at the wind mask one more time. The spirals have faded, slightly smudged by sweat and laughter, but you can still make out the shapes. It doesn't look like wind anymore. It looks like memory. And maybe that's what theater really is in Rome, memory dressed in costume. The echo of something true, passed through the mouths of fools and poets until it settles on a line that makes someone drop their bread in delight. Not accurate, just right. You lean back and let your head rest against a stage pillar. It's warm from the sun, rough where the wood has splintered. You remember the way your laugh echoed down the forum when you jumped from the cart and spun. You remember the child imitating you. You remember that moment, one moment when an old man near the front row closed his eyes and smiled like he'd heard that line before long ago, but better this time. That's worth something, even if it fades by morning. When the sun rises, you'll become the mountain. Wrapped in gray, crowned with moss, rooted in the center of the stage. Actors will run around you, toss voices at your feet, and blame you for the things they hear repeated. But for now, you're just a man on wood between plays, between masks, full of fig and quiet. You look at Lucilla. What do you think the mountain says when no one's shouting at it? She doesn't blink, probably just hums to itself. A soft tune, slow and patient. You chuckle, like a lullaby for rocks. Exactly. She stands, brushing off crumbs. Sleep. You'll need it. Stillness is harder than it looks. And she's gone off to her corner of the stage world, leaving you with a fading star and half a breeze. You lie down, staring up at the sky where constellations trade places with candle smoke. The fabric of your old costume covers your legs. Somewhere nearby, someone dreams of being a lion. Someone else dreams of applause. You dream of moss, and when you finally close your eyes, you swear you hear the wind laugh again, but just once, softly. You wake to the sensation of something squishy and inexplicably cool pressed against your cheek. It takes you a moment to realize it's a fig that rolled under your makeshift sleeping cloth sometime during the night. You stare at it a moment, consider eating it, then think better of it. If it's still cool, it's probably haunted. Outside, the square hums with the sound of carts being rolled into place, broom bristles against stone, and someone trying badly to rehearse an echo by shouting, "I didn't do it," into an amphora. The reply, predictably, is, "Do it, do it, do it." You rub your eyes and sit up. The sun is already high, throwing long bars of light across the stage. It's performance day again. But today, unlike any other role you've endured, be it goose grapevine or scroll, you are a mountain. Not symbolically, not emotionally. You are a literal moss-covered echo-chambering slab of ancient earth. You are expected to remain completely still, mostly silent, and somehow serve as the philosophical axis of the play. The playwright is thrilled. Lucilla greets you with a mouthful of bread and a bundle of suspiciously green cloth. "Here's your face," she says through crumbs, slapping a damp wig of lichen and fake moss onto your lap. You hold it up by two fingertips. Why is it wet? Artistic realism, she replies, absolutely unapologetic. The costume today is ambitious. You're draped in a long robe dyed a stony gray, stitched with jagged threads to mimic cracks and tectonic patterns. Around your shoulders they've attached padding shaped like ridges and outcrops, giving you the silhouette of a very dramatic hilltop. Over your head goes the mossy crown, some kind of thatched hairpiece meant to suggest both dignity and fungal decay. When you're fully dressed, you don't look like a man playing a mountain. You look like a mountain with tax issues. Your only line today is whispered once and only at the very end, I only return what I'm given. But for the other 67 minutes of the play, your job is to remain planted on center stage, unmoving, unflinching, and extremely visible. Everyone else will run around you, argue beside you, shout at you, and ultimately put you on trial. The play, The Trial of the Echo, begins as a farce. A merchant claims he never said something. His wife insists he did. A senator overheard it but says it sounded different. The echo, played with impish delight by Lucilla, repeats only fragments of each confession, each accusation, and muddles everything. Chaos blooms, accusations mount. Eventually, they all agree on one thing: the echo isn't the problem, it's the mountain. Because you are where the echo lives, and thus begins your trial. The actors throw their lines at you like stones. The merchant cries, "You twisted my words." The wife shrieks, "You made them louder." The priest hilariously shouts, "You turned blessings into blasphemy." And all the while you sit perfectly still, your eyes fixed forward, your hands resting gently on your thighs. It's not easy. The sun is hot. The moss wig itches. At one point a fly lands on your nose and stays there for a full 30 seconds, mocking you with its tiny feet. But you endure, because you are the mountain. Your stillness becomes part of the performance. A visual anchor in a whirlpool of confusion and debate. The crowd starts to pay attention, not to what you're doing, but to what you're not doing. Your inaction becomes eloquent. The silence gains weight. In the second act, the trial intensifies. The town declares that truth itself has been eroded by your echoes. They hold a public hearing. You remain silent. The judge demands a statement. You do not move. One actor throws themselves at your feet, weeping. Still nothing. And then Lucilla, as echo, kneels beside you and repeats the final accusation in a whisper. "Did you change us? Or did we change you?" You stand slowly. The audience leans forward, and in a voice not much louder than breath you speak, "I only return what I'm given." Silence, then scattered claps, then a rush of applause that ripples through the crowd like a tide breaking over sand. You bow, very slowly. Backstage, your knees are trembling. Your thighs burn from holding the seated pose so long. Lucilla offers you water and gently peels the moss wig off your scalp. "You look terrifying," she says, "like a judgmental herb garden." You accept the compliment. The playwright charges into the tent with ink-stained fingers and no shoes. Tomorrow's role, he announces, it's revolutionary. You groan, "Please, not another landscape." He waves the scroll dramatically. "You're a statue." Lucilla snorts. "Let me guess, haunted, prophetic, or just naked?" All three, he beams. You close your eyes and rest your head against the curtain pole. Rome never sleeps, especially not its theater. Later, as the square empties and the props are tucked away, you sit again on the edge of the stage, chewing the last corner of a fig pastry. The moon has risen. It catches on a bit of fake moss still clinging to your robe. You brush it off and watch it flutter down. Playing a mountain is unlike anything you've done before. It's the opposite of acting: no movement, no jokes, no pratfalls or wine spitting. But in its stillness it forced something new. It made them listen harder, made them question, made them sit with their own echoes. You smile just a little, because maybe in a city built on noise and opinion and argument, the most powerful role of all is the one that says nothing at all. At least until the playwright decides to give you wings. The next morning, you're still stretching your legs from yesterday's mountain duty when the playwright appears with an urgent look and a large scroll tucked under one arm. His eyes are red from lack of sleep. His tunic is backward, and he's clutching a fig tart like a relic. "I've solved theater," he declares, wild-eyed. "Today we make Rome weep." You close your eyes. "Please don't say I'm a tree." "No," he says triumphantly. "You're a statue." You groan. That's barely different from a mountain. He waggles a finger, but this statue speaks, just once, and only to the wrong person. Lucilla looks up from where she's oiling a wig and says flatly, "Isn't that just a metaphor for every Roman marriage?" The playwright ignores her and unrolls the parchment. Today's production is titled The Statue of Regret, a tragedy in 2 acts, involving mistaken love letters, a poisoned fig, and a statue that may or may not be the reincarnation of a wronged lover. Naturally, you are the statue. You are also apparently marble from the waist up and a fountain from the knees down. The logistics are not explained. You sigh and go find your costume. By midday, you're draped in alabaster-colored cloth that clings unpleasantly to your ribs with chalk dust rubbed across your arms for that extra stone realism. Your hair is slicked back with olive oil to give it that freshly carved sheen. Someone glues silver leaf to your eyelids. You blink once and 3 of them fall off. It's going to be a long day. The stage is set with 2 marble columns made of painted wood and a shallow basin of water into which the townspeople will dramatically toss their regrets. You stand in the middle, hands outstretched in eternal mourning. Your jaw aches from holding it slightly parted for the proper tragic expression. The play begins with a noblewoman who speaks only in riddles and owns too many veils. She mourns her lost love, whom she believes has been transformed into a statue after falling into disgrace. Her maid tries to convince her to move on. A meddling senator suggests marrying someone else. Meanwhile, a poet throws letters at your feet. You do not move. You do not flinch. You are marble. You are mourning. You are missing lunch. And then, in the final scene, the noblewoman approaches you one last time and confesses that it was she who sent the letter that caused your downfall. She places her hand on your stony arm. You speak 3 words. "I forgave you." It's not loud, it's not dramatic, but it's enough. She screams. The crowd gasps. The senator faints, probably on purpose. The poet throws himself into the basin and sprains his ankle. The maid steals a goblet. You hold your pose until the curtain falls. Backstage, there is chaos. The audience is in tears. The playwright is dancing in circles. Lucilla is trying to retrieve her stolen goblet from the maid who has hidden it under a pile of wigs. You carefully peel off the chalked robe, your arms cramping slightly. "I said 3 words," you murmur, and they all lost their minds. "That's the trick," Lucilla says, handing you a cloth. "Be silent long enough and anything you say feels holy." You think about that. You think about yesterday the mountain who echoed only what was thrown at it. You think about today the statue who waited for regret. Both roles required silence. Both required patience. And when they spoke, they said almost nothing. But it mattered. That's Roman theater for you. Loud crowds, louder actors. And sometimes the quietest characters cut deepest. Not because of volume, but because of timing. You sip water and look out toward the clearing square where someone is reenacting your statue pose, using a basket of olives. A child copies them. 2 old women argue whether the statue really spoke or whether it was a clever trick with pipes. Let them wonder. Let the story stretch. The playwright returns, already scribbling notes for tomorrow. "How do you feel about being a ghost with allergies?" he asks without looking up. You lie back and smile. Only if the sneezes are tragic. Your rise to fame in the Roman theater world doesn't come with garlands or coin. It comes with rumors, whispers in the marketplace, nods from fishmongers who've never seen a play. Someone leaves you a folded fig leaf with a ribbon tied around it, and the words the mountain speaks scrawled inside. You're not sure if it's admiration or a strange kind of threat. But either way you keep it. You keep. Because today you're not a mountain, not a statue, and certainly not anything that could be carved or posed. You're something less solid, more haunting. The playwright says it with barely contained excitement as he drops a scroll in your lap and shouts, "Your absence." You pause. That's not a role, that's an apology. But he's already pacing arms, waving in slow arcs like he's painting a masterpiece in the air. You're not seen, not touched, not acknowledged, but you're felt deeply by everyone. Lucilla leans in, sipping something suspicious from a chipped mug. Basically, you're a ghost, but like a metaphorical one, not spooky, just unsettling, just... The play today is titled The Quiet Between Thunderclaps, which already sounds like it wants to be misunderstood. It's a philosophical drama set in the home of a paranoid Roman senator who suspects he's being haunted not by spirits of the dead, but by the invisible weight of his own guilt, which in theatrical form is you. You, the ghost of decisions never named. You, the wind behind the curtain. You, the servant no one remembers hiring, but everyone blames. The playwright explains it like this. You don't appear, you don't speak, you never walk on stage. But when a scroll disappears, that's you. When a candle flickers for no reason, that's you. When a senator flinches and says, "Who's there?" the audience knows it's you, even if no one else in the scene does. You sigh, "So I'm a draft." Lucilla snorts. You're the emotional plumbing. Rehearsals are unconventional. You don't memorize lines, you memorize floorboard creaks, the weight of a shuffled curtain, the rhythm of footsteps that never fully form. The lighting assistant rigs a shadow to fall in strange places at strange times. You coordinate with the prop master to rattle a goblet when no one's near it. Your job is not to act, your job is to unsettle. During the first run-through, something clicks. The lead actor playing the senator accuses his wife of betrayal after hearing what he thinks is a footstep. There's nothing there. Just your shadow off stage, just a breeze through the upper vent. But his voice shakes, and the audience, what few are allowed to observe rehearsal, goes completely still. They felt it. They felt you. And that's when you understand being invisible on stage isn't absence. It's presence distilled, stripped of visuals, boiled down to essence. You are suspense, you are implication. By the time opening day arrives, your performance is so refined, so precise, that you don't even need to show up in costume. You wear silence like a robe. The audience doesn't see you, but they wait for you. Every moment that stretches too long becomes your cue. Every silence becomes your breath. The senator panics in his lines. Where is it? I left the scroll here, and from the rafters you drop a single thread of papyrus. It flutters to the floor, and he recoils. The crowd gasps. Later his wine spills while no one is near the table. The candle goes out not all at once, but slowly, as if breathed upon. They never see you, but they don't need to. By intermission, people are whispering. Not about the dialogue, not about the actors, but about you. I think I saw someone. Someone mutters. Behind the curtain, tall, silent. Another shakes her head. No one's there. That's the point. They invent you more elaborately than you ever could. Act 2. Crescendos into full paranoia. The senator blames everyone. His wife, his servant, even the marble statue in the atrium. I can feel it watching, he says, pointing to the empty hallway. Something's there. You don't even move. And still the crowd tenses. At the final moment, he confesses not to murder, not to treason, but to cowardice, to compromise, to betraying what he once stood for. And it follows me, he whispers. It lives in my walls, my scrolls, my silence. The audience holds its breath, and the curtain falls. There's a long pause. Then thunderous applause. No one bows in your place, but people still look toward the corner where your shadow lingered. One child even tosses a coin in your direction, not for luck, for acknowledgement. Backstage, Lucilla beams. You were terrifying. You nod. I did nothing. Exactly, she says, but everyone felt it. The playwright is already sketching his next work, a play with no cast, just objects, movement, absence as narrative. You groan. Please tell me I won't have to be wind. Not wind, he says, a feeling of wind. You lie down on a pile of robes and stare at the beams above. Rome might celebrate her generals, her emperors, her marble poets. But tonight, for one moment, they celebrated what they couldn't see, what they couldn't name. You. And maybe, just maybe, that's the most Roman role of all. You wake the next morning with a sore throat, not from shouting, but from whispering into curtains for 3 hours straight. Turns out, pretending to be an ominous absence is more physically taxing than you imagined. Your calves ache from tiptoeing behind scenery, and your shoulders hurt from pressing yourself flat against wooden beams to stay out of sight. You were invisible, yes, but invisibility, you've learned, requires effort. As you rub olive oil into your neck and chew stale barley bread, Lucilla plops down beside you with 2 dried figs and a glint in her eye. I've been thinking, she says, always a dangerous phrase. You should play a wall next. You nearly choke. A wall. Yes, but not just any wall, a listening wall. You set your fig down slowly. Please tell me that's a metaphor. She grins. Isn't everything? Before you can protest, the playwright arrives in a flurry of chalk dust, scrolls, and mild panic. Today, he declares, we perform a story without direction. Everyone stares. What does that mean? One actor asks. The playwright waves the question away. It means each character thinks they're in a different play. A tragedy, a comedy, a political satire. The audience gets to decide who's right. Lucilla raises a hand. And who am I? A widow with a vendetta. She nods approvingly. You don't ask. You already know. You're the wall. A mute observer of all their conflicting narratives. A space where the contradictions bump up against one another and echo. So once again, you don't speak. You don't move. You simply exist on stage, painted in gray tones and stationed center left. The other actors talk to you about their grief, their plans, their secrets. You don't respond, and that's exactly what they want from you. At first, the audience is confused. A few of them whisper, "Why is there a person pretending to be architecture?" But slowly they begin to see the purpose. Your stillness becomes a reference point. When Lucilla rages about her lost husband, she slaps your shoulder. When the senator tries to lie to the audience, he avoids looking at you. When the jester improvises wild metaphors, he leans on you like you're an old friend. You, a wall, become the mirror for their stories, and the crowd begins to choose sides. Some murmur that the play is a tragedy, citing Lucilla's anguished monologues. Others argue it's a farce, pointing at the senator's slapstick collapse when he trips on his own hubris. But all of them agree on one thing. You are the silent center around which everything rotates. And this is where the history kicks in. Roman theater wasn't all yelling and gesturing and enormous masks. It was also a delicate dance of expectation and contradiction. In the Atalane farces and the fabulae praetexti, sometimes props were treated as people, sometimes people as objects. The boundary between metaphor and reality was often paper-thin. One scholar from Alexandria even argued that Roman comedy taught audiences how to interpret chaos by giving them familiar anchors, even if those anchors were human walls. So here you are, a historical anchor in person. Not quite character, not quite setting, just a function, a neutral surface that absorbs confusion. During one scene, Lucilla accuses the senator of betrayal. He sputters, denies it, and turns to you. Tell her I'm innocent. You blink, slowly. The audience laughs, but it's uneasy laughter. Did you just judge him? That's the fun of it. As the performance unfolds, your silence gains power. The crowd starts interpreting your stillness like a sacred text. A tilt of your head sparks debates. A sigh becomes prophecy. One man whispers to his wife, "Did you see the wall disapproves?" By the time the final scene arrives, Lucilla crumples at your feet sobbing. The jester removes his cap and sets it beside you. The senator storms off in shame, and you remain unchanged, unmoving, eternal. When the curtain falls, there's a beat of silence before applause erupts. Backstage, Lucilla hands you your fig. Told you, iconic wall. The playwright claps you on the back. You just redefine passive resistance. You sit in a quiet corner of the theater, later, legs dangling from a rafter, watching shadows shift over the marble benches. Invisibility taught you timing. Being a ghost taught you implication. And now, as a wall, you've learned something else. Sometimes the most important role isn't to act or speak or even be noticed. It's to witness, to be the thread that holds the contradiction together. And as you stretch out your arms with a yawn, you wonder what tomorrow's performance will bring. You hope it doesn't involve moss again. The first thing you notice when you walk into the rehearsal space is the humidity. Not real steam, though someone has enthusiastically overwatered the potted basil. But the intention is clear. Today's setting is a Roman bathhouse, and not the serene kind painted on expensive villa walls. No, this one is alive with murmurs, damp stone, and the ever-present sense that someone's listening from behind the next column. You're handed a towel instead of a script. Naturally, Lucilla appears beside you, draped in an absurdly elegant bathrobe that looks far too clean for a public therme. "You're late," she says. "The steam's already been cast." You blink. The steam. The role she clarifies, adjusting a sandal strap. It's you. You're playing the steam. You stare. The playwright bursts in dramatically, trailing rosemary and wet ink. "It's brilliant, isn't it? You're not a character. You're the atmosphere of suspicion, the condensation of secrets." Lucilla whispers, "You're gossip with a temperature." The concept is, as usual, halfway between genius and fever dream. The play, titled Whispers in the Tepidarium, centers around a series of conversations in a public bathhouse, each one supposedly innocent, each one revealing more than intended. There's no clear plot, no murder to solve, no villain to defeat, just steam and you. You don't speak, you don't sit, you don't even have a costume, but you're in every scene, swirling around dialogue like vapor curling above a kettle. You rehearse your entrances like a dancer. Each movement is deliberate, hovering just behind two nobles discussing property disputes, swirling in a slow arc when one leans closer to whisper. Your choreography isn't about precision, but timing. You have to appear exactly when someone's about to say something they'll regret. There's one particularly fun moment in Act 1 when Lucilla, playing a senator's wife, talks about her husband's loyalty while surreptitiously sliding a letter under a towel. You're supposed to cross behind her just then, prompting the audience to notice the gesture. Another actor, portraying a merchant, brags too loudly about tax evasion, and you drift by, nodding slightly. The audience laughs not because of what he said, but because you silently confirmed its absurdity. And here's the historical hook. Roman bathhouses weren't just for washing. They were social amphitheaters. You could broker a business deal, confess an affair, recite poetry, or commit mild political slander, all while being scrubbed with olive oil. The warm air loosened tongues and moral fibers alike. Even the Stoics, yes, the ones who believed in virtue and restraint, wrote about bathhouse talk with a mix of fascination and horror. Seneca once said that a man's real self is revealed when wrapped in steam and nothing else. You in this play are that steam, the revealer, the listener who listens too well. As the performance unfolds, you realize that the audience quickly starts reading you as more than just a background presence. When a character speaks too confidently, they look to you. When a line is delivered with too much practiced innocence, they wait for your reaction. You become the play's moral compass, not through judgment, but through attention. Even your stillness becomes loaded. There's a scene in which two actors discuss grain shipments and whose cousin forged a seal. You stand behind them completely motionless, and yet someone in the third row gasps, because stillness like heat distorts. You walk across the stage barefoot, your feet echoing just faintly on the stone tiles. It's not a sound effect. It's you. And that sound, soft, real grounds the entire performance. The audience starts noticing every shift, every change in your pace. When you move faster, they know tension is rising. When you pause, they brace. At intermission, a man outside whispers to his friend, "That steam actor, did you see how he slowed down when the servant lied?" Brilliant. You weren't sure the servant was lying, but apparently now you are. Act 2 builds with overlapping dialogues, each more ambiguous than the last. A young poet recites lines that could be about war or love or betrayal. A magistrate leans back into the warm mist and wonders aloud whether forgiveness counts if no one knows you were wrong in the first place. You cross between them both, trailing a scent of time and memory. One of the props, a basin filled with warmed water, begins to fog, not because of any special trick, but because the room is so full of breath and anticipation that it steams naturally. And you stand beside it, a silhouette unmoving until the final moment. That moment belongs to Lucilla. She's seated now, towel draped over her shoulders, gaze lowered. He doesn't even remember the first lie she murmurs, just the ones he told to cover it. Then she looks up, but you remember, don't you? She doesn't look at another actor. She looks at you. The audience turns. You do nothing, just breathe, just blink. And in that stillness, the air feels heavier. The lights dim, the play ends. No applause at first, just silence. Then it builds, not wildly, but steadily. A wave of recognition. They don't clap because the story concluded. They clap because they were part of it. You didn't perform at them. You soaked into them. You became their breath. Backstage, the playwright is weeping softly into his notes. It was condensation as commentary, he whispers, a triumph. Lucilla throws you a towel. Congratulations. You're officially the hottest vapor in Rome. You sit quietly in the corner dressing area, letting the real steam of the building wash over you. You think about all the words said during the play, half-truths and suggestions, and how none of them would have landed without a quiet presence circling the edges. Steam doesn't need lines. It just needs space. And you, for the first time in your short theatrical career, feel like the whole theater finally heard you by listening to everything you didn't say. The next day you find your name scratched into the cast list beside one word echo. No role title, no costume requirement, just that echo. You track down the playwright immediately. I'm playing an echo. He beams like you've just volunteered to reinvent time. Not just any echo, the echo of the bathhouse. You're everything that was said yesterday coming back at the worst possible moment. You open your mouth to protest, then close it again. At this point, objecting feels like part of the performance. Your costume, if you can call it that, consists of a whisper-colored robe and a sash that trails 2 meters behind you. You drift. That's your job. Drift through scenes, repeating lines not quite as they were spoken. Changing inflection. Modifying memory. You are in essence the embodiment of regret, of misquoted confessions and weaponized truths. The set remains the same smooth marble benches, a basin still slick with last night's reflections, and hanging linen curtains that move even when no one touches them. The only new prop is a pair of reflective bronze discs, mirrors mounted behind the audience. No one's told them why. Lucilla has already figured it out. You're not just echoing lines, she says as she adjusts your sash. You're echoing them. The audience, you're the noise they made in their heads. During rehearsal, you step into a scene where the merchant brags once again about how he tricked the tax collectors. You repeat his words a few moments later, word for word, but quieter with a hint of scorn. The audience shifts uncomfortably. Then the senator's wife tells her friend, "No one listens in the bathhouse." That's the point. You echo, that's the point. Slower, colder. Suddenly it doesn't sound like a lament, it sounds like a strategy. What makes this role deliciously odd is that you never say anything new. Everything you speak has already been said. You are pure repetition, but with timing, color, and a twist. You've become an actor without authorship, a memory that talks back. It's a layered joke, too. Romans had a complicated relationship with echoes. They considered them both natural and supernatural. Poets called them the voices of nymphs, the breath of hillsides. Philosophers feared them. A sound that outlasts its speaker is a challenge to logic. In Roman theater, an echo wasn't just an acoustic trick. It was a character. It could accuse, affirm, mock. It could betray you by simply repeating what you meant to keep hidden. That's exactly what you do tonight. At first, the audience tries to ignore you. Then they try to outguess you. They lean forward wondering which line you'll choose to throw back at them. But there's no pattern. Sometimes you echo a line immediately, sometimes minutes later. Sometimes a line delivered jokingly is returned with eerie gravity. One actor complains aloud. "Why does everyone believe you? Your echo believe you." The crowd tenses. By Act 2, your presence changes the pacing of everything. Characters pause after they speak, waiting to see if they'll be repeated. The playwright sitting in the wings looks like a child who just discovered shadows have opinions. Lucilla steals the scene again naturally. She delivers a monologue while slowly oiling her arms, speaking of silence, of intimacy, and shared air. "There's nothing more dangerous than a word once spoken," she says, and walks off stage. You appear 2 scenes later and whisper, "More dangerous than a word." She wasn't wrong. The climax of the play isn't a confession or a betrayal, it's a misquote. The merchant, trying to defend himself, paraphrases something the judge said earlier. You step forward and echo the judge's actual words. The theater falls into hush. Someone in the front row mutters, "That's not what he said." Exactly. The echo has become the arbiter of truth. Not the truth as people remember it, but the truth as it was. When the play ends, you don't take a bow. You simply stand behind the curtain unseen and whisper the final line again. The steam remembers everything. Then silence. Afterward, the applause is slower than usual, more thoughtful. A few people don't clap at all, they just stare as though trying to remember what they said earlier that day, whether they said anything they'd like repeated. Backstage, you're wiping sweat from your temple when Lucilla hands you a folded note. It's unsigned. "You were louder tonight than anyone who spoke." "Someone listening." You tuck it into your sleeve and exhale slowly. There is a strange satisfaction in this role, not in being heard, but in being remembered. Not in changing the story, but in reminding everyone what it was before they started editing it. You walk home late, robe dragging behind you, repeating lines softly into the night air. Not for performance now, but to feel them echo in your own chest, to feel their weight, their texture, the way truth sounds different when it circles back. As you pass the old market arches, you murmur, "The steam remembers everything." It does. And tomorrow, you're scheduled to play the audience's conscience. But that's a different kind of silence altogether. This morning, the theater sends someone to fetch you before sunrise. Not with a scroll, not even with a message. Just a raised eyebrow and a curt nod toward the forum. You follow in silence. Sandals slapping against cold marble, as the city slowly exhales into another dusty, ambitious Roman day. By the time you reach the theater, Lucilla is already halfway through her third vocal warm-up, and the playwright is gesturing at an empty amphora like it personally betrayed him. "You've been recast," he says, not looking at you, but at the sky. You sigh. "Of course I have. Who am I now?" He turns eyes wild with inspiration or sleeplessness. "You're the crowd." You blink. The whole crowd. Correct. Not a member of the crowd. The crowd. The collective voice of the Roman audience. The heartbeat of public taste. The invisible force that decides what lives and what dies on stage. You stare slowly, lowering your satchel to the floor. Lucilla grins over her shoulder. "Congratulations. You're finally playing someone loud." The playwright tosses you a wax tablet. Your script contains no dialogue, just cues. Gasp at exaggerated honesty. Laugh dryly if merchant speaks about taxes. Applaud after any pun involving olives. You look up. "I'm playing..." "Applause?" "Not applause," he corrects. "Judgment." The role bizarrely requires no costume. You're instructed to dress as you normally would if you were an average Roman citizen who enjoys satire and olives. No dramatic robes, no props. Just your body, your breath, and your finely tuned sense of timing. You sit in the middle row that evening in the heart of the theater, surrounded by real audience members who have no idea that you're part of the cast. A woman next to you is peeling dates. A man 2 seats down smells faintly of anchovy paste and self-importance. You inhale slowly and become the crowd. The performance begins. A satire, naturally. What else could support a character named Sextus the Stingy and a subplot involving counterfeit garum? From the first moment of your working, when Lucilla delivers a line dripping with double meaning, "He said he'd give me everything, and I believed him." I should have asked which everything. You laugh just loud enough to tip the scales. The people around you follow. Some chuckle, some snort. One woman repeats the line under her breath. Moments later, a pompous senator character stumbles through a monologue about civic duty while hiding a wine-stained scroll. You hum in disapproval. A few audience members glance at you, then back at him, their eyebrows furrow. By the time the merchant brags about cheating on his grain weights, it's not theft if no one notices you release a single sharp exhale, not quite a laugh, not quite a groan, but enough. 3 others mimic it instinctively. The mood shifts. And this is the power of the claque, the professional audience. In Rome, these groups were paid or trained to guide the emotions of the crowd. Some clapped. Some wept. Some stood in unison. They were theater weather-shaping atmosphere without ever stepping on stage. Emperor Nero famously employed over 5,000 claqueurs to accompany his performances. Some historians suspect he loved their rehearsed swoons more than the actual music. Tonight you're a one-person stormfront. You clap twice during a wordless exchange between the baker's daughter and the old widow. The exchange is nothing. A glance, a lifted basket. But you catch something, affection maybe, or shared knowledge, and you mark it. The crowd follows. Later, when Sextus the Stingy compares public taxes to paying for your neighbor's vomitorium, you burst into laughter before anyone else. It's just absurd enough to work. Others join in. It starts to feel like conducting. A breath in, and the house quiets. A murmur, and suspicion grows. A sigh, and suddenly the joke dies. Intermission arrives. You step into the courtyard for air where a young man with ink on his fingers leans over. "You seem to have excellent timing," he says, offering you a fig. "Were you trained in Alexandria?" You smile but say nothing. A crowd has no biography. Act 2 opens with a monologue about debt delivered while standing on a broken amphora. It drags. You shift audibly in your seat. The speaker falters, then finds new energy. He improvises. You nod once and the performance recovers. And yet you're not manipulative, not cruel, you're simply attentive, tuning the crowd like a lyre string. Lucilla re-enters in a new costume, looking very much like a stolen tapestry. She delivers a scathing observation about inheritance law that isn't in the script. You let it breathe, let the pause stretch, then just as it begins to feel dangerous, you clap. Only twice. The theater exhales. And here lies the strangeness. Though you are playing a crowd, you are also watching one. You see how easily they lean into laughter, how quickly they recoil from shame. You see how an echo from the first act lands differently now that someone's sandal squeaks at the right moment. The audience is alive, and you're somewhere between pulse and conscience. The final scene arrives. The widow and baker's daughter are now business partners, not lovers, or maybe both. They toast to Olive's honesty and the occasional tax loophole. You don't clap, not right away. You wait just 3 seconds longer than comfort allows and then clap gently. The applause rolls like a wave, genuine now, sustained, earned. Backstage, the cast congratulates each other, but they glance toward the audience space too, toward you. The playwright mouths, "Thank you," from behind a curtain. Someone hands you a folded scroll. You read it walking home. You reminded them what theater is for. And what it's for is them. L. You tuck it away past the wax cue list, past your coin pouch. And tomorrow, you've been asked to play pause. Not a character, not even a reaction. Just the breath between revelation and recognition. You'll be perfect for it. The next role, as promised, is pause. And at first you assume it's another metaphor, something airy, something conceptual. But no, this time it's literal. The playwright, beaming with a kind of joy that suggests he hasn't slept in 3 days, explains it to you like unveiling a mystery. You're going to walk on stage, he says, and then stand completely still. That's it. You are the moment before something changes. You nod slowly. Do I say anything? Absolutely not, he replies, appalled. Speaking would ruin it. The costume. A simple off-white tunic with a faint silver stripe. Not flashy, but unmistakably neutral. The sort of thing that could belong to any citizen. Or no one. It's timeless like the pause itself. You rehearse not with lines, but with silences. You walk across the stage, stop, turn your head ever so slightly, and wait. Then do it again, adjusting the length of stillness by a breath, by the tremble of a palm, by the rustle of a curtain that isn't supposed to move. The cast is skeptical. Lucilla raises an eyebrow. You're playing nothing. No, you correct with all the theatrical seriousness you can muster. I'm playing everything that happens before the next thing. She snorts, so nothing but slower. But on the night of the performance, something happens. You walk on stage during a moment when no one expects it. The merchant and the widow are arguing over property lines. Their voices rise, their hands fly, and then you enter. You do nothing, and the room holds its breath. You're not even center stage. You're slightly off to the side near the shadow of a column. But your stillness is magnetic. You don't speak. You don't flinch. And suddenly the scene has weight it didn't before. The argument falters. The widow's voice catches. The merchant looks your way as if unsure whether you're a new character or a divine warning. You leave the stage. Nothing has been said. But the audience's energy has shifted. They are now waiting differently, listening more closely, expecting something. That's your role. You reappear twice more. Once after a joke that nearly falls flat. You step into the doorway, still silent, and let the moment stretch until someone in the audience laughs out of discomfort. The cast picks up the cue builds on it, and the comedy lives again. Then, just before the final scene, you cross behind a monologue about betrayal, slowly, eyes downcast. The speech was meant to be angry. Instead, the actor shifts tone mid-sentence, turning rage into regret. Later, backstage, he'll admit, "I saw you move, and I thought, what if I've gone too far?" There it is. You're not just playing pause. You're playing the consequences of presence. You are the awareness that something has changed, even if no one knows what. It's a very Roman idea, really. The ancients had a word for the sacred stillness between omens in augurium. Not the omen itself, but the silent moment in which the gods decide whether to speak. It was understood to be heavy, tense, holy. That's what you are now. You are not action. You are the space that lets action land. And in the end, the audience remembers you not by name, not even as a character, but as a sensation. They remember the feeling of silence arriving like a tide held just long enough to tilt the meaning of what came next. After the show, no one congratulates you directly. There's no bouquet, no toast. But Lucilla passes you in the dressing room and says, "Nice stillness. Gave me goosebumps." Then she adds, "Don't let it go to your head." You walk home slowly that night, replaying the beats in your mind. Not the lines, but the spaces between them. The catch in a breath. The unspoken apology. The moment where the joke almost became an insult. All of them saved by something as small as standing still. Tomorrow the role is door. Yes, the actual theater door. The playwright insists it's a comment on access thresholds and liminality. You sigh, but secretly. You're curious what silence might look like when it creaks open. At this point, nothing surprises you anymore. Not the roles you're given, not the concepts you're forced to embody, and certainly not the stage directions that now routinely include things like breathe with gravitas or inhale like a guilty senator. So when the assistant director greets you this morning with a wide smile and a pair of wooden panels under one arm, you already know what's coming. "You're the door," she announces cheerfully, as if she's handing you a starring role in a heroic tragedy. You blink once. "Do I get lines?" "Doors don't talk," she says, patting you on the back. "Of course. But this isn't just any door. That would be too straightforward. You are the door, the portal, the passage, the moment of crossing from one emotional world into another. You are opportunity and denial, welcome and refusal. According to the playwright whose scarf now seems to change colors with his mood, you are the axis upon which the entire moral tension of the play rotates. You stare at the wooden structure you're meant to wear. Hinged shoulder plates, a small brass handle, a curved arch for your head to fit through. So you say slowly, "I'm a metaphor with hinges." He nods. Exactly. You represent liminality, the sacred boundary between intention and action. Lucilla walks by sipping pomegranate juice. Try not to squeak too philosophically. You're fitted with a tunic dyed the color of dry clay over which the frame is strapped. The sound designer, ever meticulous, adds a tiny pad beneath your heel that activates a perfectly timed creak whenever you shift your weight. He tests it repeatedly, adjusting for timbre resonance. "It should sound nostalgic," he murmurs like a memory about to return. During rehearsals, you discover the extent of your role. You are not static scenery. You are timed interruption. You open only when someone commits to action. You close when they hesitate. Every breath, every moment of indecision is punctuated by your presence. The other actors avoid you at first, unsure how to interact with a human door. But during a run-through, the actor playing the merchant improvises. He storms towards you mid-argument, stops as your frame shifts slightly inward and stutters. "What's wrong?" the widow character asks him. He glances toward you. "The door, it doesn't want me to go." It isn't scripted, but the audience test viewers brought in for reaction gasp collectively. And suddenly, it's canon. In the actual performance, you make your first appearance in near stillness. You stand at stage right, the domestic threshold of a Roman house. The scene is light, a young couple discussing dinner figs gossip. but tension builds. The husband wants to visit the baths. The wife suspects he'll see someone he shouldn't. He approaches you. You creak slightly involuntarily, and he freezes. He doesn't go. The line changes. The wife relaxes. The moment passes. No one claps. But you feel the shift ripple through the theater. You stay silent, still present. In Roman stage tradition, doors were more than props. They signified the divide between private life and public performance. Most comedies were staged with a fixed set, typically a Roman street lined with houses. But the doors of these houses mattered. They opened to confessions, slammed with rejection, or stayed closed when truth was avoided. The Janua Latin for door was not just architectural. It was psychological. Philosophers even debated whether the timing of entrances and exits reflected inner virtue or social roles. Some theater historians argue that Roman playwrights like Plautus used door movement as moral commentary, rewarding honesty with open thresholds, punishing deceit with locked exits. It's a strange kind of justice, one built entirely on wood and hinges. And tonight you're that justice. In the second act, a politician character sneaks across the stage in shadows. He reaches you while whispering lies to a servant. Your handle turns, though no one touches it. The servant screams. The lie unravels. The audience cheers. It's the most theatrical thing you've done without saying a word. Backstage, someone pins an olive branch to your frame. You're like a temple guardian, they whisper. Another actor mutters, "You know, that door knows things." Or, you don't correct them. Why would you? By now the cast treats you with a strange reverence. They speak near you in hushed tones. One actor tries practicing a speech while staring at your frame. "Helps me focus," he says. Like I'm being watched by fate. You are fate, apparently. And still you do your job, creak open, resist, yield. During the climax of the play, the young woman whose fiancé was caught lying earlier approaches you. She stops, doesn't touch the frame, just breathes for a full 8 seconds. You remain still. She turns around, gasps again from the audience. Not because of what she says nothing, but because the door didn't open. After curtain call, the playwright grabs both your shoulders, hinges creaking slightly, and declares, "You have redefined what architecture can be." Lucilla winks. Next week, you're playing a mosaic tile. You laugh, but deep down, you're not even surprised. Because this is Roman theater where walls talk, shadows monologue, and yes, doors carry the weight of the world. Tomorrow's rehearsal note says only you are echo. You close your eyes and wonder what kind of silence that will require. You show up the next morning, half expecting a sound engineer to follow you with a flute and a jar of wind. The playwright is already pacing, with the vigor of someone who hasn't slept since your last curtain call. Echo, he declares, pointing at you with dramatic flair, is not a person, not a voice. Echo is memory. Echo is consequence. Echo is the play whispering back to itself. You nod slowly. So, I repeat things. He shudders. Not repeat. You haunt. Of course. The costume is simple this time. A pale lavender robe almost translucent in the right light and no shoes. The idea is that you should float or appear to. A faint trail of powder is dusted on the stage where you walk so the air swirls gently behind you. You carry nothing. You say nothing. But you arrive always one beat after someone else has spoken, breathed, or broken. And that's the catch. You never interrupt. You follow. The first rehearsal is all about timing. The actor playing the widow delivers a mournful line. He never said goodbye, and just as the last syllable fades, you enter behind her, slowly barefoot, walking the exact path she just took. She doesn't see you, but the audience does, and they feel you. That's the word used by one of the test viewers, scribbled in the margins of the survey form. The echo actor didn't make a sound, but I felt them, like the stage had a heartbeat. You're instructed to learn the blocking of every other character, tracing their footsteps precisely, but always 5 seconds behind. Not 3, not 4, 5. If they cry, you arrive after the first tear hits the floor. If they lie, you enter as they exit, drifting past the same space where the lie was told. The crew members begin whispering backstage. The echo knows everything. Someone pins a small paper scroll to your mirror in the dressing room. It says, "You're the ghost of the truth." It's meant to be encouraging, probably. Historically, echoes mattered in Roman culture far beyond mythology. Yes, there was the nymph, Echo, cursed to only repeat others. But beyond the myth, Roman writers were obsessed with how sound lingered. Poets described echoes in tombs as proof the dead still listened. Philosophers wondered if echoes were the soul of words escaping the body after breath. One senator once insisted that courtroom architecture be redesigned because the walls remember too well. There's even debate among modern scholars about whether Roman theaters were intentionally built to create natural echo effects, especially in corners near exits, perhaps to emphasize regret or the weight of unsaid things. In your case, the echo is mobile, intentional. You don't just reflect sound, you reflect feeling. At one point in the second act, the merchant slams a coin pouch on the table. He's angry, red-faced. He storms off stage. 5 seconds later, you walk to the table. You don't touch the coins, but your fingers hover. The audience leans forward. Then, without a word, you sit in the empty chair he left behind. Silence. Stillness. The playwright cries from the wings, not metaphorically. Actual tears. The echo forgives him. He whispers, writing furiously on a scroll he probably won't reread. Later that night, during performance, a scene between the widow and the young girl ends abruptly. The lines are rushed, an entrance missed, but instead of collapsing, the moment holds, because you arrive slowly, calmly. You walk the same arc the girl ran. Your robe sweeps the floor, the powder swirls, and the moment, shaky, scattered, settles into clarity. Backstage, someone starts calling you the patch, as in you patch over everything. Lucilla doesn't say much, but when she passes you before Act 3, she whispers, "I don't know how you do it, but keep doing it." You nod. You don't know either, and yet it feels inevitable. Your final entrance that night is the longest. After the curtain call, after the bows, after the applause fades. You step onto the empty stage once more, barefoot, robe trailing, and walk the path of every character's exit. Slowly, reverently. You cross the center. You glance toward the audience, not looking at them, but through the space they occupied. You pause, and then you walk off. One audience member stands to clap. Another follows. It spreads gentle and steady, like a wave returning. Afterward, in the dressing room, someone has written Echo, the role that speaks without permission, on the wall in chalk. You smile, but you don't say anything. Tomorrow, you're told the role is bench. Not just any bench. A marble bench. Cold, indifferent, ancient, the playwright explains with delight. You nod. You've played stranger, and besides, it's Roman theater. Sometimes the stone has more to say than the speaker. The moment you see the box on stage, you know you're in trouble. It's squat, rectangular, painted a dull, unconvincing shade of white-gray. A coil of fabric that looks suspiciously like a marble-patterned bedsheet has been tossed over it. And sitting beside it, cross-legged and vibrating with excitement, is your director. "You're going to love this," he says, grinning. "You do not love this." He lifts the sheet like he's revealing a sacred relic. "This is you. You are the bench." You stare at the box, then at him, then back at the box. "I don't sit on the bench," you clarify slowly. "I am the bench." He claps. "Exactly." You take a long breath through your nose. "Okay. And how should I play that?" Stoically, with gravitas. The bench is eternal, indifferent. It has witnessed centuries of secrets, of power, of loss. It absorbs everything and reacts to nothing. The bench is history. You close your eyes for a beat. Is the bench allowed to blink? Only with purpose. You sit. The box wobbles slightly beneath you, its wooden structure groaning like it resents being personified. A stage hand appears with two cloth-covered panels and straps them across your legs. Another hands you a light foam block to sit on, comfort masquerading as cold stone. They adjust the sheet around your shoulders, wrapping you in faux marble until you resemble a human-shaped architectural feature. When the sound technician tosses you a tiny pouch of powdered chalk to dust on your arms for texture, you accept your fate. The scene is a public square, modest, understated, timeless. One Corinthian column, one fig tree, one fountain off to the side fashioned from coiled pipe and poetic lighting, and you, the bench. Your placement is precise. 4 steps from the column, 7 steps from the tree. Centered but unobtrusive. The playwright refers to it as geometric harmony. During the first run-through, you are barely acknowledged. The actor playing the senator passes by you mid-speech, gesturing at clouds and gods and political betrayal. A merchant rests his scrolls on your lap without breaking rhythm. A young woman sits, cries, and stands again, all while you remain motionless. And yet something begins to shift. The less you move, the more they notice you. Lucilla sits beside you in the second rehearsal. Her character, an ex-priestess cast out of a forgotten temple, has no lines in this scene. She just sits. Next to you. Her fingers hover above your wrist for a moment before she speaks. I used to sit beside my God, now I sit beside the stone. It isn't in the script. But the director doesn't stop her. You stay silent. Still. A bench, after all, doesn't flinch. But inside you realize something strange. This is the most powerful you've felt on stage. You're immobile, silent, barely visible. And yet every gesture around you bends toward your presence. During intermission, the crew treats you differently. Someone hands you grapes. Someone else places a soft pillow on the box beneath your thighs. A makeup artist whispers, "The bench is my favorite character." You smile, but you don't move. Not even the wind rustling the fig leaves can distract you from your newfound purpose. The second act opens with a trial scene. A man accused of theft is dragged in chains. He falls near you, gasping, clinging to your leg as if you were solid marble. The actor, improvising, hisses, "I confess it all," to the bench. Laughter ripples through the audience. Not mockery, something softer. Affection, maybe. You don't respond. You are justice carved into limestone. The director decides to amplify your presence. He gives you more stage time, not with lines, but with stillness. Every pivotal scene now ends near you. The widow collapses in grief at your base. The lovers reunite with you between them. The thief returned from exile places his coins on your armrest and walks away. In Roman times, benches like the subsellia were more than furniture. They were witnesses to public life. Placed in baths, forums, courtyards, and basilicas, they served as both resting places and silent observers. They heard confessions, insults, schemes. Some bore inscriptions marking where powerful people sat. Others were cracked deliberately during periods of political change, a literal break in tradition. One scholar argues that public seating was a metaphor for shared memory, a civic consciousness grounded in stone. Others believe certain marble benches in Rome were deliberately built near water features to symbolize reflection of body and mind. You think about that as you watch Lucilla perform her final monologue seated beside you once more. "My gods are silent," she says, but the bench remembers. A hush falls. It lingers. After the play, the applause is modest but focused, not boisterous, respectful. You rise slowly, not to bow, but to remind them that even stone can shift sometimes. You walk off stage with the stiffness of an ancient statue choosing motion after centuries of rest. Backstage, the director beams. You were magnificent, the embodiment of time. You nod. Your knees ache. Your spine feels fused to the plywood seat. But you've never felt more solid, more useful, more integral to the rhythm of a story. The sound designer, grinning, pulls you aside. I added a faint rumble when someone sits on you, he admits. Just under the threshold of hearing. Makes people feel like the bench has a heartbeat. You don't know whether to laugh or cry. Lucilla tosses you a damp towel and a grin. Next week you're a plinth. You raise an eyebrow. A column base, she clarifies, very important. You sigh. Because of course you are. Theater in Rome or anywhere else was never really about the main characters. It was about what holds them up. And this time that was you. The next day, your body still carries the memory of sitting immobile for hours, your knees whispering tiny complaints and your back tensed in a way no mortal spine should endure. But the moment you step backstage again, you see a familiar look in the director's eyes. It's the look of someone who has just seen divinity in a piece of stagecraft, or in a bench. He walks over without preamble. That was it, he says softly, reverently, as if discussing the moon landing. The bench became Rome. You blink, offering a non-committal grunt. You're not sure what else to say. Your thighs still feel like marble, and you're pretty sure you've forgotten how to walk like a normal person. But before you can say anything, he claps once and declares, "Today we deepen it. The bench isn't just stone, it's testimony. Let's explore stillness as resistance." Of course, today your performance is set in motion, or rather, in the absence of motion. You reprise your role as the bench for a new act, this one set in a Roman basilica, a space of legal discourse and quiet confrontation. The playwright's newest addition to the script calls for a procession of characters all orbiting you like celestial bodies around a silent, dignified planet. You are now the center, not just physically but emotionally. There's a moment in the new scene where a young woman paces the length of the stage, rehearsing a speech she's too afraid to deliver. At the height of her inner turmoil, she sits on you and finally speaks her truth, but not to anyone on stage. She speaks it to you, or rather, to what you represent. The bench becomes a confessional, an archive, a public monument to quiet pain. Midway through the rehearsal, the lighting technician makes a suggestion, a single shaft of warm light to fall directly over your shoulder, just enough to catch on the curve of your marble fabric and make it gleam softly like worn stone at sunset. "Benches don't glow," someone mutters. "This one does," the playwright whispers. It's all very dramatic, and you play along. You rehearse holding your body as still as an offering, practicing breath so shallow it feels like you've turned to limestone. Your eyes stay distant, not quite dead, but not quite alive either. You think about ancient benches in Roman forums where politicians sat side by side, their robes brushing stone, worn by centuries of previous elbows and quiet plotting. You imagine the ghosts of those benches, how they must have sighed every time a citizen passed judgment while shifting his weight slightly to the left. By the evening performance, you're ready. The curtain rises on the quiet square. A priest confesses to you, hands trembling. A merchant calculates his profits aloud beside you, then burns the ledger and presses the ashes into your shoulder. A child climbs up and whispers secrets into your ear as if marble has ears. You don't move. You are the bench. The audience watches you the way they'd watch a mountain before a storm, expecting nothing but held in awe anyway. And that's when it happens. The playwright, in a rare moment of spontaneity, signals from the wings to improvise the ending. So Lucilla, whose character was once a dignitary, but now walks the stage barefoot and ashamed, returns to you. She sits beside you one final time. Her line is supposed to be, "I have nowhere left to go." Instead she says, "But this stone stayed." The audience freezes. You stay still. She lays her hand gently on your shoulder. You don't move. But the theater breathes. And then For the briefest second, unwritten, unrehearsed, you allow your hand to twitch just once, just enough to brush hers. The playwright gasps. The audience does too. And then the lights fade. After the show, there is no formal applause, just silence. The rare kind that feels earned, the kind that means something was understood even if no one can explain it. Backstage, everyone is quiet. Even the director, usually brimming with metaphors, just gives you a look. Something between admiration and quiet terror, and murmurs. The bench has spoken. Someone tapes a new note to your dressing room door, bench roll of a lifetime. You leave it there. Over a late-night dinner of olives and stale bread, Lucilla raises a cup to you. To stillness, she says. You clink cups. Because in a theater filled with voices, sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nothing. And you're starting to think this marble might just be your element. You're halfway through your morning bread, dry, a little too crusty, but still edible with enough olive oil, when a stagehand bursts into the dressing room breathless. Change of plan, he wheezes. Director says you're not the bench anymore. You raise one eyebrow. That's usually good news, but you've learned not to celebrate too early. He adds, you're the chorus. You freeze mid-bite. The whole chorus, you ask. He nods, all of it. You stare down at your half-eaten breakfast. Suddenly the bread feels like a metaphor, crumbly, lonely, slightly absurd. The chorus, you remember, was a foundational voice in ancient theater. In Greek tragedies, the chorus was a dozen masked men moving and chanting in unison, offering commentary on the action, summarizing morals, asking questions the audience dared not. It was conscience consequence and cosmic sarcasm wrapped in rhythm. In Roman theater, it mostly faded away, too subtle for gladiator-era crowds more interested in action than reflection. But now, apparently, it's you, alone, a one-person chorus. When you arrive on stage, the director is already waiting, eyes alight like he's invented theater all over again. Here's the vision, he explains, waving his hands. The chorus isn't outside the story anymore, it's stitched into it. One actor, one cloak, no mask. We want the audience to feel like they're hearing a voice they didn't know they had. He tosses you a deep rust-colored robe. It smells faintly of rosemary and stale incense. The fabric is heavy, lined with velvet along the collar and hem, like the kind worn by senators who have retired into vague philosophical silence. The sleeves are long enough to hide your hands if needed. You slip into it and immediately feel older, wiser, slightly haunted. There's no mask. Too Greek, he explains. We want something more Roman, less ceremony, more shade. He hands you a scroll with only 3 lines on it. You glance at it. Line 1, he says the gods approve, but the gods are too quiet to object. Line 2, pride is louder than justice, until justice remembers how to shout. Line 3, you are not watching a tragedy, you are remembering one. You look up. These aren't cues, he says. They're permission slips. Say them when it feels right. Rehearsal begins. The actors perform a new scene, something political, something about betrayal over inheritance, lots of cloaks flapping dramatically, lots of finger-pointing. At first you hover at the edge of the stage like a shadow that's forgotten it belongs to someone. Then mid-argument, one actor raises his hands and declares, I am heir by right of blood, and you speak. From behind him, calm and cool, blood forgets things when power gets involved. Everyone freezes. The actor turns startled. The director claps. It continues. Another actor sobs, I cannot forgive him. You off to the side, head slightly bowed. Forgiveness is just memory dressed in soft colors. The audience, well, the handful of unpaid friends sitting in for rehearsal, leans in. You're not narrating. You're not interrupting. You're echoing. You're weaving meaning between the lines like thread through an ancient tunic. The costume designer adjusts your robe to shimmer subtly under certain lights. You're not supposed to glow, she says, pinning something near your collarbone. But if you accidentally catch the torchlight, we won't complain. You rehearse the entire afternoon, testing tone and timing. Sometimes you speak after a pause. Sometimes you preempt a moment, shifting the energy just before a climax. The other actors begin to incorporate you. They don't look directly at you, that would ruin the illusion, but their performances bend slightly in your direction, like plants leaning toward a breeze they can't quite place. Someone suggests you hum between scenes, a low, wordless note, just enough to remind the audience that you're still listening. You try it. It's strangely effective. That night you debut in front of a real audience. No fanfare, no explanation, just dim lights, sandals scuffing wood, and your voice sliding in like dusk after a too bright day. The lovers argue. You say even sweet fruit can rot in the wrong hands. The general boasts. You say victory wears armor, but it never shields the heart. The servant lies. You say a lie well whispered is still a shout in the wrong room. Silence follows each line. Not stunned silence, not confused silence, listening silence. And when the lights fade and the actors take their bows, someone in the audience whispers, "Who was that voice?" Backstage, you're still wrapped in your robe, perched on a crate like some oracle from a kitchen pantry. The playwright approaches, eyes gleaming. That, he says, was exactly what I imagined. You're not just the chorus, you're the breath between their thoughts. A stagehand throws you a towel and a smile. Creepy, in a good way. The next day they expand your role. You now open the show with a single line spoken before the lights rise. This is not history. This is what history leaves behind when no one dusts the stage. The audience chills immediately. It's like being welcomed by a memory. Later, someone in the front row asks if you were meant to represent Rome itself. You shrug. Maybe you're not Rome. Maybe you're just the part of Rome that watched everything burn and stayed quiet until now. From that night onward, you're not just part of the play, you haunt it. You don't move often. You don't even stand in the center. But when you speak, the air stills. Actors pause mid-step. The audience leans forward, and the whole theater seems to breathe in unison with your voice. You're becoming something larger than a character, something between echo and omen. The director starts treating your lines like sound cues, placing them deliberately in the emotional architecture of each scene. But he never writes them down. Instead, before each performance, he pulls you aside and says something cryptic, like, "Tonight think like a cracked mosaic. Let your lines show the damage, not the design." Then he nods and walks away, sipping date syrup from a tiny amphora like it's wine. You've stopped asking questions. The robe now carries extra embroidery, a faint pattern of laurel leaves stitched in gold thread around the hem. No one admits who added it. But one morning you catch the costume apprentice kneeling in a corner, needle in hand, humming one of your lines like a lullaby. History has a long memory, but short patience. In one performance, a particularly arrogant senator character mocks a beggar on stage. The script says nothing about response, but you feel it like a thread pulling tight in your chest. So you murmur, "Mock the hungry, and the gods may forget your name next feast day." The actor doesn't flinch. The audience does. The line lands like thunder in soft soil. Applause doesn't come until 2 full heartbeats later. Afterwards, the senator actor turns to you backstage and says, "I didn't know if I was being corrected or protected." You answer with a faint smile, maybe both. There's a strange sort of reverence growing around you now. The other actors start referring to you as the thread, as in, "Where's the thread tonight?" or "I think this scene needs the thread near the brazier." You don't mind. It's better than bench. Your voice becomes more experimental sometimes, barely above a whisper. Sometimes stretched long and strange like something heard across marble halls. You start using silence as punctuation. You learn that if you don't speak when expected, it makes the room shiver harder than any monologue could. A professor of Latin drama comes to one of the shows and writes a scroll-length review calling your performance a postmodern resurrection of chorus function. You skim the scroll backstage while chewing on olives. There's a part that reads, "This single voice becomes a collective memory, operating like the psyche of the Republic itself, fractured, prescient, and eerily calm." You circle eerie. Not bad for someone who used to play a tree. One night, a storm hits mid-performance. Rain pelts the roof. Thunder growls behind the actor's lines. During the climax, when the noble woman must choose between love and honor, you step forward into a shaft of accidental moonlight cloak, dripping from an overhead leak, and say, "Even gods can't hold wet promises." The place goes silent. Even the thunder pauses as if listening. After the show, the audience doesn't clap right away. They just look at you. A few nod slowly, like you've just named something they didn't realize they'd lost. In the days that follow, the director asks you to help the younger actors with breath work. They need to learn how to listen to silence, he says, handing you a list of lines with no punctuation. Make them hear the space between. You gather them in the rehearsal courtyard and speak without raising your voice. The pause after your line, you tell them, is the invitation for the world to answer. They try it. It's awkward at first. Someone snorts, someone else coughs. But then a girl recites a line. He never returned from war and leaves 2 full heartbeats of silence before stepping off stage. The silence hits harder than the line. You nod. That's the ghost of the sentence you say. Let the ghost speak. By now, the chorus robe has taken on a sort of legend. People touch its hem for luck before going on stage. A stagehand swears he saw it flutter once, even though there was no wind. The director just grins. Maybe the robe remembers better than we do. One day you find a scrap of parchment tucked into your dressing room mirror. It says, "You don't speak often, but when you do, it feels like the theater itself is sighing." No name, no handwriting you recognize, but it stays on your mirror. Sometimes you read it before each show, because the chorus is not applause. It is not the lead. It's the spine, the undercurrent, the breath you didn't know you were holding. And now somehow it's you. By now you don't just play the chorus. You are the chorus. No one questions it anymore. Not the playwright, not the director, not the audience, and certainly not the marble bench near the prop room where you sometimes sit in full costume robe draped like a philosopher at rest, sipping watered wine and listening to the wind whisper against the amphitheater walls. Your presence has grown so central that even the opening torchlighting is timed around your first line. You step into the shadow between 2 columns, face still hidden, the theater hushed, and you say, "This is not a play. It's a memory still looking for its ending." It doesn't matter that it's different every night. The audience doesn't expect repetition. They expect revelation. People now come not just for the plot or the actors or even the comic relief, though the guy who plays the gossipy slave is a local favorite. They come to hear you, to feel the story breathe. You don't deliver lines, you deliver atmosphere. You've become the fog that rises when history exhales. One of the musicians calls your voice the third harp string. You like that. Backstage, the young actors hover around you, asking questions like, "How do you make silence feel loud?" Or do you practice your pauses? You answer honestly, "No. I just let the words land where they feel heavy." The playwright, ever eccentric, starts designing new plays around your presence. What if the chorus knows the ending? He muses one day, pacing in circles. What if the chorus is a ghost? You don't mind. Ghosts are just memories with good timing. One night you deliver a line that wasn't rehearsed an accident, really. A noble character is declaring his legacy to an empty stage. You, from the shadows, whisper. Even marble forgets the face it once held. The actor stumbles. The audience goes silent. Then applause, soft but real. The director pulls you aside after the show. He looks shaken. That line, he says, wasn't in the script. You nod, but it was in the story. That becomes your unofficial motto. In truth, the role of the chorus in Roman theater had long diminished by the time you stepped into it. Unlike the Greeks, who treated the chorus as divine witness, the Romans leaned toward realism action noise. Most playwrights either minimized the chorus or cut it altogether. It was seen as old-fashioned, too poetic, not practical enough for the rowdy audiences of the late Republic or the Empire. But your version, solitary, understated, laced with irony, has changed perceptions. You've revived something most thought obsolete, not by replicating it, but by reinterpreting it. You're not 12 masked men chanting. You're one clear voice echoing through confusion. It's not just the theater that notices. A local philosopher starts attending rehearsals, sitting in the back with a notebook and a flask of suspiciously strong-smelling herbal water. He claims your performance is the embodiment of stoic interiority. Another scholar argues that you've invented a new form, meta-tragic counterpoint. You're flattered, but mostly you're trying not to trip on your robe hem. The costume mistress adds a hood to your cloak. Optional, she says, but useful for ominous effect. You test it during the next stormy performance. The hood casts your face in shadow. Every word feels heavier. A merchant in the front row faints. To be fair, he might have just skipped dinner. Then there's the torchlight moment. It's an accident. At first, someone misses their cue and the stage goes dark. You step forward instinctively and say quietly but firmly, "Darkness isn't absence. It's the waiting part of truth." The audience doesn't move. For 10 seconds, they just sit there, breathing, listening. The next night, the director builds it in on purpose. You begin to receive scrolls, anonymous, poetic, and awkwardly folded. One says, "Your voice made me rethink my father's silence." Another, "When you spoke, I remembered a dream I thought I'd lost." The most touching one is just 5 words. "Thank you for the quiet." You don't reply, but you save them. Tucked into your costume sleeve, folded next to the faint scent of bay leaves and candle wax. Even your fellow actors begin adapting their performances to you. The hot-headed lead now modulates his pacing, so your interjections slide between his declarations like bookends. The comic relief times his punchlines with your raised eyebrow. And the young ingenue, bless her heart, starts leaving you space after her emotional scenes as if asking, "Do you have anything to say about this?" Often you don't. And that's the power. Sometimes silence is your sharpest line. One afternoon, the stage carpenter, a no-nonsense man who usually talks only in hammer strikes, says, "You're like the theater's conscience, or maybe its heartbeat." You nod. That evening, you write a new line. Not for performance, just for you. "I do not speak because I know. I speak because someone must remember." It never makes it into a show, but you keep it. One festival night, an unexpected guest arrives, an imperial official, seated under a canopy surrounded by guards and grapes. Everyone's nervous. The play has subtle political overtones, and your chorus lines often flirt with satire. But you do not edit yourself. During a scene where a corrupt judge sentences an innocent man, you step forward and say, "Laws echo louder when the walls are thin." The official doesn't flinch, but he claps before anyone else. After the performance, he approaches and says, "Only nicely done, Shadow." You bow, but inside you're laughing. By the end of that season, a local artist sculpts a maskless bust of your character, not named, not labeled. Just a tilted head, a soft mouth half open as if mid-thought. It sits in the theater courtyard. Children call it the listener. And maybe that's all you are now. Not the hero, not the villain, not even the plot. Just the breath between 2 decisions. The echo of a story still deciding how to end. The final weeks of summer bring a shift not just in the heat which now clings like honey to your robe, but in the audience itself. They come earlier, stay longer. Some even linger after the final bow, waiting in silence, as if hoping for one more line, one more whisper from the figure who drifts like smoke between monologue and myth. And you no longer just a player. Start to feel the theater as something living beneath your feet, like the stage remembers who walks it and holds a breath every time you step forward. One evening, a child's voice rises from the front row. Will the shadows speak tonight? The crowd chuckles gently, but you don't answer. Instead, you glide to the edge of the stage, draw your hood low, and say in the softest voice you can muster, only if the light listens. No one laughs. They just sit with it. A stillness shared. That child doesn't speak again, but he watches with his whole soul as if trying to hear what silence might reveal. There's a subtle transformation happening now, and not just in you. The other actors have grown sharper, more attuned, as if your pacing has tuned the entire cast like a harp. They anticipate your movement before it happens, leave space around your voice, treat your presence like punctuation. Even the stagehands have grown reverent, setting props with gentler hands, oiling the pulleys with care, muttering things like, "Don't jostle the echo's corner." The echo, that's what they call you now backstage. Not the chorus, not the thread, not even the listener, just the echo. You overhear one apprentice say, "The echo isn't a role, it's a rhythm." And the other replies, "Yeah, but have you noticed? Sometimes it answers back." One night, a new actor misses a cue. The scene unravels slightly, the moment frays, and the tension goes slack. You step forward and murmur, "Even the river forgets its path when stones shift suddenly." The scene snaps back into place. The audience gasps softly, a collective intake of breath. The actors recover, finish the moment with unexpected grace. Later, the director stops you in the wings and says simply, "That wasn't in the script, but I hope it stays in the memory." You nod. A small theater troupe from a nearby town sends word that they wish to borrow you for their festival season. Just you, not the play, not the cast, just the echo. The director laughs. They want to ship you like a musical instrument. You're flattered. But you stay. This stage, this scent of cedar and sweat and torch oil, this is your rhythm now. And it responds best to your voice. One academic debate springs up in full force whether your character is a reincarnation of the Greek messenger god Hermes in mortal form, or a late-stage Roman metachoregos. You attend the panel in disguise, hood low, sandals dusty. During the Q&A, you raise your hand and ask, what if the chorus is simply what's left behind when the truth goes to sleep? Silence. Then thunderous laughter. You bow quietly and slip away before they can catch your name. Mid-autumn brings wind. It hisses through the rafters. The brazier flames dance harder. You time your words to the gusts, now speaking just before the wind rises or just after it dies. One performance ends with your closing line. All stories end, but some return as weather. A week later, a letter arrives, sealed with blue wax bearing no name. Inside is a single phrase, "I felt the wind carry your words all the way home." You fold that one into your robe pocket, then forget about it. Until winter, because yes, now winter creeps in. The theater stays open, but the crowds huddle beneath cloaks, breath-steaming fingers wrapped around mulled wine. You wear extra layers under your robe now. The golden trim catches snow sometimes. You don't mind. You imagine the flakes are just forgotten monologues falling back to earth. Your voice lowers, slower, richer. You don't push. Let the cold do the sharpening. There's a moment in a tragedy midway through Act 2 when a character asks, "Who bears witness when the gods stop watching?" You answer, "From the shadows we do, the ones who do not speak unless the silence begs." The audience shifts. They always do after that line. Some sit straighter, some turn to look for you, forgetting you are part of the scene, not apart from it. On closing night of the season, the director offers you the final line, not the lead. You. He tells the cast, "Tonight let the last word belong to the echo." You don't rehearse it. You don't tell anyone what you'll say. The stage is bare. The play ends. The last scene fades, and then, from the back of the theater, in a voice just above the whisper of falling snow, you say, "You, thank you for listening to the parts no one else remembered." The torches flicker. No one claps. Not at first. Then one slow applause. Then another. Until the whole house rises. No curtain falls. Just you standing in the dark robe, wrapped tight, voice quiet again. Because now the story sleeps. And you, the chorus, the echo, the breath between lines, have learned how to leave the silence full. You don't notice it at first. Not until you sit down at the long wooden bench backstage, script in hand, and realize your name is missing. No roll, no cue, no chorus. Just a neat little title at the top of the parchment, The Stone That Forgets. And beneath it a cast list without you. You stare at it, heart oddly calm. The playwright walks by, catching your look. "Oh, don't worry," he says. "You're not in this one." Your fingers curl slightly around the parchment. He keeps talking. "I wanted to see what happened when the audience heard a story with no echo, no chorus, no you." You nod slowly. You're cutting the heartbeat. He winks. "Maybe they don't need one tonight." So you step back quietly. You watch from the wings as the torches are lit, as the actors pace and inhale and shake their arms and practice their cues. No one looks toward your usual spot. No one sets out your robe. The theater is colder without it. The play begins. You fold your hands behind your back, and you wait. It's a drama about a marble cutter's apprentice who carves a statue that speaks too much truth and gets banished from the city. Poetic, grand, ambitious, and empty. The first act rolls by with efficiency. The lines are delivered cleanly. The blocking is crisp. The costumes shimmer under firelight. And yet it feels like something essential has been hollowed out. The pauses fall like dropped bricks. The audience leans forward, waiting for something that never arrives. Then halfway through Act 2, a line gets caught in the air. The apprentice shouts, "And who will remember me when my hands no longer shape the stone?" Silence. A beat too long. You step out of the shadows, not planned, not cued, and say softly. Even the dust keeps the echo of a chisel. The audience gasps. The actor, wide-eyed, recovers his breath and moves forward. Backstage chaos erupts. But not from you. The playwright stares, hands open. The director doesn't yell. He only whispers, "Let it live." After that night, everything changes. The playwright writes new scripts, but he never gives you lines again. Instead, he leaves space. Blank parchment marked only with symbols like breath marks in music. Your role becomes suggestion, a living margin. You appear when the air needs weight, and vanish when it needs to float. You begin experimenting with presence itself. Some nights you stay almost entirely in shadow, letting only your voice reach the stage. Other nights you walk among the actors, never speaking, only observing, hood, low gaze, soft. When your presence aligns with a moment, it crackles like lightning before rain. The younger actors begin adjusting their delivery to you. They sense when you're near. One calls it the gravity, another the phantom beat. They rehearse harder, push deeper, hoping their scenes will earn your arrival. And when you speak just one line whispered between movements, it lands with the weight of an entire act. Grief, you murmur once, is just memory breathing too loud. Later, someone in the front row says she hasn't cried like that since childhood. The chorus was never meant to steal the show. In ancient Rome, by the later periods, choruses had grown increasingly obsolete. Audiences preferred fast-talking comedians, messy farce scandal. But here in your hands, the chorus becomes the thread again, not loud, not center stage, but essential. A rhythm beneath the action, a shadow that shapes the sun. The word spreads. Philosophers attend, priests. Even a mute poet who sculpts verses with his hands says your silence taught him how to pace again. They start calling it the negative line, a moment in a play when the chorus doesn't speak and yet the whole scene bends toward it. One scholar writes an entire scroll arguing that your role represents collective conscience, not a person, but a pressure, a soft obligation to truth. You don't argue, you never do, you simply show up when needed. One night a child in the audience stares at you for an entire act. She says nothing. Her parents try to hush her, but she doesn't blink. After the show, she walks up and asks, "Are you the voice inside the quiet?" You kneel, smile only when the quiet asks. That becomes a phrase etched on a wall behind the prop room. One afternoon, a rival troupe visits. They've heard of your performance style, your redefinition of the chorus, and want to learn. You say nothing. You just perform that night as you always do. They stay seated 20 minutes after the curtain falls. The next morning, they leave a token at your spot backstage. A reed flute cracked and useless for sound, but engraved with the words, "Some music doesn't need breath." By now, your entrances are sacred. They happen without fanfare, without lights. Just the slow hush that falls when your robe appears from the wings. Some members of the audience close their eyes when you arrive. Others lean forward, hearts racing. It doesn't matter whether you speak. Your presence feels like a line. Even during comedies, especially during comedies, you arrive like punctuation. A small tilt of your head during a joke that shouldn't land makes it echo for minutes. A slow blink in the face of absurdity becomes a standing ovation. The playwright grows quieter over time, less sure of his own brilliance. One day he hands you a scroll with only 2 words written on it. Your turn. You don't perform that night. You guide it. The actors no longer act at the audience, but with them. Emotions ripple outward like ink in water. Your cues are invisible, just a shift in posture, a pause in the breeze. When the final bow comes, there's no bow. No one moves. No one claps. You step forward and say, "Some endings don't need closing, just remembering." Then you leave. No one forgets that night. Winter settles its weight over the city, pressing down on rooftops and amphitheaters with the kind of chill that turns every stone step into a test of faith. The theater grows quieter, not empty, never that, but changed. The laughter is softer now, the applause more like prayer. And you, the echo, the thread, the voice that speaks. When silence bends, feel something different beneath your feet each night, not just cold, reverence. It begins subtly. A candle left lit in your corner of the backstage room even when no one else remains. A cup of warm, spiced wine placed beside your folded robe always at the same hour. A child's drawing stick figure, hooded labeled "Whisper" in charcoal, pinned quietly to the prop rack. These things happen without announcement. They accumulate like offerings. You've become part of the ritual. Then one night a letter arrives. Not a scroll, not a script, just thick parchment sealed with red wax bearing the imprint of a mask split in 2, comedy and tragedy. Inside a single invitation, perform with us, not as Echo, but as yourself. There's no name, just the mark of a traveling troupe known for strange experiments. Maskless theater performance without stages, plays spoken in reverse or underwater. You've heard of them, of course. Their fame ripples out like myth. No one joins them without giving up something. You hesitate for days. Then you visit them, not to commit, just to listen. They perform in a clearing in the woods, surrounded by nothing but trees and steam rising from cups of soup the audience holds in gloved hands. The stage is a single stone slab. The actors wear no costumes. They use no light. And yet, they shimmer. You watch in silence. They tell a story of a fisherman who forgets his own name after hearing the sea whisper a deeper one. At the climax, the actors all go still, and a space opens. One meant for you, but you remain where you are in shadow, unmoving. They don't fill it. They let it breathe like a held note, and somehow it still works. Afterwards, the troop leader, a woman in a cloak of moth-eaten velvet, finds you beside a frozen stream. She doesn't ask why you didn't step in. She only says, "The echo can rest too, you know." You nod, and then you leave. Back in your theater, the troupe welcomes you like the fire welcomes the wind, knowing it will flicker, but not fearing it. You continue your silent craft, but you're changed. You begin writing. Not plays, not lines, not poetry. Just small thoughts, observations like, "The quietest part of the night is the place between the torch's breath and its flicker." Or, "You can teach an audience to feel the shape of what isn't said if you stop fearing the pause." The director finds your scraps of parchment one morning and compiles them into a booklet titled Echo's Breath Notes from the Margin. It sells out within days. You never see a coin. You don't want one. Instead, your payment comes in glances. Actors mouthing your phrasing during rehearsals, audience members quoting your whispers beneath their breath, rival troops stealing your silence and calling it new. You let them, because it was never about ownership. It was always about resonance. One evening, the torch-bearer, a boy no older than 12, asks if you were ever afraid. You tell him yes, that fear is the root of stillness, but not its enemy. You whisper, "Stillness is just movement that remembers where it came from." He nods, and later you hear him whisper that same phrase to a girl weeping by the wardrobe rack. She smiles, stands taller. The next show, she improvises a new line. It lands beautifully. You say nothing, but your eyes shine. At year's end, the director offers you the closing line of the season. Just 5 words. No fanfare. You wait until the final curtain falls, until the audience has risen, until the room is halfway empty. And then from behind the closing curtain you say, "Not every echo fades away." The crowd freezes. A few return to their seats. Others whisper, some cry. The curtain doesn't reopen. It doesn't need to. Because sometimes the echo isn't meant to explain itself. Sometimes it's just meant to remain, like the warmth of a fire long after it's out, or the beat of a line you didn't expect to carry home in your chest. That night the theater locks its doors later than usual. And when the last torch is extinguished, no one knows who scratches into the wooden stage floor with a nail. The echo lives here, and it does, even when you're gone, even when the lines change, even when the world forgets who first whispered. It lives in the pause, in the breath, in the knowing silence. The theater begins whispering about you before the lights are even lit. Not just the audience now, but the apprentices, the prop handlers, the torch bearers. They've started referring to you not as a performer or even the chorus, but as the pause that teaches. You don't remember when the nickname started. Maybe after the 5th or 6th play, where you said less than 10 words but altered the shape of the story. You've never sought attention. You've never bowed longer than the others. But over time, something peculiar has happened. Your silences carry more meaning than other people's monologues, and now they want to learn. At first you think it's a joke when the theater director calls you into his office, if you can call the cluttered storage alcove an office at all. He motions for you to sit on a pile of folded tunics and tells you very seriously that the theater is establishing a program, the chorus in waiting. You, he says, are no longer just a performer. You're a principle, a function, a method. He waves his hands in the air like he's trying to explain how shadows work. We need others to carry what you carry. You raise an eyebrow. He smiles sheepishly. You don't have to teach them how to speak, he says. You just have to teach them when not to. You laugh, but it's true. And so the first pupils arrive. They are young one, barely 13, still smelling of parchment ink and fig paste, but curious, nervous. They call you master at first. You correct them. Just listen, you say, and call me what the silence does. They think it's a riddle. It isn't. Their training is not like the actors. No posture drills, no voice projection, no scenes to memorize. You give them moments instead. Exercises like standing still in a crowded market without reacting, listening to a heated argument and identifying the second where tension peaked, breathing in sync with the night breeze for an hour straight. One boy, a little too eager, asks when he'll get to speak on stage. You tilt your head and ask him, "Have you heard the difference between a pause of discomfort and a pause of revelation?" He frowns. Then you're not ready to break either. Some drop out. It's not glorious enough. Others stay. And those who stay begin to feel something shift, not in their talent, but in their timing. You watch one girl, barely 15, learn how to command an entire audience simply by blinking slowly after a joke falls flat. The audience, unsure, follows her cue and begins to laugh a beat late together. The rhythm she created becomes the heartbeat of the whole play. Afterwards, she whispers, "I didn't know I was doing anything." You smile. That's how you know it's real. But not everything comes easy. As your pupils grow more attuned to silence, some of them struggle with normal conversation. They speak in ellipses, in drifting half-thoughts, in metaphors no one understands. The world outside the theater demands quickness, clarity, noise, and they've trained themselves to be still. One writes to you from the countryside, "I paused too long at my cousin's wedding, and now they think I was cursing the marriage." You write back, "You were blessing it. They just didn't hear correctly." Still the work continues, and one night a performance is held that only involves your chorus in training, no lead actors, no playwright, just a series of vignettes stitched together with silence. The theme is loss. They play no music. They speak only when they must. One moment involves a woman sitting beside an empty chair for 3 minutes. Nothing happens. But by the end, half the audience is weeping. When you step onto the stage to congratulate them, they don't cheer. They bow in perfect unison, then step back into the shadows as if returning home. You know then that the legacy is safe. But legacy is a strange word for something that doesn't seek attention. It sits oddly in your mouth like figs that haven't ripened yet. You walk home that night through quiet alleys, past marble benches, slick with dew. Rome is humming as always, vendors closing stalls, lovers murmuring in doorways, cats skittering between columns. But inside you something's different. The question returns, not from the audience, not from the critics, from within. What happens when the pause becomes more powerful than the line? You've always treated the chorus as the invisible architecture of a play, supporting, holding, never overshadowing. But now you wonder, has the structure become the story? And if so, is that still theater? Or has it drifted into something else, something older? The philosophers used to argue that theater was born from ritual, not entertainment but reminder. That the first actors weren't performers at all, they were participants in something sacred. The mask didn't disguise, it revealed. You wonder if you're circling back. The next morning you sit by the theater's fire pit, sipping weak wine and rereading a script from your earliest days. It's full of noise, sarcasm, rushing pace. The margins are cluttered with notes to speak faster here, and don't let them look away. You feel a little sad for that version of yourself. You'd wanted so badly to hold the audience. Now you let them go. Now you give them the space to come back. When a new apprentice sits beside you and asks, "What if they don't return you?" Answer, without looking up, "Then the silence wasn't meant for them." He nods slowly, then adds, "But what if it was?" You close the scroll and say, "Then we wait longer." It's the first lesson after all. It's dusk again. The air smells of clay dust and pomegranate husks. You stand behind the curtain, your robes heavier tonight, not with fabric, but with something stranger. Something you haven't named yet. Maybe it's recognition. Maybe it's time. Or maybe it's the realization that your own story, the one without a script, has become theater too. The play tonight is a new one. The playwright is young, confident, and terrified. You can see it in the way he paces near the statue of Dionysus backstage, muttering his own lines under his breath. He catches your eye once, as if searching for permission to exhale. You nod. That's all he needs. As the opening lines echo across the stone stage, you remain just beyond the torchlight listening. The performance is fine, sharp even. The actors deliver each word with conviction. But about halfway through, something happens. A storm rolls in not from the sky, but from within the crowd. A heckler. You haven't heard one in a while. He's a big man with a booming voice and a wine-drunk confidence. At first, it's small interruptions, misquoting lines, laughing too loudly, snapping his fingers, as if the cast were dancers at his banquet. But then it escalates. You call that tragedy. My mother's washing has more drama. The lead actor stumbles. A ripple of unease spreads across the front row. This is your moment. You step forward. Not dramatically, not with flair. Just a quiet movement like a breeze entering a room. The heckler notices. Ah, the whisperer joins us, he bellows. Going to pause me to death. You walk slowly to the front of the stage. You don't speak. You meet his gaze. Then deliberately you sit on the edge of the stage right above him, legs crossed, eyes soft. Silence. The whole theater follows your lead. It's not a challenge. It's a listening. The heckler fidgets, clears his throat, shifts in his seat. He tries to chuckle, but no one joins him. You say finally in a voice soft enough to be mistaken for wind, you paid for a story. Let it speak. And then just before you rise, you add still calm but steel beneath it, or come tell your own, right here. You gesture to the stage. He goes quiet. Doesn't move. The actors resume. But the audience from that moment onward doesn't just watch. They lean in. After the show, the playwright approaches you with a stunned look. You didn't even need a line from the script, he whispers. You smile. Not every answer is pre-written. He nods, then hesitates. They're saying you've turned silence into law. You wave that off. It's not law, it's rhythm. Still you feel it too? You've become something of an oracle now. Not in a divine sense, but in that strange public way where people begin to see meaning in everything you don't say. It's dangerous. Power clings to the quiet like mist. You take long walks now, often before dawn, through the marble ruins and alleyways searching for noise. Children playing with pebbles. Butchers swearing over carts. Women singing scraps of old temple hymns. You collect their sounds not to erase them, but to remind yourself that volume is not sin. That silence is not better, only different. One morning you return to the theater to find someone's placed an offering beneath the stage, a single mask split down the center, one half weeping, one half blank. It's not from the prop room. It's carved from olive wood, polished warm to the touch. No note. You leave it there. That night, you incorporate it into the final act. You don't explain. You just hold it in your hands during the last scene and then place it on the ground center stage before walking off. No words. Later, a boy approaches you with wide eyes. Why did you do that? He asks. You kneel. What did you think it meant? He answers, that sometimes sadness is quiet. You press a fig into his hand. Then that's what it meant. The weeks pass. The chorus in waiting grows bolder. They begin creating their own interludes. Mini-scenes built entirely on breath and glance and absence. Some critics scoff. Where are the words they demand? Where is the plot? But others return night after night. Because something about these performances echoes long after the torches dim. Not like a memory, but like a seed. One day a scholar from Athens visits. She stays for a week, watches every show twice. Then she leaves a parchment scroll in your satchel. You unroll it later that evening. It reads, in your theater, the silence is not emptiness, it is density. You fold it, tuck it into the lining of your sleeve. You never speak of it. But sometimes during a performance you feel it pulse against your wrist like a second heartbeat, as if reminding you that even now you are still becoming, still evolving, still waiting for the final pause to arrive, and when it does, to listen without fear, and answer only if necessary. You're beginning to suspect the marble benches are wiser than most senators. They've seen more, for one thing. Each night the crowd sits upon them chatting, shifting, bracing themselves for laughter or tragedy, and every time the benches say nothing. They support, they absorb, they endure, and you more than ever feel kin to them. Tonight you arrive earlier than usual. The sun is still low, casting a golden wash across the stage floor. The torches haven't been lit, The audience hasn't arrived. It's just you, the dust, the benches, and a script clutched in your hand that you're not even sure you need. It's a revival of an old play, one from your early days. You played a minor figure, then a background character with 6 lines and a nervous stutter. You remember fumbling one line, mispronouncing a general's name so badly it turned into a kind of vegetable. The audience laughed for 3 full breaths. You hadn't meant for it to be funny, but the playwright loved it, rewrote the scene, made it a joke. Now, decades later, you've been asked to return not to play that character again, but to guide the entire cast through the rhythm of the piece, not as a director exactly, more like a presence, a tone. The script notes your role simply as weight. It feels right. During rehearsal, you don't speak often. When actors forget their cues, you don't shout or correct. You just step forward, plant your feet, and look. They feel it, realign, adjust. The theater whispers that you've become something between metronome and myth. At one point, a young actor asks, "What's my motivation in this scene?" You reply, "What's your silence between lines?" She blinks. It's afraid. Then your motivation is fear, and your task is to name it without saying it. She tries again. Better. At night, after the rehearsals end, you sit on the marble bench closest to the edge of the stage, the one with a hairline crack running through its center. You run your fingers over the cool stone. It doesn't give way. It's held that fracture for years, maybe centuries, and never broken. You wonder if that's the job, to carry the weight without collapsing. Later, during the first full performance, a child in the audience begins crying, not out of fear or boredom, but from something else, something softer, a sadness too big for small lungs. It happens during a scene with no dialogue, just 3 characters sitting at a table, remembering someone not there. You step onto the stage, not scripted, and simply place your hand on the shoulder of the actor playing the father. You don't speak, but the audience leans in, and in the silence that follows, the crying child quiets too. Afterwards, the mother approaches you. She said she saw her grandfather in that scene, she explains. He died this spring. She said you reminded her not of him, but of the silence after he left the room. You thank her. You don't know what else to say. Later, the theater carpenter asks if you want a special seat carved backstage. Something more comfortable, he says. You're here more than the statues. You decline. But you do ask him for one thing. To reinforce the marble benches, you say. They're bearing more than they used to. He chuckles. A metaphor. Maybe you reply. In the weeks that follow, you begin crafting a new piece. Not a play exactly. Not even a performance. More like a listening space. It takes place after the official show ends. No lights, no costumes. Just you and whoever remains sitting on the stage as the torches flicker low. You call it the after. Sometimes 10 people stay, sometimes 50, sometimes none. But when they do, you ask just one question. What did the silence say tonight? At first they hesitate, but gradually they answer. It reminded me of someone I miss. It made me realize I've been speaking too much. It scared me. It held me. You don't respond to these answers. You just nod. Let them exist. One night, a man in his 70s says, "I didn't know a marble bench could feel like a friend." You smile, because now you know what you are. You are not the actor. You are not the line. You are the marble bench, the one that waits, that bears the weight, that listens. And maybe, just maybe, you've been the theater all along. You're beginning to think that silence has a scent. Not the absence of scent, but an actual delicate aroma, like warm dust after rain or the lingering resin of old olive wood. You smell it tonight, hovering in the air just before the audience takes their places. It's in the stone, in the hush before applause, in the exhale before memory. Tonight's performance ends with no final bow, no clapping, no speech, just the chorus standing still, faces turned outward as the last candle guttered itself to sleep. The audience didn't even realize the play had finished. They sat there for several minutes expecting something, anything, to break the spell. Nothing did. Eventually one person stood, then another, quietly, like leaving a shrine. You stay behind watching the marble benches empty. Then you go to the edge of the stage and sit, as always, where the light barely touches. You look up at the stars, just now becoming visible, and feel them watching with the same old patience as your stone companions. Somewhere deep inside, a question stirs again. What is the role of a performer who stops performing? The next day you find a scroll tucked into your dressing robe. Anonymous. No name, just neat lettering and black ink. The stage is not a place to shine, it's a place to disappear. It stays with you. The phrase is both a riddle and a relief. It matches what you've begun to feel, not exhaustion, but distillation. Like you're becoming less of a person and more of a presence. And in a way it feels right, because there's something happening in the city, in the markets, in the forums, even in the baths. People are talking about the plays differently now. Not the characters, not the masks, but the spaces between lines. The choice not to speak, the expressions not explained. They mimic the stillness in conversation. They pause before replying. They walk through crowds with their faces unreadable. One merchant tells another, "You're doing that chorus thing again." A new fashion trend begins where people wear pale cloaks with no color, no patterns, just folds. Folded fabric like silence itself. You shake your head. We become a mood. And yet this is what happens with theater, isn't it? The sacred leaks into the ordinary. The play continues long after the torches are out. One evening, during a quiet after-performance gathering, a Roman senator leans over and tells you, "I brought my wife tonight. She didn't understand a word, but she cried. What do I tell her it meant?" You reply gently, "Whatever she was ready to hear." He stares at you. "Is that a trick?" You smile. "No, it's theater." He thinks for a moment, then nods. "You should teach philosophy." You wave him off. "I barely teach myself how to tie my sandals." But the idea lingers. Later that week, a young woman, barely 20, asks if you can mentor her outside of performance. She wants to understand timing not just on stage, but in life. When to enter a conversation, when to say nothing, when to leave. You take her on a walk through the fish market at sunrise. You point out how sellers gesture without words, how prices are negotiated with shrugs, how the air feels different just before a storm hits, like the sky itself is pausing. Everything you tell her has a rhythm. Not everything has a beat. She nods slowly. You don't know it yet, but she'll become a playwright. And 20 years from now, people will say her work felt like listening to breath. For now, though you return to the theater, always, you still sit on that cracked marble bench. Still feel the coolness seep into your bones like quiet understanding. Still place your hand on the wall before entering the stage, as if asking permission. One night a young boy sits beside you and says, "Are you the ghost?" You blink. He looks serious. People say there's a ghost in the theater, one that doesn't speak, just watches, and makes everything quieter. You smile slowly. "No, but I listen for it." He stares. "If you find it, will you tell me?" You nod, only if it wants to be known. He accepts that without question. Children always understand the rules of things not said. That evening you perform without a script, not as a stunt, not to prove anything, just because the words would have gotten in the way. You move through the play like a shadow beside meaning, and somehow the story becomes clearer. At the end, no one claps, but no one forgets. When you step backstage, someone has left a wreath of laurel on the marble bench. No note, just a ribbon tied loosely around the leaves with a tiny word stitched in gold thread. "Thank you." You don't know who left it. You never ask, because some silences deserve to stay unnamed, and in the space between knowing and not you, rest. For a moment, like the city itself is catching its breath. The sun is still low when you arrive, casting long shadows from the theater's colonnades. The marble steps are cold beneath your feet, but you don't mind. You've grown to like the feeling, the way the stone reminds you that something came before you, and something will remain long after. The props for tonight's performance lie in neat bundles, untouched. Scripts flutter faintly in the breeze like nervous birds, but you walk past them all. Today isn't a performance, not really. It's a return. The playwright has resurrected one of the oldest pieces in the archive, a tragedy buried under dust and unused metaphors. It was thought unstageable, too abstract, too strange, too wordless, but you read it and saw something else, not a play exactly, but a possibility. There are no named characters, only motions, only light, only breath. In the margins, a single note scribbled in a different hand. Let silence walk like a man. That's what drew you in. So here you are, walk in silence like it's an old friend. The others follow your lead. A small chorus of actors, mostly new. They've never done a production like this before. No lines to memorize, no clear blocking, no roles to anchor their posture. One of them, a young man with nervous eyes, asks you plainly, "What if the audience doesn't understand?" You smile. "Good." He blinks. "But then we've failed. Only if we confuse understanding with feeling." The rehearsal begins. No music, no cue horn. Just you stepping into the center of the space and exhaling. That's it. The beginning. The others move when they feel it. Not from command, but from invitation. One kneels. Another turns slowly in place. Two touch fingertips and let them hover just apart, like a thought nearly formed. The torchbearers who light the perimeter of the stage don't know when to start. So you look at them. That's all. They nod and begin. By the time the sun sets, the rehearsal has left everyone silent, not out of failure, but from something deeper, as though their bones now carry a language that has no alphabet. Later that night, you find a note pinned to your cloak in the dressing space. You've created something that cannot be quoted. Thank you. It's unsigned. You tuck it away without comment. The next few days pass in preparation, not for a performance in the traditional sense, but for a shared experience. The theater's been rearranged slightly. The usual seats remain, but cushions have been added and the torches placed lower than normal. There's a quiet buzz in the city. No one knows exactly what to expect, but everyone suspects it won't be loud. The night arrives. You don't dress in robes, just a simple tunic gray as ash tied at the waist with plain cord. The rest of the cast mirrors you. No masks, no jewelry, no color. Even the musicians are dressed in black and instructed not to play unless they feel moved to. When you step on stage, there's no signal. You just begin. A slow, deliberate crossing of the platform. Your bare feet whisper against the wood. You kneel. You stay there for a long time. The audience doesn't fidget, doesn't cough. They're waiting, but not impatiently. More like reverently. Then a second actor joins you. Then a third. All of you unmoving, until one hand rises, not high, not dramatic, just lifts slightly and opens like a blooming seed. And from there the piece unfolds. No two nights are the same. Sometimes there are tears, sometimes quiet laughter, sometimes silence that swells so large it feels like a dome above you all. People leave differently. One older man walks straight into the night afterward and wanders the forum until dawn. A girl clutches her mother's hand and won't speak for hours, not out of fear but wonder. A poet leaves a small stack of haiku folded under a bench. But not all reactions are quiet. The local academic community predictably erupts into debate. This is not theater, one says, it's ritual without gods. Another argues it's too vague, too indulgent. What are we supposed to take away? A third, though, surprises everyone. An old professor of tragic form, usually rigid, unmoved, says simply, "It's the first time I've remembered my father in 30 years. Let it be whatever it is." Even that, too, becomes part of the performance, a new kind of postscript. The city begins to whisper about your production, not with the language of stars and reviews, but with terms borrowed from philosophy. They say it is ontological staging. Liminal theater. Absence as authorship. You say nothing. You just return to the theater each evening, light a small oil lamp, and wait to see what kind of silence the night will bring. Because by now you understand something. You're not shaping the silence anymore. You're letting it shape you. It's strange how the audience no longer waits for lines. They wait for moments. A shoulder lowering, a breath held too long, a gaze that lands just past someone's face. They come not to hear a story, but to be moved softly, slowly, without knowing why. You've turned Roman theater, born of masks and grandeur, into something that resembles dreaming with your eyes open. And yet behind the curtain there are still questions. Not among the actors, they've surrendered to the process, but from the stewards, the patrons, the record keepers. "How do we archive this?" one asks, brows furrowed as he scribbles on a wax tablet. There's no script, no choreography, no conclusion. What are we preserving? You shrug. Maybe nothing. He looks horrified. You try again. Maybe presence. Maybe we're preserving the absence of a clear answer. He gives up, leaves you to your sandals and your lantern. The theater fills again the next night, every seat occupied. Even the standing area is crowded, not because of some celebrity appearance or political message, but because someone told someone else, you have to feel it. That's the new marketing. You begin the performance not on the stage, but already seated among the audience. No fanfare. You simply stand and walk down the aisle. People part for you like mist. You climb onto the platform barefoot, and the play begins. Except it doesn't. There's a long pause where you do nothing, just breathe. A young girl in the front row tilts her head and whispers, "Is he broken?" You smile, and then slowly you sit. The rest of the cast enters in silence. They bring nothing with them, not even props, not even expressions. And yet the air thickens with feeling. A woman in the crowd begins to cry during a scene that involves nothing but two people walking past each other and not touching. A senator brings a translator just in case the play is foreign. At the end, he leans in and says, "I didn't understand a word." His translator replies, "There weren't any." He stares ahead. That explains everything. You're told later that the playwright of the original text, long dead, was known for writing pieces he never intended to be performed. Only read in the privacy of night, it was considered an act of emotional privacy, not theater. You've turned it into a ritual, and Rome has followed. Soon, other theaters begin to mimic the format. They call them no-voice nights. Some succeed, others fall flat. But none match the resonance of your marble space, your cracked benches, your unseen cues. A school of philosophy, new radical, springs up, inspired by your production. They call it the discipline of absence. Their manifesto is carved into 3 stones. Not all silence is empty. Presence can be louder than sound. Meaning lives between motions. You don't join the movement, but you do visit one of their classes. You sit in the back. You listen to a group of students debating the ethics of implied emotion. One says, "Isn't this manipulative, drawing emotion without clarity?" Another counters, "Isn't that what grief does anyway?" You close your eyes. They're right, both of them. After that, you add a new element to your performance, one that isn't visible. Before each show, you place a small bowl of oil at the foot of the stage. No explanation. No mention in the program, just a bowl. It catches the torchlight in a way that looks like liquid fire. Some believe it's symbolic. Others think it's for scent. Only one person guesses correctly. It's for weight, she says, to anchor the silence. She's a potter's daughter. Not a scholar, not a critic, but she gets it. That night, the bowl cracks during the final scene. You don't replace it. You let the crack remain, and every night afterward, the audience glances at it, sometimes more than they look at you. It becomes the unspoken fourth character. Eventually, someone asks you directly, "Are you afraid the silence will fade?" You answer honestly, "No, I'm afraid it'll speak too clearly," because clarity can end a mystery. And this entire practice is about protecting the softness of not knowing. The final performance of the run approaches. You're asked if you want to do something different. A final bow, a dedication, a spoken word. You decline, but you do ask for one thing. Let the torches stay unlit until halfway through. There's confusion, but they agree. On the last night, you step onto a dark stage. The audience can barely see. They only hear your feet brushing against the wood. The darkness becomes its own performance. And then halfway through, the flames rise, not all at once, just one. Then another, then another. The stage becomes visible slowly, as if emerging from memory. You and the others remain still. not frozen, just aware. And when the play ends, the audience does not applaud. They rise one by one and leave in silence as if walking away from something holy. Afterward, the stage hands come to collect the bowl of oil. You tell them to leave it. Later that week, someone writes on a wall near the forum, "We came expecting voices, we left with our own." You smile when you pass it, because it's true. And because it's only partly about theater now. It's about listening for yourself to yourself through others. The city doesn't know it, but they've learned a new kind of language. And you've become fluent in the quietest tongue Rome ever whispered. You wake up the next morning with the ghost of the performance still clinging to your skin like morning dew. Not a haunting, just a residue. You feel it in the way your fingers twitch when you reach for bread, in the slowness with which you pour water, as if the stage has followed you home quietly, folding itself into your gestures. The theater is silent today. No rehearsals, no torches, no scribbled notes pinned to your cloak. The bowl of oil still sits at the front of the stage, untouched, unmoved. Its crack now familiar like a wrinkle in an old friend's smile. You sit across from it and just watch. The city breathes outside, unaware that anything happened here. But something did. And you carry it like a pebble in your sandal, noticeable only when the world gets quiet enough. Midday arrives, and with it a scroll. It's an invitation not to perform, but to explain. The curator of the Imperial Archive has requested your presence. They want a transcript, a copy, something they can preserve. Preserve what you whisper aloud, laughing. A silence. Still you go. The archive is cold, too clean. Everything smells of dried parchment and iron ink. The curator is kind but officious. He gestures toward a blank scroll and says, "Please write down the structure of the performance, what it meant, what the cues were." You hold the stylus for a moment, then set it down. "I can't." He frowns. "Can't or won't." You meet his gaze. "I can't write down a shadow." He tries again. Was it meant to express grief or rebirth? Was there a theme? You shake your head. It was meant to make people feel something they didn't have words for. He looks as though you've just poured vinegar into his ink pot. "But what will future generations study?" You smile gently. "Themselves." That evening, back at the theater, you find a small group gathered near the marble steps. Not performers, not crew, just people. Some of them came to every show, others only once. They sit cross-legged, saying nothing. One of them eventually lights a small candle. Another hums a single note. No one speaks. You sit down beside them. This is the afterlife of performance. No more masks, no more scripts, just the quiet blooming of impact. You watch as someone lays a ribbon on the cracked bowl. It's not a message, not a tribute, just a gesture, as if to say, "I remember." Theater has always been a slippery thing in Rome. Some say it's sacred. Others say it's a tool for political distraction. Some call it low art. Others high philosophy. You've lived long enough to see all these arguments recycled. But none of them matter here, because this moment, this unscripted gathering is proof that what you made was not a statement but a mirror, and people came to see themselves. You receive a letter days later, not from a senator, not from a critic, from a woman who cleans public baths. She writes, "I sat in the very back. I was only there because the man I like bought me a ticket. I didn't understand it. But when I got home, I sat in the courtyard and looked at the moon. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I needed to explain myself to it." You fold the letter carefully, tuck it into your pouch, and smile. It's the most honest review you've ever received. Later that week, another theater across the city stages a comedy parodying your silent production. It's loud, chaotic, filled with exaggerated pauses and overdramatic bowing. You hear about it from a baker. "They were making fun of that ghost play of yours," he says, between kneading dough. "It was funny, but also not." You nod. "That's theater, too." He shrugs. "I liked yours better. It felt like bread before it bakes. Warm, rising, unfinished." Even parodies, you realize, are part of the echo. The aftershocks of something that trembled too quietly to be noticed all at once. You walk the city differently now. Not as an actor, not even as a director, but as someone who has stopped trying to perform entirely. You visit the die makers, the stonemasons, the flute sellers. You don't ask questions. You just watch. Observe the theater in everything. The man who hesitates before weighing figs, the woman who folds laundry like she's casting a spell, the child who mimics her father's walk while he's not looking. Rome is performing itself constantly. It doesn't need a stage. And you've become its audience. That realization is its own applause. That night, you lie awake in your small chamber above the theater. The moon spills light across the floor like a forgotten script. You think about all the roles you've played: hero, fool, lover, shadow. But none of them felt as real as this one, the role of witness. Because you're finally learning the hardest lesson any Roman actor must face. Sometimes the best performances leave no trace. No coin, no statue, no inscription, just breath. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. In the quiet days that follow, something curious begins to happen. People start gathering outside the theater, not for shows, not for announcements, but simply to sit. Sometimes they talk, sometimes they don't. A few bring stools or clay cups. One older man arrives every morning with a scroll he never unrolls. He just sits beside the cracked oil bowl, eyes closed, whispering something to himself in a voice no louder than dust. The guards at the Forum call them the silent ones, not with mockery, but with a kind of amused respect. There go the silent ones, they say, watching them arrive like clockwork. They think the stage is still speaking, but maybe it is. The theater remains officially closed. No new performances scheduled, no new scripts accepted. Yet people keep coming. A merchant leaves a basket of olives on the steps one morning with a note tied in ribbon for the ones who remember the quiet. A young boy writes a poem and buries it beneath a marble bench. His mother doesn't stop him. Just watches, smiles. It's not a cult, not a movement, just something softer, something resembling reverence. You're asked to speak at a symposium. They want you to discuss the boundaries of theatrical expectation. You almost laugh, but you go, out of curiosity. You walk into the hall, brightly lit, filled with men in clean robes and hands full of notes. They begin with polite greetings, then questions. Always the questions. What inspired the silence? How did you choreograph emotional arcs without words? Do you believe theater without dialogue is still theater? You answer gently with pauses long enough to feel like part of the art itself. I didn't choreograph anything. I removed obstacles. They blink. I didn't direct feeling. I just gave it space to breathe. One scholar, a self-proclaimed expert on pre-imperial drama, scoffs. So you're saying you did nothing? You smile. I did less. And the audience did more. He doesn't like that, but others nod. Afterward, one of the younger philosophers catches you outside. He's trembling slightly, not with nerves, but excitement. I felt something during that play, he says, but I don't know what. You rest a hand on his shoulder. That's the best kind of knowing. He exhales, relieved. Rome is a city of declarations, of orators and proclamations, of edicts and epics. But now, for the first time, silence has earned a seat at the table, and it's changing things. In a small street theater not far from the aqueduct, a group of children reenacts your silent play. They don't get it right. They giggle too much, forget to pause. One keeps picking his nose, but halfway through they stop laughing. One girl, barefoot and serious, walks across the makeshift stage and kneels, just like you did. The others fall quiet. And in that hush, for a single breath, the whole street holds still. Even the bakers stop kneading. You watch from a doorway, heart aching in a way that isn't sad. This is how it survives, not in marble statues or archived scripts, but in messy, beautiful imitation. Someone tries to write it down, of course. A well-meaning scribe produces a manuscript titled The Method of Stillness, a practical guide to nonverbal theater. You read it. It's fine. But it misses the point. Every gesture becomes a technique. Every pause assigned a name. They've tried to trap the butterfly in a jar. You don't stop them. But you don't endorse it either. Instead, you spend your days walking the city. You visit the marketplace, not to shop, but to watch the way bartering becomes performance. The raised eyebrows, the feigned outrage, the final smile. You sit by the Tiber and watch the ripples act out dramas no audience will ever applaud. You return to the theater at dusk, not to perform, but to sweep, to sit beside the cracked bowl. One evening a man approaches. He doesn't give his name. He just says, "It changed me." You nod, "Me too." He leaves without another word. You stay and begin to understand what no critic, no philosopher, no scribe has captured. The performance didn't end. It slipped quietly off stage and into the city. It became the way two people sit in silence after an argument, hands almost touching. It became the breath someone holds before they confess a truth. It became the ripple before the stone hits water. It became a kind of living quiet woven into streets, into gestures, into memory. There's a word in Old Latin, tacitus. It means silent, yes, but also secret, hidden. You think of that word often now, because silence isn't the absence of meaning. It's where meaning hides when it's too delicate for words. So you keep sweeping, keep sitting, keep watching the world rehearse what it doesn't realize it's performing. Until one night, long after the moon has passed overhead and left only velvet darkness, you stand alone on the stage and say just once softly for no one to hear, "Thank you." Then you bow to the silence and leave. You thought leaving the theater would feel like the end of something, but instead it feels like walking through an unmarked door into a hallway that has no walls, no ceiling, no floor, just a quiet space where things continue to breathe. You don't say goodbye. There's no final curtain, no chorus, no torchlight dimming in your honor. You simply stop returning, and Rome doesn't collapse without you. That perhaps is the most peaceful part of it all. Your absence doesn't create panic. It creates room. The next few days pass like a whisper. You sleep longer, eat slower, dream in colors you don't recognize. Soft grays, deep indigo's textures that seem woven from candle smoke and marble dust. You start noticing details again. The tiny chip in your clay cup that you hadn't seen for years. The way your sandals creak just before the straps bend. How early morning in Rome smells faintly of wheat and ash and the faintest trace of citrus from someone's discarded peel. One morning as you walk along a quiet colonnade, a child stops you. You're the silent actor. You smile. "I suppose I am." "Did you lose your voice?" "No," you say. "I learned how not to use it." She stares at you, tilts her head, then offers a dried fig from her pocket. You take it with a nod and keep walking. There's no need to explain. That night at a modest dinner with some former performers, ones you rarely saw outside the marble walls, you find yourself listening more than speaking. One talks about his new trade as a stone cutter. Another has opened a bakery. A third is learning to carve masks, not for theater, but for funerals. There's something comforting, he says, about sculpting a face meant to be seen just once. You nod, understanding more than he knows. It comes out during dessert, the question everyone's avoided. What happens next? It isn't dramatic. No swelling of music, no wine spilling from hands, just a quiet sentence drifting into the air like steam from a warm loaf. You think for a moment, then answer slowly, "I think nothing." A pause. And everything, the room stills, because they know what you mean. The performance was never about the lines. It was about the attention, the way you stayed present with each moment, each breath. That attention doesn't vanish when the stage goes dark. It transfers. It changes the way you drink, the way you look someone in the eye, the way you wait for someone to finish their sentence even when it takes longer than expected. They don't press you further. You leave before the fire burns out, walking through streets that no longer feel like background scenery, but like script pages still being written in cobblestone and shadow. As spring edges into summer, a rumor starts to spread. They say there's a man walking the outskirts of Rome, visiting small villages, bringing no script, no props, no message, just presence. Some say he's performing, others say he's healing, some even say he's a fraud. You don't correct them, because in some strange way all of it is true. One village invites you to sit in their courtyard, not to speak, not to entertain, just to sit. You do, for hours. No one says a word, but afterward a woman weeps quietly and thanks you for reminding her how to be still. A farmer grips your hand and nods. A boy gives you a sprig of rosemary for your pocket, he says, in case you get lost. You never take money, only small things, a pear, a stone, a smile. One day someone offers you a mask. It's old, cracked, nearly useless. A comic mask once painted red but now dulled to brick. They say it was used generations ago and found in a basket near the river. You hold it in your hands, thumb tracing the flaked paint. And you decide. You will carry it not to wear, not to hide, but to remember. A symbol of what once was and what still lingers. There's a scholarly debate bubbling in the city. You hear of it from a passing letter. Is silent theater still theater? Some argue yes, citing emotional depth, audience engagement, and continuity of form. Others say no, without language. They insist it's ritual at best, mummery at worst. You laugh, because you're not even sure what you've been doing counts as theater anymore. But it's touched people, and that's enough. One afternoon, a philosopher catches up with you on the road. He's traveled from the city, scrolls in hand, breathless. They want to write about you. He pants. Preserve your method. Classify it. We need a name. You shake your head. Why? So we can teach it. Then teach them to listen. To what? To what isn't said. He blinks. That's not very academic. You smile. Neither is living. He walks with you a while longer, asking questions you don't answer. Eventually, he understands. He stops, bows slightly, and says, "You're more frustrating than any scholar I've met." Good, you say. That means I'm useful. And then you continue walking. Because there's no final act. Just breath, and motion, and quiet roads, and fig trees heavy with sweetness. The days unfold like a scroll left to dry in the sun, faint creases of routine inked with new moments you never expected to hold so gently. Your sandals are beginning to wear thin. You notice the soles peeling at the corners. Once you would have called it a problem. Now it just feels like proof. Proof that you've walked farther than the stage ever promised. You find yourself by the sea, finally. The soft lapping of waves is a kind of applause, too. Not the loud, thunderous roar of a Roman crowd, but something slower, surer. It feels earned. On the beach, a few children are drawing faces in the sand with sticks. One turns to you and asks, "Were you ever famous?" You think about it. The echoes of your name whispered between marble columns. The times your face was recognized before your voice. The time someone named their cat after your character, and then you shake your head. I was visible. It satisfies the child who grins and returns to carving wobbly eyes in the shore. That night you stay in a small villa that smells of salt and roasted lentils. The host is a retired musician who says very little but plays gentle notes on a worn lyre while you eat. The two of you don't speak much, but the silence feels round full, not empty. You fall asleep to the quiet strum of strings like a lullaby sung by the stars. In the morning, the musician presses something into your hand before you leave a scrap of parchment with a single line written in delicate hand. The stage is wherever someone is willing to watch. You nod in thanks and tuck it into your pouch beside the rosemary, the mask, and the fig seed someone gave you weeks ago. Your pouch is getting heavy, not with coin, but with memory. Rome feels far now, not in distance, but in volume. You don't miss it, but you don't resent it either. It was a fire, you were a spark, and now the embers glow elsewhere. In a hillside town, you're invited to a wedding. You decline, but they insist, and you find yourself beneath woven vines, surrounded by laughter and spilled wine, and the unfiltered joy of untrained voices trying to harmonize. No one recognizes you. You are at best a curiosity, a quiet guest with sharp eyes and a good ear. During the feast, someone recites a verse from a play you once performed. It's a comedy, an old one, but they get the rhythm wrong. The punchline stumbles. The crowd laughs anyway. You smile. Because the point was never precision, it was permission. Permission to gather, to feel, to remember. That night you sleep beside a tree. You dream of a stage with no seats, and a crowd with no faces, and a voice yours not speaking lines but breathing. There are rumors of an edict being passed in Rome, some scholars trying to regulate theater again. Define what counts, what earns favor, what qualifies for patronage. You hear this from a peddler selling dyed wool. She mutters, "They'll strangle the thing if they grip it any tighter." You agree, but say nothing. Theater, after all, has never needed permission. It only needs a crack, a space, a breath between moments. You reach a monastery one morning, quiet, perched above the hills like a tired thought. They let you stay. Don't ask for stories. Don't ask who you were. Just offer porridge and soft linen and room to breathe. One monk sits beside you at dusk. I heard a silence once, he says. That made me cry. You nod. I hope it wasn't mine, you murmur. It was, he replies. You look at him. He continues. But it didn't feel like you owned it, just gave it shape. You say nothing, but your throat tightens. Later, alone in the cloister, you walk the stone path and listen to your own footsteps. There's rhythm there, almost like lines from an unwritten monologue. Except it's not yours. It never was. Rome will write its books, classify you, debate your impact. Perhaps you'll become a footnote in someone's argument about dramatic theory, or a name on a list of actors who abandoned the form. But none of that matters here. Here there's wind, and time, and the faint sound of someone scrubbing a pot in the distance. Here there's no mask, no spotlight, just presence. In the end, that may be the legacy no marble can capture, not the role you played, but the pause you left behind. You sit beneath the olive tree in the courtyard and breathe, deeply, once, and then again, and in that moment, barefoot, unknown quiet, you realize you are still performing, but only for the sky. The sky above you is pale and limitless, stretched thin like linen soaked in morning light. There's something about these days here in the hills beyond Rome's reach that makes time feel less like a river and more like a bowl, round, still holding moments instead of rushing past them. You've stopped counting mornings. You measure time now by the return of birds, the flowering of time in the monastery garden, and how often your sandals split at the seam. Your silence has begun to gather weight, not heaviness but gravity. People arrive one by one. Pilgrims not always of faith, but of feeling. A young actor with trembling hands. A widow carrying a doll wrapped in cloth. A potter who lost the use of his voice after a fever. None of them speak much at first, but they all ask the same question with their eyes. Do you remember how to begin again? You don't answer with words. Instead, you gather them under an olive tree and sit. No agenda, no curtain, no masks. At first they fidget. The silence itches. The wind makes more noise than they do. But then something changes. The potter starts humming just softly, something without tune. The young actor imitates a bird hopping along the wall. The widow places the cloth doll on a stone, folds its arms, and bows her head. And the others follow. You haven't taught them anything. You've given them space. And in that space, theater is born again, not from scripts, but from permission. The next day they return. Not all, but some. They bring herbs, small loaves, a flute carved from bone. The actor whispers, I don't want to act anymore. I want to listen. You smile. You think good. Then you're ready. Words spread slowly like oil on wool. Not of your name, few remember it, but of a man who listens. Of a place where silence shapes stories and performance begins not with a line, but with presence. A merchant arrives one dusk. He asks to see the show. You nod and motion him to sit. For an hour, nothing happens. But when he stands to leave, he says quietly, I felt something shift. He leaves a silver coin on the stone beside you. You don't pick it up, but the next morning it's gone, replaced by a sprig of lavender and a smooth pebble shaped like a heart. One evening a storm rolls in, heavy, shaking the olive branches like a scene from a tragedy. The pilgrims retreat indoors. But you remain standing in the courtyard, face upturned, letting the rain soak your tunic and drip from your fingertips like melted wax. Because storms are part of theater too. The next morning one of the monks hands you a letter. It's from Rome. A senator is requesting your presence, not as a performer, as a symbol. They wish to dedicate a statue to the silent movement. You're invited to speak, to stand, to embody a concept they cannot quite name. You read the letter once, then fold it into a paper boat and float it down the monastery's narrow aqueduct, a gesture perhaps too symbolic, but it feels honest. Because if they cannot understand without a statue, they will not understand through one. Still, the monastery begins to change. More visitors arrive. Some bring questions, others bring mirrors. One asks, "Are we doing this right?" You reply, "There is no right, only honest." Another asks, "What if I feel nothing?" You say, "Then that is what you feel. Begin there." The debate outside continues. Scholars argue over whether your form is theater meditation or rebellion. Some call it stillness performance. Others name it counter-theater. One particularly irritated writer accuses you of hijacking attention without providing catharsis. You grin at that one, because catharsis was never your promise, only presence. There is a legend now that you never speak, that you communicate only through gesture and glance. It's not true, but you don't correct them. Sometimes a myth is softer than truth. A girl brings her grandfather to sit in the garden. He's blind and nearly deaf. But after an hour, he says, "It's the first time in years I've felt seen." That night you light a candle and place it beside the old comic mask. Not for mourning, for warmth. Because this isn't an ending. It's the slow unfurling of something ancient, reborn not through power but through patience. And in that flickering glow, the silence isn't absence. It's invitation. It's been weeks since you last walked past a marble bench or saw the stage you once called home. But one afternoon, as clouds gather low and thick above the valley, a familiar face appears at the monastery gate. It's an old stagehand, Flavius, with his crooked grin and soot-streaked fingernails. He brings no luggage, just a rolled piece of linen and a question that's been waiting on his tongue for years. You ever regret leaving? You don't answer with words. You motion for him to follow. Down the stone path into the low garden, where time clings stubbornly to the earth and bees float like ideas without deadlines. There you sit beneath your favorite olive tree. You wait. He waits. It takes nearly an hour before he speaks again. "I still hear you in the rafters, you know. Every time I stretch a curtain too far, every time the lights flicker." You smile, because it's not memory, it's resonance. And it's happening everywhere. In the city, they say, a small group of street performers now begins their shows in silence. No warm-up, no call-out, just a still figure at the center of a circle, breathing deeply, inviting the world to lean in. A baker's son now writes lines on bread crusts. A poet has stopped writing altogether, choosing instead to pause for 2 hours each morning in the forum, eyes closed with a placard that reads, "Ask me nothing. I am listening." The movement isn't yours anymore. It's theirs. That's the most theatrical thing of all. Flavius finally speaks again, voice soft as the wind combing the hills. You think silence will last. You answer only if no one tries to own it. That night he helps stir the porridge. His hands move with the same confidence they once used to adjust pulleys and balance chandeliers. Someone mentions a performance and he instinctively looks for a rope to pull. There isn't one, but he smiles anyway. When he leaves, he gives you a pouch of old props, feathers, a candle stub, a scrap of red cloth. Just in case, he says. You tuck them gently into the folds of your tunic. Not to use, to remember. The memory of theater isn't in the applause. It's in the items worn thin by love and repetition. Soon after, a curious troupe arrives. They've heard rumors of you, of the stillness of the courtyard performances that begin at dusk and end when the last shadow touches the gate. They ask to observe. They ask a dozen questions, but you answer none. Instead, you invite them to sit and breathe. After 3 days, one of them, young, impatient, full of firecracks. "We came for something real," he says, "not just sitting." You nod, then finally speak. "This is the something real." He storms off, but later that night you find him alone, watching the moon's reflection quiver in the basin. He whispers, "I didn't know stillness could be loud." You place a hand on his shoulder. Louder than words sometimes. In the days that follow, the troupe adapts. They don't abandon their craft. They just soften it. They begin their shows not with fanfare, but with a bow of the head. They build their scripts around pauses. They thank their audience not with words, but with eye contact. The monastery hums with quiet transformation. A scholar from Alexandria arrives, drawn by the movement. He's skeptical, wants to debate, wants to dissect. He carries scrolls in one arm and suspicion in the other. You let him talk. Pages and pages of theory. Quotes from Aristotle. Comparisons to Eastern mysticism. Questions about performativity, ritual semiotics. Finally, he asks, "But what is it called?" You pause, then say, "It isn't called anything." He frowns. "Then how do we preserve it?" You look around the fig trees, the pilgrims, the actor balancing a pebble on her head as practice, the wind shifting a curtain just enough to reveal a candle still burning. You answer by letting it keep moving. He leaves frustrated. But a week later you receive a small gift, a scroll without ink. Blank. Untitled. You understand? In Rome, meanwhile, a new generation of playwrights are trying to write silent scripts. It doesn't go well. They struggle with stage directions. Their audiences fidget. The critics don't know where to begin. But a few get it right. They place silence in the margins. They honor breath over climax. And their performances, though sparsely attended, linger longer than any speech. One day you walk beyond the hills. Not far. Just over the next ridge. And you see it, an amphitheater in miniature carved into the earth with no seats, no torches, no architecture, just people sitting together. Waiting. You step in without being announced. Someone nods. You nod back. And as dusk slips into violet, the stillness performs once again. No curtain, no line, only presence, and that is enough. You wake to the sound of morning birds layered against the soft hush of distant wind. No applause, no footfalls, no stage managers barking cues, only the gentle rhythm of a world that has for once learned to speak in a whisper. The days no longer wear names, the weeks no longer parade in columns. You measure time in entirely different units now. A child planting a seed, a fig falling too early, a conversation held entirely with glances. These are your calendars, and this morning time begins with a peach pit. She places it beside the cloister's stone step with a deliberate tenderness that doesn't ask for praise. No words, no grand proclamation, just 2 tiny hands patting soil into place, and the quiet defiance of someone who knows that not all performances need an audience. You nod. That's enough. Later that day, you find yourself beneath the olive tree again, surrounded by faces new and familiar, anxious and expectant. Some have come from cities, others from ruins, all of them drawn by the strange echo of stories that aren't told so much as remembered. You begin not with a prologue, not with a monologue, but with a single image. He walked into the square holding only a feather. That's it. You say nothing more. At first the silence itches. One man coughs. Another shifts on his robe. A few exchange glances, unsure whether this is a test or a trick. But then from somewhere in the circle a voice offers, "And the feather belonged to no bird." A ripple of laughter, not polite, but genuine. Someone else adds, "It was long curved, like a crescent moon, and glowed faintly at dusk." Another chimes in, then another. Soon the air is thick with invention. Suspicion has melted. In its place, co-authorship. And like that, the story takes flight, directionless, weightless, inevitable. This is your new theater. No curtain, no script, only shared presence and the fragile miracle of giving the unknown enough space to bloom. Evening arrives quietly. You don't mark its coming with torches or trumpets, just the subtle shift in bird calls and the way the light folds into itself near the eastern wall. The peach pit remains undisturbed. You whisper to it as you pass, grow slowly. The next few days bring visitors from even further afield. A woman with hollow eyes and a flute wrapped in oilcloth. A potter with wrists made stiff by salt and time. A boy who doesn't speak but draws constantly in the dust. They don't ask for guidance, only a place to sit. You give it freely. One of them, a painter, asks if she may stay and observe. You simply point to the fig tree. She unfolds her easel slowly, reverently, like she's unwrapping a relic. But after hours of trying to capture the stillness, she breaks into tears. "It's too much," she whispers. "There's too little to hold." You kneel beside her. Without asking you, dip your finger into her paint and drag a trembling line across the canvas. A single stroke. Wobbly. Honest. She gasps, not because it's beautiful, but because it dares to exist. She names her new approach gesture painting. Later, in a letter you'll never read, she writes that she's opened a school in Ephesus where students aren't allowed to touch brushes until they've learned how to sit still for an hour and simply watch the wind. She credits you. You wouldn't. Meanwhile, far in Rome, the Senate holds a vote about you. You don't attend. You only hear about it when a merchant brings a news scroll wrapped around a fish. The headline, "The Quiet Rebellion Threatens Roman Theatrics." The article is full of nervous speculation. They describe you as a ghost performer. Some call for regulation. Others claim you are the symptom of a larger philosophical unraveling. One senator supposedly asked what happens to the empire if even the actors stop speaking. You chuckle softly, because you know the answer: nothing and everything. A few of the monastery's younger residents start mimicking your style. They arrange pebbles into concentric circles. They carry blank scrolls and offer them as invitations to write nothing with care. A small child walks around with a puppet that never moves. He insists it's performing. You don't correct him. You admire his restraint. One afternoon, a traveling orator stops at the gate demanding an audience. He's famous in several provinces, known for fiery speeches and impeccable timing. He says he's here to challenge your non-performance. You welcome him to the garden. You offer him the floor. He paces for an hour, trying every rhetorical trick in the book. Questions, pauses, laughter lines, anger, quiet. No one responds. They simply listen. At the end, he storms off. But the next morning, his sandals are still outside the cloister. He's sitting beneath the olive tree, breathing. That evening, he says, "I think I may have finally said something." You smile. The peach seed has sprouted. No one claps, but everyone notices. By now, even the sparrows know the rhythm. They perch quietly during dusk and chirp only once. The last listener has left the courtyard. Something sacred has formed, not declared or enforced, but slowly cultivated like lichen over stone. A kind of unwritten etiquette that honors the invisible, that honors waiting. You start waking earlier than usual just to watch the fog rise in silence. Not for inspiration, those days are long behind, but for the sheer wonder of watching something drift with no need to arrive. You wonder if theater too can exist like fog. Present, transformative, but never demanding to be understood. More strangers arrive. A philosopher from Antioch who's written 20 treatises on speech, a dancer from Gaul who's forgotten how to move, an old woman who once sang in the emperor's court but now refuses to utter a note. They each come with questions. None of them ask out loud. Instead, they carry their inquiries in the tilt of their heads, the way they kneel at the basin, how they trace shadows with their fingers. You see their questions. You offer no answers. because sometimes acknowledgement is enough. One afternoon, the dancer begins to sway, barely perceptible, like a leaf responding to air. No music, no beat, just motion guided by memory. No one claps, but everyone breathes deeper. The philosopher scribbles pages of notes, but in the end he tears them into long strips and lets them fall into the water bucket. Later someone will ask what he discovered, and he'll reply, "Silence doesn't negate argument. It refuses its terms." The singer begins humming again, not songs, but tones. Long, vowel-heavy sounds that vibrate through the monastery, like the low ringing of bronze. A monk tells you my headache stopped when she hummed yesterday. You respond, "Then she's doing medicine now." That night someone carves a small phrase into the fig tree's bark. Noise forgets. Stillness remembers. You recognize the hand. It's the boy who draws in dust. He started carving with a pebble now, word by word, onto stones he hides around the garden. One says, "Breathe here." Another says, "You are watching." And one simply says, "Now." Pilgrims begin treating these carvings as sacred texts. You don't stop them, because even the smallest gestures deserve reverence if they were made with care. One day a senator's envoy arrives. They've heard rumors of a school of slowness, of untrained performances, disrupting the capital's official ceremonies. They ask to record your teachings. You offer them tea. They decline. They ask again, this time louder. You pour the tea anyway. Let it steam in silence. Eventually one of them whispers, "But what do we take back to Rome?" You hand them a single fig, ripe, soft, unmarked. The lead envoy frowns. Is this symbolic? You say no, it's just in season. They leave with the fig and no answers. But a week later you hear that a marble theater in Rome now opens its shows with 5 minutes of uninterrupted stillness. The crowd hates it, but the actors report feeling more alive than they ever did under thunderous applause. That's how change happens. Not through decree, but through friction, a gentle tug in the opposite direction. The young actor who once said, "I don't want to act anymore, I want to listen," returns. His hair is longer now, his eyes steadier. He sits beside you without speaking. At sunset he asks, "Is this enough?" You say, "More than enough." Then he asks, "Did we change anything?" You shrug. "We made space. What grows there is not ours to decide." And that night something does grow. The garden fills with fireflies, silent flashes, moving in unison like a quiet applause from the earth itself. You lie back against the stone wall, cool against your shoulder blades, and think about all the stages you once stood on, all the roles you played, all the lines you shouted into rafters hoping for recognition. And now here you are, surrounded by strangers you'll never name, bearing witness to stories no one will write down, in a garden where a child's fig pit grows next to a broken amphora used as a planter. You don't miss the marble benches. You don't miss the masks. You only wish you'd known sooner that quiet could carry so much. A visitor leaves behind a small clay plaque inscribed in deep blue glaze. "This place taught me how to hear again." You bury it beneath the peach tree, because words too deserve to rest. You don't notice when it begins, not exactly. One day someone leaves a linen bundle at the monastery gate, the next another. By the end of the week there's a tidy stack of wrapped parcels, some tied with golden string, others smudged with fingerprints, one adorned with a sprig of rosemary. They come from all over the empire. No names, no seals, just silence and cloth. You open one. Inside is a theater mask, old, cracked, laughing. You open another. A scroll, blank. A third. A small bell with no clapper. Each item speaks in its own way, echoes of a world that is starting to remember how to pause. People are sending you their endings, their symbols, their most beloved cast-offs, not as tribute, but as recognition. A nod from one quiet rebel to another. You don't display them, you bury them, one by one beneath the fig tree, under the courtyard tiles, beside the basin, not as a rejection but as a return. Let them go back to the earth. Let them become part of the stillness. The very idea of performance is shifting now, not something to watch, but something to share. And the strangest part, people begin to smile more. Not the wide, demanding smiles of showmen, but the subtle kind, the curve that says, I see you, I'm with you. Even the monks have changed. Their footsteps are softer, their prayers wordless, their days marked less by chimes and more by rhythm. The courtyard becomes a stage, but not in the Roman sense. There's no spectacle, only presence. One day a carpenter arrives, carrying nothing but a piece of driftwood. He asks if he may stay a while. You say nothing, just nod. He finds a place near the old well and begins carving. No audience, no announcements, just the steady sound of knife on wood. It takes weeks, but eventually he reveals his creation, a low, wide bench, curved like a crescent moon. He places it in the garden with no plaque, no instruction. But every evening someone finds it. They sit, they rest, they watch. It becomes known as the bench for noticing, not because it makes people see better, but because it reminds them that there is nothing wrong with watching. Not judging, not reacting, just seeing. Soon after, a young girl arrives, no more than 7. She doesn't speak, doesn't draw, doesn't perform, but she carries a reed flute wrapped in waxed cloth. Every dawn before anyone else stirs, she plays one note, just one, then wraps the flute again and disappears. The note changes each day, sometimes high, sometimes low, always enough. You never ask her name, she never asks yours. One morning the note doesn't come. You wait. The sun rises, still nothing. You wander the garden, past the crescent bench, the fig tree, the basin, the tiles, and there in the dust beneath the olive a single line carved with a finger. The note is yours now. You don't cry, but you sit for a long time listening to the silence she left behind. It is more melodic than any song. That afternoon a group from the city visits, scholars mostly. They ask if they can document your methods. You shrug. What methods, you say? They frown. Ask again. What do you call what you do here? You offer them figs. They look disappointed. One mutters there's no structure, no rules. Another replies exactly. You walk them to the gate. They leave reluctantly, clutching their scrolls, already drafting critiques. You don't mind. Debate is its own kind of theater. And besides, some things can only be understood when they're no longer needed. That evening, someone writes in charcoal on the old amphora. When the script is forgotten, the actors become real. No one owns the phrase. But the next morning, it's been copied onto the walls in 6 different languages. And someone adds a footnote in faint ink beneath one version. Real doesn't mean perfect, just present. The evenings deepen now darker and slower than before, as if the sun itself has agreed to linger just a little longer before vanishing. The garden holds a hush that no one dares disturb. Even the fig leaves seem to move with purpose, as if they too are performing not for applause, but for memory. A soft breeze trails through the colonnade, brushing your robe and rustling the scrolls that some visitors have begun leaving behind. These aren't written in Latin or Greek. They're filled with symbols, dots, waves, circles, strange constellations of silence. The words, it seems, have grown tired. People write in gestures now. You've stopped trying to interpret them. You just sit with them. That's become enough. One visitor leaves behind a flat piece of slate, smooth and blank. No signature, no inscription, just the raw potential of it. The next morning you find 3 stones placed beside it. The message is simple. Begin. So someone does. They draw a line. Another adds a shape. By evening, the whole surface is covered in fragments of something greater. Not quite a drawing, not quite a story, but undeniably alive. You leave it in the courtyard and never clean it. Each rain resets the slate, and still each morning someone begins again. The children call it the never-ending play. You think it might be the most honest name ever given to art. One dusk, a woman arrives bearing nothing but silence. She walks through the garden with the careful posture of someone who once danced and still remembers how to hold space with her spine. She observes the fig tree, the reed flute left behind, the crescent bench. Then she turns to you and bows. No words pass between you. But later, as you sit together under the first star, she leans close and whispers, "It's working." You smile, because you know she doesn't mean the performances or the garden or even the visitors. She means the quiet, the restoration, the pause that no longer feels like an absence but like a full breath. That night, a light rain falls, soft, rhythmic, not enough to scatter the guests, but just enough to make them pull their robes tighter and listen to the way the water taps across the stone. You stand beneath the fig tree, head bowed, hands open, and you whisper a line you once shouted on a Roman stage years ago when you thought volume was the same as power. Only now it feels different. You say it not to command but to remember, and someone nearby, maybe the girl with the flute, maybe the dancer, echoes it gently. No performance, just communion. The next morning, a small package waits at the gate, inside a single olive pit wrapped in silk. You plant it without hesitation. No plaque, no fuss, just earthseed and sky. The actor from your early days returns, the one who once declared he would never go silent. He sits beside you now, hands rough from carpentry, hair streaked with gray. He watches the visitors, the girl balancing a pot on her head, the monk placing rose petals around a stone, the baker humming while twisting dough. He says, "We were wrong." You raise an eyebrow. He clarifies, "We thought theater was about stories, but it's about presence. That's why they come." You nod. He adds, "I think the marble benches would be jealous." And for the first time in a while, you laugh out loud. It echoes off the cloister walls like a bell struck by joy. The scholars return reluctantly humble. They no longer carry questions, only observations. One offers a parchment with a title scrawled at the top on the art of doing less. You don't read it, but you place it carefully beneath the fig roots. Everything finds its place here. The bench, the flute, the slate, the laughter, the silence. And now a phrase begins to spread, not declared but adopted in whispers and ink, in moss and chalk. The stage is wherever we listen. You don't know who said it first, but it becomes a kind of blessing. People say it as they leave. And one day as you walk the outer path and see a stranger lying beneath the stars with their eyes closed and arms open, you whisper it to them like a good night. The stage is wherever we listen. They smile, and without opening their eyes, they answer, "I'm already watching." Morning comes with a fog so dense it feels like the sky has forgotten how to lift its own eyelids. The entire monastery seems to float in milk, suspended and unbothered by the mechanics of direction. You walk the garden path slowly, each step muffled, each breath pulling cool mist into your chest like the ghost of incense. You pass the fig tree, the olive sapling, the crescent bench, barely visible outlines in a world now drawn in watercolor. Someone's lit a small flame near the basin. Not large, not for heat, just a flicker sheltered by a clay bowl. Around it, 5 stones in a circle, another ritual perhaps, or an accident mistaken for meaning. But here, that's more than enough. You settle beside it. Your thoughts are soft this morning, not empty, just unwilling to hurry. A young traveler joins you. He carries a lyre but doesn't play it. It's missing 2 strings, you notice. Instead, he begins speaking not to you, not to anyone in particular, but to the sky. He tells a story of a kingdom swallowed by vines, of a prince who forgot how to speak, of a chorus made entirely of bees. No moral, no plot. Just a soft spiraling into imagery. You don't stop him. The fog listens better than most emperors ever did. Later, over bread, he tells you he used to perform in amphitheaters, but the acoustics began to feel like cages. My words bounced back too quickly, he says. I couldn't breathe between them. You nod. Echo is a hungry thing. He looks relieved, like he's been understood for the first time in seasons. That afternoon, a group arrives with a cart full of clay tiles. They say they've come from a city with no theater left, only ruins and memories. They ask to build something here, something small. Not a stage, they insist. A place, a shape, an invitation. You agree. The courtyard becomes a quiet hum of motion. No hammers, no shouting, just hands pressing clay fingers, tracing symbols, feet moving with deliberate reverence. By sunset, the outline of a spiral emerges from the dirt tiles leading inward toward a center that holds nothing. A scholar asks, "Is it a maze?" You smile, only if you want to be lost. A child asks, "Can I run it?" You reply, "Only if you don't mind arriving." That evening, someone begins walking the spiral. Barefoot, slow, breath matched to step. Others follow one by one like ripples responding to an unseen pebble. At the center, no revelation, just stillness. And for many, that's the first time they've truly met it. You sit by the fig tree watching. You think about all the theaters you once adored, the Roman marvels with perfect acoustics and golden curtains, the playwrights who measured legacy by decibels, the crowds who chanted names like spells. And you wonder, did any of them ever walk in silence? Did they ever build a stage just to not perform? A bird lands beside you, not for metaphor, just for shade. You let it stay. That night, a note appears beside the amphora. The louder the world becomes, the more valuable stillness grows. You don't know who wrote it, but it feels inevitable. Even the moon tonight seems quieter, higher, softer, like it's trying not to interrupt. You wonder if it's listening too. By the next morning, the spiral has drawn in not just visitors, but birds, cats, and once a goat from a nearby hillside that stood at the center, as if summoned by unseen choreography. No one shoos it away. In this garden, roles are not assigned, they're received. Even the goat seems to understand that to walk the spiral is not a task, but a kind of soft inquiry. What am I? Where am I going? What happens if I pause? A man with a philosopher's beard walks the spiral with his eyes closed. Each step deliberate, each inhale slow. At the center, he opens his eyes, looks up at the sky, and says, "I forgot what I was trying to remember." A child nearby whispers, "That means you're done." And just like that, the man weeps, not from grief, but from the sheer surprise of being released from his own urgency. At dinner, someone plays the lyre again, this time with all 5 strings restored. You didn't see who fixed it. You only hear the melody, something old but played like a question. No one sings, no one claps. Everyone just listens, spoons pausing mid-air bread, left untouched as the sound dances between lanterns. You think of the old Roman proverb, "Art teaches us how to live by tricking us into listening." It used to be written above a theater door in the city center. That theater is dust now, but the idea softly is still here. The man who once argued that performance should be disciplined and grand now tends the garden. He says nothing about theory. He only prunes the peach tree and hums while he works. When someone asks him what changed, he responds, "The audience became the soil." The peach tree flowers early this year. You begin leaving blank scrolls in the library. No one is told what to do with them. Still, they begin to fill, not with words, at least not always, but with patterns, spirals, grids, dots arranged like stars. One scroll shows the same shape drawn over and over again, each version more faded than the last, until it becomes nothing but the ghost of a gesture. You display them not on walls but under stones. Let the rain test their permanence. Let the earth become the gallery. One day a visitor leaves behind a question scratched into soft wax. If no one watches, is it still performance? You don't answer. You don't need to. Because that night 2 dancers move in the garden after moonrise, slow and close and half asleep. No one sees them but a cat perched on the roof, and maybe that's enough. Maybe it always was. Later that week, someone brings a loaf of bread shaped like a mask. They place it at the center of the spiral. No one eats it, but each day someone kneels beside it and whispers a line from a play. Not the whole scene, just one sentence. Then they walk away. Eventually the bread crumbles, and no one replaces it. Because not everything sacred needs preserving. Some things earn their meaning by vanishing. The spiral grows smoother now. Not because it's changed, but because people have walked it with such consistency that the earth has memorized their patterns. The path no longer needs to be marked. The dust itself understands. The scholar who first asked for definitions returns. This time he doesn't bring ink, only a fig. He hands it to you and says, "For what it's worth, I think this is your legacy." You thank him. Then you eat the fig, right there beneath the peach blossoms. No ceremony, just sweetness, just now, just this. The air today is different, brighter, but not louder. The kind of brightness that feels like the world has been polished overnight, as if some cosmic stagehand has wiped down the props, adjusted the lighting, and nodded from the wings, "You're on." But no one's performing, not really. A man arrives carrying a marble fragment wrapped in linen. He claims it came from an old Roman theater. Not a grand one, just a local venue now, abandoned ivy through the orchestra pit. He sets it down beside the fig tree and simply says, "It was heavy, but I thought you'd understand." You do. He doesn't stay. That evening, someone carves a single word into the marble fragment, "Enough." The monks don't object. In fact, one kneels beside it the next morning and adds another, "Here. Enough, here." It becomes a kind of phrase that people begin using in whispers like grace before meals or farewells at the gate. In the workshop, someone begins constructing small shadow boxes. Little wooden windows with no glass. Inside each, a fragment of cloth, a pinch of dust, a cracked button, a feather. Ordinary things, but placed with such intention that they shimmer with attention. You hang them from the olive branches. They make no sound in the wind, but they catch the light in strange and lovely ways. A visitor who once was a playwright walks among them. She pauses under one and says softly, "This is the only play I've ever wanted to write." No paper, no actors, just quiet reverence for the ordinary. The garden grows crowded but never noisy. People understand the rhythm now. There's no schedule, no posted times, but somehow a balance is maintained. Someone sings softly under their breath near the basin. A child rolls a hoop between the spiral paths. An old woman kneads dough on a flat rock, humming something older than Latin. The actor who first doubted silence begins teaching others how to breathe, not for performance, but for presence. He stands under the colonnade arms, loose eyes closed. "Let the breath drop into your belly," he says, "like applause you no longer need." They do, and something lifts from their shoulders, an invisible weight, unmeasured but heavy. In the evenings now there are lanterns shaped like masks. Someone crafts them from parchment and fig twigs. They're not worn. They're lit and floated down the stream behind the cloister. People watch them drift into the distance, not to make wishes, but to let go of roles they no longer need to play. Some lanterns carry names, some carry questions, some carry nothing at all. That night you sit beside the stream. The reeds hiss in their usual rhythm. Someone approaches, a man you've never met. He asks, "How do you know when the performance is over?" You reply without thinking, "When no one needs it to begin again." He nods. Then gently he steps into the water. Not to leave, just to feel the current. One of the monks who once feared performance now recites lines from comedies during morning chores. Not loudly, just under his breath as he sweeps or stirs a pot. It makes others smile. Not because it's perfect, his timing is terrible, but because it's offered without demand. At the gate, a new sign appears. No one claims to have placed it. It reads, "This is not a theater. This is what happens after." You wonder if that's true. You wonder if this, whatever this is, might be theater in its oldest form. Not stories crafted for effect, but gestures made sacred through repetition. The shared breath, the silent witness, the ritual of attention. A child draws a face in the dirt, one eye open, one closed. They say it's you. You don't correct them. They might be right. Rain arrives like a rumor, soft at first, almost polite. Then, fuller, steadier, a hush that blankets the stones and presses petals into the spiral. No one scatters. The garden holds its guests as if the water were a blessing, not a bother. Robes darken. Hair clings. Feet slip, then learn again how to grip the earth. You walk the perimeter, hands behind your back, rain sliding from your hood down your wrists. At the basin, someone has left a scroll open despite the drizzle. Ink runs like tears. Words melt into curves. You smile. It looks like theater notes written by the clouds. In the colonnade, a former tragedian now sells clay figurines. Each one depicts a moment, not a character, but emotion, kneeling, embracing, bowing, listening. He places them in niches along the wall with no labels. People adopt them and leave something in return, a ribbon, a coin, a crumb of bread. He never asks who takes what. He only replaces them when the wall is bare. You ask why he started doing it. He shrugs. I spent a lifetime giving speeches. Now I just want to offer postures. The fig tree bears early fruit. A few visitors gather beneath it, catching them as they fall. No one hoards. No one trades. One fig, one moment. That's the unspoken rule. A woman sings an old drinking song in a minor key. Somehow it becomes a lullaby. The child beside her falls asleep mid-bite of peach. She doesn't finish the verse. At night the stream grows louder. Maybe because the rain feeds it, or maybe because you've begun listening differently. Lanterns no longer float. They rest on the banks, waterlogged and glowing from within like forgotten stars. One breaks apart slowly. The paper softens, disintegrates until all that remains is the frame, a fragile mask with no face, no flame, no need. You remember something a philosopher once said? The most powerful performance is the one that teaches the actor how to stop acting. No one clapped for that line back then, but you think now it might have been his only real truth. A scholar arrives with a book wrapped in oilcloth. She unwraps it carefully, revealing a treatise on Roman stage acoustics. You've read it before, dense, proud, technical. She looks at it, then looks at the garden. Then she tears out a single page, folds it, hands it to you. You open it later. It's blank. Whether the rain washed it or she offered it that way from the start, you'll never know. But it feels right. The silence between pages finally given room to breathe. A visitor asks if you will ever perform again. You think about it, not with regret, not with longing, just with a quiet tilting curiosity. I think I never stopped, you say. I just changed the script. They ask what it is now. You gesture to the spiral, to the slate, to the peach tree, and the maskless lanterns. Silence, you say, and company. They bow and stay. In the morning, the marble fragment with the word enough cracks down the middle. Not from force, just age and moisture. Still, it doesn't fall apart. The line runs through the word like a breath between syllables. No one fixes it. No one dares, because now it says something new enough. The pause is part of the message, and somehow that means more than perfection. You place your hand on it once lightly, not to hold, just to remember. The morning begins with sweeping not to clean, but to remember. The courtyard is already spotless, yet the broom glides anyway, tracing curves in the dustless stone. With each pass, a whisper of motion, a breath made visible. You move slowly, reverently, not unlike an actor warming up before a play, except this play has no curtain, and the only audience is time itself. As the bristles gather bits of olive blossom and wind-blown seeds, you think about how the ancients, especially in the time of Plautus, believed that sweeping before a performance cleared bad spirits. You're not superstitious, but you understand the comfort in gestures made over and over until they stop needing belief and start making peace. Across the garden, a boy too small for chores has taken up a game beside the basin. He sits on his heels, humming softly, while dipping tiny stones in and out of the water. When you ask what he's doing, he doesn't look up. teaching them to float, he murmurs, as if it were the most natural answer. You don't interrupt. There are things in this place more sacred than instruction. Near the fig tree, someone has left a puppet. Not a polished Roman marionette with movable limbs and ivory features, just a cloth doll with black dots for eyes and a body stitched from worn linen. It leans against the roots like it's resting after a long journey. No one claims it, but each morning its posture is different arms raised or curled or bent into a quiet bow. It becomes a participant in your days, a watcher, a reminder that not all actors need to speak to perform. Later, the breeze brings voices from the colonnade. The group of former actors, some young, some with voices grown raspy from decades of projection, have started holding unperformances every fifth day. No announcements, no instruments. At sunset, they gather in the spiral not in costume, but in simple robes. Each takes one step inward, faces the center, and speaks one sentence. A line remembered, a dream recounted, a fear confessed. Then they step back. No applause, no commentary, just stillness. Sometimes someone cries. Sometimes someone laughs. But mostly there is just the sound of evening, the hush of dusk. Birds. The creak of fig branches, the far-off splash of a frog in the stream. You watch from the edge, not part of it, but not a part either. A visiting philosopher once scoffed at this new ritual, whispering that it lacked structure, lacked form. "There's no arc," he muttered. No climax, no catharsis. But a former comic actor replied, "Maybe we've had enough of those. Maybe what we needed all along was something uncarved." The philosopher didn't return, but the silence did. In the workshop, someone has begun crafting masks again. But now they're made not of wood or wax, but of bread dough. Simple, expressive forms baked until golden, then left to dry and harden under the sun. These aren't worn, they're offered. At the base of the olive tree you find 3 crumbled into the dirt, their crumbs drawing birds at dawn. The maker, a retired tragedian with flour always under his fingernails, says it's compost dramaturgy, art that dissolves back into life. A young woman begins painting water onto stone. Not pigment, just water which vanishes after minutes in the sun. She paints scenes, 2 hands reaching a lyre, floating, a curtain lifted. But by the time anyone notices, they've begun to disappear. You ask her why. "Because that's what theater taught me," she answers. "The most beautiful things aren't meant to last, only to return." And she's right. Because somewhere between the fading scenes and the silent spiral, the truth is starting to surface. Perhaps theater, true breath-and-bone theater, was never the applause or the script, but the space in between. The moments between lines, the inhale before the monologue, the hush between cues. That night by lantern light, someone reads aloud a passage from Vitruvius on the science of acoustics in Roman amphitheaters, the way the semicircular structure projected a single whisper to the farthest row. The logic was sound. But you can't help but wonder, did all that mathematical precision sometimes drown out the soul? It becomes a quiet debate the next morning. 2 monks argue gently over whether architecture or intention matters more in shaping an audience's response. One says the shape creates the moment. The other says the moment shapes itself. Neither wins. No one tries to. The conversation lingers like mist over warm bread. Meanwhile, the puppet by the fig tree remains silent. But someone has placed a crown of rosemary on its head. You sit near it, fingers brushing the soil. You remember your own mask, wooden, heavy, perfectly carved to play a Roman senator? You wore it for years, felt its grain press into your skin. You could deliver lines with tears in your eyes and fury in your breath, and people would weep. But no one ever asked how you were. Here, no one weeps from projection. They weep from quiet, from relief, from being seen without character. A child passes you a slice of fig wrapped in a fig leaf. No words, just a gesture. The taste is soft, sun-warmed, entirely unperformed. You close your eyes and chew slowly, letting the sweetness linger. You think of Cicero's warning about theater as seduction, about the danger of false emotion. But maybe he misunderstood. Maybe the danger isn't the seduction, it's forgetting that behind every role is a person just trying to be heard. Tonight no one recites. Tonight they gather just to breathe together. And you, still in silence, begin to feel like the performance you were trying to perfect all those years ago is finally unfolding. Without lines, without cues, without need. Just presence. Just presence and a broom sweeping dust that isn't there. And that, strangely, is enough. You wake before the sun, before even the birds begin their tentative rehearsals for the morning. There's a quiet to this hour that feels different, not the silence of absence, but the silence of potential. The kind of hush that makes you feel like something is listening just out of reach. You sit on the edge of the garden overlooking the fig tree, now heavy with its second wave of fruit. The leaves gleam with dew, each drop catching the first gray pink of dawn like a tiny spotlight. Someone has arranged 3 wooden stools in a triangle in the spiral. No one saw who placed them, and no one moves them. They remain empty, like characters waiting to be written. A child seeing them begins to name them. This one's the hero, they say, tapping the tallest. This one is the person who helps the hero, but secretly is the real hero, they add, pointing to the second. And this one, they pause dramatic, is the stool who doesn't want to be in a story at all. You nod. A better plot than most tragedies ever offered. The morning unfolds slowly. A few visitors sweep water from the stone path with branches tied into soft brooms. One woman gently sings a lullaby her grandmother once used, not for babies, but for the hearth to help coals sleep sweetly. She doesn't remember all the words, but no one minds. The melody is enough. There's a new tradition beginning. Someone, likely one of the former actors, has placed a shallow wooden box beside the olive tree. It's been labeled on a smooth tile with the word lines. Throughout the day, people drop scraps of papyrus parchment, even fig leaves into it, each bearing a sentence, a confession, a memory, a joke, a wish. They aren't read aloud, but each evening someone scatters them into the stream beyond the cloister. Words released like petals, like sighs. You try once, just once. You write, "I once forgot who I was playing and remembered who I was." You don't sign it, you don't need to. By now you've begun to notice how even the birds seem quieter here. Not silent, but deliberate. A robin hops along the courtyard edge, chirping once, then pausing as if waiting for a cue. You half expect it to bow. You wander to the shaded corner of the garden where an old man has set up a kind of stage, not for actors, but for shadows. He uses sunlight and scraps of colored glass to project shifting shapes onto the stone wall. He doesn't narrate them. He simply watches. When someone asks what story it is, he says, "It depends where you sit." The longer you stay in this place, the more you realize it isn't that the performances have stopped. It's that everyone has begun to perform without pretending. A nod is a scene. A smile is an epilogue. A shared plum becomes a one-act play in sweetness, ending in sticky fingers and silent delight. Someone has tied a string of masks across the colonnade. Not theatrical masks, but plain soft cloth, each dyed with tea and fruit. They hang like laundry, but are treated like relics. Visitors pass under them slowly, some closing their eyes. You hear one whisper, "To remember who I am when I'm not trying." That evening, a quiet debate emerges beside the fire pit. It starts with a question: Were Roman actors ever allowed to improvise, or did the structure of the plays demand strict adherence? One voice argues for discipline, citing Plautus's carefully metered verse. Another softer voice says, improvisation is how life interrupts the script. The conversation spirals not into argument, but into invitation. A third person recalls that some Roman comedians were known for slipping in local jokes, adjusting lines depending on the town. Another remembers a manuscript where a scribe scribbled, "This part always changes in the margin." You say nothing, but your fingers trace the edge of your sleeve, remembering all the times you changed a gesture mid-performance because something in the crowd shifted. Not planned, not calculated, just human. Later, by candlelight, you sit with the doll under the fig tree. Its cloth is damp from dew. Someone has sewn a tiny smile onto its face. You can't remember if it was always there. You whisper, "Were we ever pretending?" It doesn't answer. But the fig above you drops a fruit with perfect timing. A monk places a single flower on the broken marble fragment, the one that still reads "on awe," and walks away. The wind picks up. It carries the scent of rosemary, baked clay, and something sweeter, peaches perhaps, or just the echo of kindness. You lie back on the worn blanket you keep tucked by the basin. The stars are thick tonight, scattered in constellations only the spiral seems to recognize. A visitor sits nearby, arms around their knees. They don't speak. But after a moment they hum one soft note, and you find yourself humming it back. Not in harmony, not in unison, just together. The theater, you realize, was never the masks. It was never even the stage. It was the space between us and the permission to fill it gently. And now at last no one needs permission. The fire is small, controlled, and almost ceremonial. It crackles gently in the old amphora-turned brazier fed with splinters of olive wood and scroll fragments rolled tight like dry cinnamon sticks. The smoke is thin and fragrant, not choking, not chaotic, just present. You crouch beside it with the others silent, your fingers wrapped around your knees, watching words burn. Not just any words, scripts. Full scenes, character notes, performance cues, and rewritten punchlines offered up one by one like dried petals into the flames. They call themselves the script burners. Not in defiance, not out of disdain. They do it with reverence, as though every burnt scroll frees its memory into the air. A performance only lives if it can die, one of them whispers. You're not sure if that's wise or just melancholy, but in the moment it feels true. Beside them sit the memory keepers. They do not burn, they collect. On shards of clay, on palm leaves, on pebbles flat enough to write on with a single charcoal streak, they etch fragments of performances long gone. No full scenes, no attempt at structure, just lines that refuse to vanish. A joke that landed unexpectedly, a gasp that echoed too long, a footstep that wasn't in the script but changed the entire mood. You wander between the two groups, the burners and the scribes, like a ghost caught between eras. One believes in letting go, the other in holding on, and you've never been very good at deciding. You remember one line too vividly. It was meant to be shouted with rage, but you whispered it. Not on purpose, your voice had cracked from overuse that day. And yet the audience fell silent, leaned forward, listened. For once they didn't demand volume, they gave you their breath. Someone carved that line into a piece of driftwood. You saw it years later in a market stall far from Rome. You didn't buy it, you weren't sure you had the right. Sure. Now, kneeling beside the fire, you see someone tossing in a scroll bearing a name you recognize, Lucilius, fool of the Eastern Square. You played him for 2 seasons, made audiences spit wine with laughter, and yet here his scripts burn like so much kindling. The girl feeding the fire looks up and says gently, "We keep him in memory now, not in ink." And she means it. A boy beside you shows you a round stone. On it is a single word etched deep hiccup. No context, no scene, just that. When you ask, he grins. It ruined a tragedy once, made the whole crowd laugh. No one ever forgot. That's all it takes sometimes. A hiccup, a misstep, a single unscripted beat, and something becomes eternal. Not preserved by design, but by accident. And accidents, it seems, have the longest lives. You spend the morning copying a line onto a dried fig leaf. Your hand shakes. The ink bleeds, but the words remain legible. He left the stage walking backwards so they'd remember his face. You don't even remember which actor it referred to, but you remember the moment, that slow, dignified exit, the silence it left behind. In the afternoon, the script burners and the memory keepers share a meal. Figs, soft cheese, torn bread with honey streaks. One of the burners says, "I used to fear forgetting. Now I fear never releasing." A keeper replies, "I don't fear remembering. I fear remembering wrong." You sit between them, chewing quietly, unsure which fear belongs to you. Later you help gather old amphora shards for more script fragments. One has the word echo scratched on it 3 times in a spiral. Another simply says, "He knew what no one can tell you." But everyone agrees it's worth keeping. You hear someone humming a line from a musical you thought lost forever. It wasn't written down. It never was. It passed through breath alone. And yet here it is alive again in someone else's voice. By dusk, the burners have lit 3 more small fires. The keepers have filled a shallow basin with all their newly etched fragments floating on water like lily pads. You lean over reading them as they drift. Laughed at his own joke, wore 2 left sandals and never noticed. Said the line before the cue and made it better. Broke the prop and used the silence as punctuation. You recognize some of them. Others feel strangely like your own. The sky turns violet. The amphitheater wall catches the last light. You sit on the steps, hands in your lap, watching the flames flicker low. Neither team wins. There is no argument, no final word. Just this quiet balance. Some things are let go and some things are kept. Some burn bright and vanish. Others sink deep and echo. Maybe that's all theater ever was. Maybe that's all memory ever is. The fires have burned low by the time you return to the center courtyard, where silence pools like moonlight. You carry with you a small palm leaf scroll still damp with ink. It isn't for sharing, not yet. You haven't decided whether to toss it to the fire or press it beneath a stone. For now it stays in your pocket, warming quietly with your body's pulse. A man approaches you, elderly, lean as a staff, eyes clouded with the weight of too many opening nights. He doesn't say his name, but he carries with him a leather pouch filled with something that clinks. When he opens it, you see that it's filled with broken mask pieces. Some still have flecks of paint. One bears a faint smear of gold leaf. Another just the suggestion of a painted brow. He sits beside you and starts laying them out like puzzle pieces. "These are the roles I didn't get to finish," he says with a voice like drying parchment. "Not because I died, but because the story changed." You ask if he ever put them back together. "No," he answers with a wry smile. "But I remember where they cracked." He hands you one thin, jagged kuhl. It fits your palm like a secret. You feel your breath slow as your thumb traces the curve of the eye socket. Somewhere, somehow, you know this piece belonged to someone who once laughed too hard, mid-monologue, and got smacked with a prop sausage. The man leans in. "You can burn words," he says, "but not moments." He's right. Some things don't need preserving because they're already embedded in the rhythm of your muscles, your walk, your breath. Like the beat you take before entering a stage, or the tilt of your head when a laugh lands late. These things don't need stone or papyrus. They need silence and time. By midnight, the memory keepers begin laying out their fragments in patterns. No alphabet, just symbols and lines. Some pieces form spirals, others become stars. It's a kind of visual language not meant to be read but felt. You walk through the patterns, bare feet brushing the edges of old scenes. You recognize a joke by the way 3 pebbles are arranged like a stool. You feel a tragedy in a crack running through 6 slivers of terracotta, aligned like falling leaves. A scholar nearby says it's performance cartography, a map made of emotion, not location. You nod. It makes more sense than most scripts you've read. Suddenly, someone breaks into song. Not a full melody, just a rising phrase held like a question. Others join in hesitantly at first, then stronger. It's a refrain from a long-lost comedy about bakers and mistaken identities. You hum along, surprised you still remember the harmony. The elder smiles again. See, nothing's ever really gone. At dawn, the fires are gone, but the warmth lingers. You stand beside the last of the memory stones and consider your scroll again. The ink has dried, but the decision hasn't. Do you keep it or let it go? A child walks past, picks up a clay shard that reads, "He forgot the line, so he danced instead," and tucks it behind her ear like a flower. You decide not to choose, not today. You place your scroll beneath a loose tile on the amphitheater step. Not buried, not burned, just waiting. Maybe one day someone will find it. Maybe not. Maybe you'll come back for it. Maybe it will crumble. Maybe it won't matter. As you turn to leave, the elder raises a broken half-mask in salute, not to say goodbye, just to acknowledge the moment. You nod, stepping into the slow sun, your hands empty, your chest full. Behind you, laughter drifts between the colonnades, not forced, not remembered, just alive. The fire is small, controlled, and almost ceremonial. It crackles gently in the old amphora-turned brazier fed with splinters of olive wood and scroll fragments rolled tight like dry cinnamon sticks. The smoke is thin and fragrant, not choking, not chaotic, just present. You crouch beside it with the others, silent, your fingers wrapped around your knees, watching words burn. Not just any words. Scripts, full scenes, character notes, performance cues, and rewritten punchlines offered up one by one like dried petals into the flames. They call themselves the script burners, not in defiance, not out of disdain. They do it with reverence, as though every burnt scroll frees its memory into the air. A performance only lives if it can die, one of them whispers. You're not sure if that's wise or just melancholy, but in the moment it feels true. Beside them sit the memory keepers. They do not burn. They collect. On shards of clay, on palm leaves, on pebbles, flat enough to write on with a single charcoal streak, they etch fragments of performances long gone. No full scenes, no attempt at structure. Just lines that refuse to vanish. A joke that landed unexpectedly, a gasp that echoed too long, a footstep that wasn't in the script but changed the entire mood. You wander between the two groups, the burners and the scribes, like a ghost caught between eras. One believes in letting go, the other in holding on. And you've never been very good at deciding. You remember one line too vividly. It was meant to be shouted with rage, but you whispered it. Not on purpose, your voice had cracked from overuse that day. And yet the audience fell silent, leaned forward, listened. For once, they didn't demand volume. They gave you their breath. Someone carved that line into a piece of driftwood. You saw it years later in a market stall far from Rome. You didn't buy it, you weren't sure you had the right. Now, kneeling beside the fire, You see someone tossing in a scroll bearing a name you recognize, Lucilius Fool of the Eastern Square. You played him for 2 seasons, made audiences spit wine with laughter, and yet here his scripts burn like so much kindling. The girl feeding the fire looks up and says gently, "We keep him in memory now, not in ink." And she means it. A boy beside you shows you a round stone. On it is a single word etched deep hiccup. No context, no scene, just that. When you ask, he grins. It ruined a tragedy once, made the whole crowd laugh. No one ever forgot. That's all it takes sometimes. A hiccup, a misstep, a single unscripted beat, and something becomes eternal. Not preserved by design, but by accident. And accidents, it seems, have the longest lives. You spend the morning copying a line onto a dried fig leaf. Your hand shakes, the ink bleeds, but the words remain legible. He left the stage walking backwards so they'd remember his face. You don't even remember which actor it referred to, but you remember the moment, that slow, dignified exit, the silence it left behind. In the afternoon, the script burners and the memory keepers share a meal. Figs, soft cheese, torn bread with honey streaks. One of the burners says, "I used to fear forgetting. Now I fear never releasing." A keeper replies, "I don't fear remembering. I fear remembering wrong." You sit between them chewing quietly, unsure which fear belongs to you. Later you help gather old amphora shards for more script fragments. One has the word echo scratched on it 3 times in a spiral. Another simply says, "He knew what no one can tell you." But everyone agrees it's worth keeping. You hear someone humming a line from a musical you thought lost forever. It wasn't written down. It never was. It passed through breath alone. And yet here it is alive again in someone else's voice. By dusk, the burners have lit 3 more small fires. The keepers have filled a shallow basin with all their newly etched fragments floating on water like lily pads. You lean over reading them as they drift. Laughed at his own joke. Wore 2 left sandals and never noticed. Said the line before the cue and made it better. Broke the prop and used the silence as punctuation. You recognize some of them. Others feel strangely like your own. The sky turns violet. The amphitheater wall catches the last light. You sit on the steps, hands in your lap, watching the flames flicker low. Neither team wins. There is no argument, no final word, just this quiet balance. Some things are let go and some things are kept. Some burn bright and vanish. Others sink deep and echo. Maybe that's all theater ever was. Maybe that's all memory ever is. The fires have burned low by the time you return to the center courtyard where silence pools like moonlight. You carry with you a small palm leaf scroll still damp with ink. It isn't for sharing, not yet. You haven't decided whether to toss it to the fire or press it beneath a stone. For now it stays in your pocket, warming quietly with your body's pulse. A man approaches you, elderly, lean as a staff, eyes clouded with the weight of too many opening nights. He doesn't say his name, but he carries with him a leather pouch filled with something that clinks. When he opens it, you see that it's filled with broken mask pieces. Some still have flecks of paint. One bears a faint smear of gold leaf. Another, just the suggestion of a painted brow. He sits beside you and starts laying them out like puzzle pieces. "These are the roles I didn't get to finish," he says with a voice like drying parchment. "Not because I died, but because the story changed." You ask if he ever put them back together. "No," he answers with a wry smile. "But I remember where they cracked." He hands you one thin, jagged kuhl. It fits your palm like a secret. You feel your breath slow as your thumb traces the curve of the eye socket. Somewhere, somehow, you know this piece belonged to someone who once laughed too hard mid-monologue and got smacked with a prop sausage. The man leans in. "You can burn words," he says, "but not moments." He's right. Some things don't need preserving because they're already embedded in the rhythm of your muscles, your walk, your breath. Like the beat you take before entering a stage, or the tilt of your head when a laugh lands late. These things don't need stone or papyrus. They need silence and time. By midnight, the memory keepers begin laying out their fragments in patterns, no alphabet, just symbols and lines. Some pieces form spirals, others become stars. It's a kind of visual language not meant to be read, but felt. You walk through the patterns bare feet, brushing the edges of old scenes. You recognize a joke by the way 3 pebbles are arranged like a stool. You feel a tragedy and a crack running through 6 slivers of terracotta aligned like falling leaves. A scholar nearby says it's performance cartography, a map made of emotion, not location. You nod. It makes more sense than most scripts you've read. Suddenly, someone breaks into song. Not a full melody, just a rising phrase held like a question. Others join in hesitantly at first, then stronger. It's a refrain from a long-lost comedy about bakers and mistaken identities. You hum along, surprised you still remember the harmony. The elder smiles again. See, nothing's ever really gone. At dawn, the fires are gone, but the warmth lingers. You stand beside the last of the memory stones and consider your scroll again. The ink has dried, but the decision hasn't. Do you keep it or let it go? A child walks past, picks up a clay shard that reads, "He forgot the line, so he danced instead," and tucks it behind her ear like a flower. You decide not to choose, not today. You place your scroll beneath a loose tile on the amphitheater step. Not buried, not burned, just waiting. Maybe one day someone will find it. Maybe not. Maybe you'll come back for it. Maybe it will crumble. Maybe it won't matter. As you turn to leave, the elder raises a broken half-mask in salute, not to say goodbye, just to acknowledge the moment. You nod, stepping into the slow sun, your hands empty, your chest full. Behind you, laughter drifts between the colonnades, not forced, not remembered, just alive. The laugh comes at the wrong moment. Not a chuckle, not a breathy sigh. A full-bodied, unfiltered, unstoppable belly laugh. It erupts from the middle of the crowd just as your character delivers a line meant to hang heavy in the air, something tragic about exile or loss or a mother who never wrote back. It throws you. The rest of the audience hesitates. Are they supposed to laugh? Is this a joke? Was that line funny? You freeze on stage. Not dramatically, just awkwardly. You glance at your fellow actor who is equally stunned, their mouth half open with the next line dangling on their tongue. And then it happens. Another laugh, this time from the left. A few more scattered, rising like bubbles in a pot about to boil. You want to run, but instead you nod once imperceptibly and whisper to your partner on stage. We're in a comedy now. And just like that, the tragedy dissolves. What follows is entirely unscripted. You take your next line and turn it slightly, just enough for irony to edge in. The character still mourns, but now perhaps mourns with too much flair. You add a flourish. Your partner starts mimicking you behind your back, and the crowd is in stitches. What was supposed to be a somber final scene becomes an absurd funeral procession. One of the chorus members pretends to trip on a lyre. Another throws petals too enthusiastically. The audience eats it up. And here's the strange part. It works. It shouldn't. By every theatrical standard, the piece is ruined. The playwright, if he were present, might have walked out in disgust, but the laughter builds and builds and doesn't stop. Backstage afterward, you sit on the cold floor, half laughing, half horrified. You ask your fellow actors, "What did we just do?" And someone, still wiping tears of mirth from their eyes, shrugs. "We listened." In Roman theater, you see the audience wasn't a passive listener. They were a living organism, loud and opinionated, and they didn't like being ignored. If the crowd turned, the play turned with them. And you learned that lesson hard and fast. Some old actors talk about the laugh that didn't belong, like it's a ghost, a mysterious force that haunts every stage. It can ruin a career or make one. You once knew a performer who built an entire career from a single accidental sneeze. He was supposed to die heroically in a tragedy, but mid-monologue he sneezed. Loud, comedic, ridiculous. The crowd lost it, and so did he. From then on, he was known as the dying sneezer. People paid just to see him try not to sneeze. He leaned into it, leaned hard. There's even a half-joking debate among theater scholars: should scripts be written to anticipate audience derailment? Is a play still a play if it changes every night? Or is that precisely what makes it theater? You remember the next time you performed that show? The one with the exile and the mother's letter? You paused before that infamous line. And this time, silence. Nobody laughed. You said it anyway, a little louder, a little slower, as if daring them. Still nothing. You finished the scene as written. The crowd clapped politely, but it felt hollow. You missed the chaos. That's when you realized you weren't afraid of laughter anymore. You were afraid of its absence. Now, years later, whenever you hear a laugh at the wrong moment, even if it's during someone else's performance, you smile, because you know what it means. It means something unexpected has landed, something real, and sometimes reality barges in, uninvited but welcome like a stray dog in a royal wedding, disruptive, messy, unforgettable. That laugh, the laugh, might never happen again, but if it does, you'll be ready. You always are now. You even keep a special line in your back pocket, a wild card, just in case the play suddenly turns into something else. It's not part of any script. But when the time is right and the laughter starts again, you'll know exactly when to use it. You're back in the same theater now. Same stone stage, same carved arch framing the heavens, same splintering stool at stage left that's held more royal behinds than actual thrones ever did. But this time you're not performing. You're watching. A younger troupe is rehearsing, fumbling through a scene you know too well, the one with the exile, the mother, the letter. They deliver the lines earnestly, almost painfully, serious, ringing emotion from every syllable like laundry on a cold day. And then it happens again. That laugh from the back row, sharp, clear, singular. You stiffen. So do they. It echoes for a beat too long. And you smile not out of mockery but memory. You watch the young actor on stage falter, glancing into the audience like prey sensing a predator. You remember that exact glance. You remember the script in your head unraveling like a dropped scroll. You want to yell, lean into it, ride the wave, but you stay silent. The director calls for a break. The actors scatter like spooked birds. You sit quietly watching the dust rise where feet used to dance. The laughter that doesn't belong, it's a kind of ghost, you think again. But not a haunting. A nudge, a reminder that the stage is alive, that perfection is boring, that no mask should fit too well. One of the young actors spots you. He's the one who flinched hardest. He approaches you cautiously, like someone might approach a lion who's clearly retired but might still remember how to bite. "Was I that bad?" he asks, his voice breaking slightly. "No, you say you were too good." He frowns. "You gave them something so smooth they had to break it. Audiences like to touch the edges. When something's too polished, they throw a laugh just to feel the crack." He nods slowly. "What should I do next time?" You think for a moment. Leave space, you say. Not for a laugh, for something uninvited. If it doesn't show up, fine. But if it does, offer it tea. He laughs. The irony isn't lost on either of you. Later that night, you sit in a tavern where old performers gather. One of them tells a story about a show that got interrupted by a passing goat. The goat walked across the stage mid-soliloquy. The lead actor bowed and asked if the goat had notes. The audience exploded. That show ran for 6 more nights, and they brought a different goat each time. You sip your wine slowly. Someone brings up a lost comedy, The Tailor of Troy, infamous for being performed only once before the audience rioted. No one remembers the plot, But everyone remembers that someone laughed before the opening line. The actor hadn't even breathed yet, and that was it. The whole night turned into an impromptu roast of mythology, tailored garments, and bad timing. Someone allegedly rode a barrel across stage pretending it was a horse. The script was never recovered, but the laugh lived on. That's the thing, no historian really explains how laughter rewrites history. You can find fragments of tragedies all over Roman ruins, scribed tablets, engraved monologues, odes to lost sons and broken crowns. But comedy, laughter, it's always ephemeral, always changing shape. It hides in stories told over stew, in gestures passed between actors, in graffiti scratched onto bathhouse walls, crudely drawn masks beside the words, "He slipped again." Laughter isn't preserved, it's carried, like pollen on the breath of bees, or gossip on the back of a shared cloak. You once tried to write a book about Roman comedic timing. 5 chapters in, you realized the timing only made sense out loud. On paper, the jokes died. You stopped writing and started performing again. Now, when you see young actors trying to hold the audience, still control them with silence and gravitas, you want to tell them, let it breathe. Because sometimes the best scene comes when it breaks. Sometimes the line that gets remembered wasn't written. Sometimes the laugh that didn't belongs more than anything else. You step into the amphitheater alone this time, long after the crowds have left and the props have been dragged backstage or discarded entirely. There's a hush that blankets the empty seats, a kind of warm, absent murmur like the memory of applause still echoing through stone. You've always liked this hour. The stage doesn't perform for anyone now. It just rests. You move down to the orchestra, then step onto the stage, the creak of your sandals loud against the wooden boards. There's a smear of chalk from a forgotten line cue, a dropped sandal ribbon from some soldier's costume, and a half-chewed fig beneath a broken mask. The mask is comic, big eyes, bigger mouth, but the crack across the cheek makes it look like it's trying not to cry. You sit on the edge of the stage and swing your legs. This, too, is part of being a Roman actor, the space between performances, between roles, between applause and the next breath, between versions of yourself. Today you are not anyone else, you're just you. And for a moment it's a little disorienting. There's no wig to put on, no accent to slip into, no gesture to rehearse, no chorus to blend into. Just your own voice, which you clear carefully before speaking aloud. Is anyone watching? Of course not, but it helps to ask. Some say Roman actors never stopped performing, that even in the tavern and the bathhouse on the street corner, there was always an audience. That's the historical debate anyway. Were they ever off stage, or was life itself a theater? You think about it sometimes, especially when the curtain falls, or rather the rope drops, since Roman curtains drop downward from above and you still find yourself bowing as you walk home. It's a habit now, a rhythm etched into your bones. The sun is rising, pale gold light starts creeping up the marble walls, and suddenly you're not alone. There's a boy in the upper rows. Small, maybe 10, in a tunic too big for him. He's not watching you directly. He's reenacting something, mimicking a hero's stance, then a villain's scowl, then a line you recognize, "I came to conquer but stayed for dinner." You snort. That was your line, from a satire that ran 8 nights last month. You call out gently, "You're a little early for today's performance." He freezes, looks embarrassed, starts to run, but you wave him down. "Wait, come here." He hesitates, then climbs down slowly, hands behind his back like he's afraid of scolding. You pat the stage beside you. "What's your name?" "Marcellus," he says almost too quietly. "You want to act?" He nods, then adds, "My father says it's shameful, says actors are liars." You smile without judgment. "We are," you say, "but we lie to tell the truth." He sits, glances at the mask with the cracked cheek. "Was that yours?" "Once. It cracked during a love scene. Made the audience cry from laughter instead of emotion." Marcellus laughs, then frowns. "I don't know how to start." You look around at the empty theater, then up at the pale blue sky above. "Start with a breath." He does. "Now a stance." He plants his feet, wiggles a bit, adjusts. Now you say anything, doesn't matter what. He says, I'm not tired of figs, but I'm tired of fig puns. You laugh out loud, you'll do fine. And just like that, the stage feels alive again. With no audience, no cues, no music, just this quiet exchange between generations soaked in morning light. Years ago, someone told you that Roman actors were considered little more than tools of the crowd, entertainers, clowns, not thinkers, not poets, disposable. But no tool leaves ripples like this. No disposable person leaves laughter behind that echoes into childhood memories. You stand up. Marcellus mimics you. You look at him and say, you don't start by becoming someone else. You start by noticing everything. He blinks. Everything. Everything. The way the light falls on the stage, the way your breath changes when you're nervous, the itch you ignore, the silence before a laugh, the sound of sandals on wood, all of it. Notice first, perform second. He nods like he's hearing something important. Then he runs up the steps, disappearing into the colonnade like a whisper of tomorrow's scene. You remain there a while longer, mask in hand, the fig pit warm under your heel. No audience, no applause, and still it feels like a performance worth remembering. You spend the next few hours where the actors never usually sit, at the very top tier of the amphitheater, where the stone seats are rougher, the view more distant, and the sounds of the city crawl in like tired travelers. From up here the stage looks like a model, a toy world. Tiny archways, miniature columns. You can almost imagine gods looking down on it the same way, squinting, laughing, squinting. A pigeon struts confidently across the lower stage, claiming it as its own. You consider applauding. Even pigeons know what it's like to perform without invitation. Below, another group of young actors is practicing. Not well. They're unsure, halting lines, tripping off tongues that haven't yet figured out how to curve syllables into rhythm. You watch them fumble through entrances and exits, one of them completely missing their cue and walking out backwards into a potted olive tree. The tree rattles. The audience that doesn't exist would have howled. You smile, because you remember being them. Lost in your own lines, overcompensating with volume, forgetting which mask to wear. Once you even walked on stage in the wrong costume, dressed as a grieving widow for a scene that called for a joyous uncle. You tried to make it work. The audience thought it was avant-garde. You pretended it was. Some of the best performances, as you've learned, begin in error. It's strange how memory preserves not perfection but absurdity. Ask an actor what they remember from their career, and they won't tell you about the standing ovation. They'll tell you about the time a dog wandered on stage during a love scene, or when someone's sandal flew into the audience mid-monologue and struck a senator's wife in the chest. Gently, politely, like punctuation. Historians might write about Roman actors as mere distractions from politics and war, entertainers for the idle masses. But no scroll can capture what it feels like when 1,000 strangers laugh in unison, not because they were told to, but because for a single perfect moment something true slipped through. And anyway, truth is slippery. Take masks, for example. The ones you wear on stage are made of linen or wood, painted with expressions large enough to read from the farthest row, but you know every actor knows that the real masks aren't the ones you hold. They're the ones you learn to live in. You remember a fellow performer who never dropped character even off stage. He'd talk in verse, at the tavern bow to barmaids, refuse to eat unless someone announced his meal with a fanfare. Most thought he was mad, but you thought maybe he was just trying to survive. Because when the mask fits too well, taking it off can feel like losing your face. There's a rumor that one actor decades ago refused to ever leave the stage, slept behind the backdrop, ate in costume, laughed only when scripted. People say he eventually forgot who he was outside the role. That one night when the final curtain dropped, he simply stood there confused, waiting for the next cue that never came. Some call that a tragedy. Others call it devotion. The debate continues. In quiet corners of academia were Roman actors, prisoners of performance, or masters of transformation. You've never chosen a side, maybe because you've been both, sometimes in the same day. You finally descend the steps, your legs creaking with age or memory, you're not sure which. A breeze picks up just as you reach the stage floor again, carrying the faintest smell of olives and old paint. You pause. There's something about the way sunlight hits the carved arch now, how it silhouettes the backdrop. You imagine your shadow stepping forward before you do, eager to play, as if it too remembers every line. You close your eyes and deliver a single phrase, "I am not the mask I wear, but I can speak through it." It's not in any script, but maybe it should be. You bend down, pick up a shard of broken amphora someone left behind. On it, someone's carved a few clumsy words. Laugh even when it's wrong. You pocket it, a reminder maybe that even a cracked vessel can carry something worth keeping. Today you wear no costume, carry no scroll, rehearse no lines. You walk through the forum in your own tunic, plain, undyed, comfortably forgettable. No one notices you, and that's the point. Sometimes the greatest freedom for a Roman actor is anonymity. The stage made you visible. But the street, it lets you vanish. You pass the bakery where your old friend once recited comedic verse in exchange for warm loaves. Past the bathhouse where audiences used to quote your lines, mid-soak splashing in mock sword fights with pumice stones. Past the broken statue of Mercury with a missing winged sandal. Someone once painted your name beneath it as a joke. "The only god who forgot his cue," they wrote. You laughed so hard you nearly tripped into a fish cart. Your feet take you somewhere unexpected. A garden, quiet, sheltered. Once part of a villa, now open to the city like a memory that can't be locked away. Vines curl over fallen columns, and broken fountains still whisper, though nothing flows. You sit beside a cracked bench and exhale. You're not here to mourn? Not really. You're here because this is where you once rehearsed lines in secret, beneath fig trees and curious doves. It was your sanctuary before you had an audience, before your name was written on playbills or murmured in bathhouses. You didn't know how to perform back then. You just knew how to listen. And that's what this place reminds you of: silence. Not the silence of fear or failure, but the kind that holds potential. The pause before the first word. The hush before a laugh. Roman actors feared silence on stage. They called it the flat breath when a line fell dead and no response came. But you learned that sometimes silence wasn't absence. It was invitation. A space the audience hadn't figured out how to fill yet. Your fingers drift across the stone. You whisper a line from your first tragedy, "I have no name, only echoes." It never got applause, but you've always liked how it tastes in the mouth. Behind you a child laughs. You turn to see a girl balancing a fig on her head, arms outstretched, a crown of dandelions askew. Her mother hushes her gently, but the girl grins wide, fearless. You nod. That's stage presence. The mother offers a tired smile. She wants to be a performer. You say she already is. And maybe that's the truth no one tells you until late in life. Performing isn't about stage size or number of eyes watching. It's about offering a moment to the world. A glance, a gesture, a breath held just long enough to make someone lean forward. You rise and walk back toward the city center, where life continues in its own rhythm. Chariots clatter, vendors shout, children argue about mythological endings as if they were yesterday's gossip. You pass a wall scrawled with crude graffiti, "Aurelius can't act his way out of a toga." You snort. You've never met Aurelius, but you know that kind of jab means he's made it. Nobody mocks the invisible. And then you spot something small, easy to miss. A tiny mask carved into the corner of a stairwell, half smiling, weathered. It wasn't there before. Someone left it. A tribute. A message. You don't know, but you touch it gently, and for a moment you feel its stillness wrapped in memory, as if the city itself is winking at you. Roman history is preserved in marble scrolls, coinage, but the history of its actors, It's in these smaller, softer things. A chalk line beneath a table, a whispered phrase behind a curtain, a shared glance before a risky joke. Not grand, but enduring. The scholars still debate whether comedic actors were respected. Some sources say they were adored in life but erased in legacy. Others argue the opposite, that they were invisible in life yet immortalized in laughter. You suspect both are true, because you've been both. The next morning you wake to a rare invitation, a performance at the private villa of a wealthy patron who rarely opens her gates to the public. She's known for her peculiar tastes, plays performed backward, tragedies sung instead of spoken, and once a reenactment of the founding of Rome performed entirely by dogs. You were not in that one, but you still regret it. You arrive at her estate just past dawn, where ivy coils around imported marble columns and songbirds seem to know their cues better than most human chorus members. The servant at the gate hands you a mask entirely blank, no features, no expression. You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. Her instruction. Inside the stage is not a stage, but a circular garden rimmed with statues of muses that feel just a little too judgmental. The audience lounges on embroidered cushions, nibbling olives and murmuring like they already know how the play will end. You step into the center, no script, no fellow actors, just you and the mask. For a moment you hesitate. But then, like always, something else takes over. You begin to move slowly at first, then with rhythm. The mask becomes every face. The voice you adopt isn't yours, but a blend of old roles: the father who lost his son, the merchant who lies for love, the god who envies mortals. The crowd is quiet, then confused, then finally engaged. You feel them leaning in, not toward you, but toward something older, deeper, hidden between gestures and silences. You tell a story without words, a performer who wears a blank mask because he's forgotten who he was before he started pretending, a performer who loses his voice in the noise of applause, who forgets which role was real, until he stands still, mask in hand, silent. You stop moving, hold the mask aloft, and slowly you lower it. Beneath it, your real face, no paint, no performance. The audience doesn't clap. They exhale. It's better. Afterward, the patron herself meets you in the shadow of a fig tree, clapping her hands once softly. "I expected a farce," she says. "You gave me a question." You bow, not deeply, but with intention. She continues, "Do you know what the question was?" You smile. "Do I?" She laughs. "Excellent. Keep it." She walks off without another word. You remain beneath the fig tree, the mask in your hand still warm from your breath. You flip it over and discover someone has inscribed a phrase on the inside. Faintly but deliberate: "If you remember who you were, let the audience forget." It doesn't entirely make sense, and yet it does. Later that evening, as the sun tips red against the rooftops, you find yourself wandering into the old theater. Empty again. Dusty. Familiar. You kneel in the orchestra and press the mask into the earth beneath a row of seats. No burial, just a return. You don't need it anymore. Because the strangest thing has happened. You no longer feel like you're playing the role of someone who once performed. You just are. There's freedom in that, in knowing that all the pretending somehow brought you closer to something real. You lie back on the stone and watch the sky deepen. Someone once told you that the gods only visit theaters when no one's watching. That's why silence matters. It's not an absence, it's a stage set for memory, each set. And tonight the silence feels holy. Not grand, but enough. You wake before dawn, not because you must, but because something inside you still rings with the rhythm of a call-time bell that hasn't sounded in years. The old habits don't vanish. They linger like dust in sandal straps, like grease paint in the corners of your fingernails. You stretch slowly, each joint clicking like the stage trap door you once fell through in the middle of a monologue about Jupiter's thunderbolt. Your breakfast is simple bread, olives, goat cheese, and you eat it not in silence, but accompanied by the echoes of a memory. Laughter, chants, someone's off-key flute. You don't chase them, you let them drift. You've learned not to cling to echoes. Today is different, not because you've been asked to perform, those days are fewer now, but because you've been invited to teach. A group of younger actors from a new troupe, eager and overconfident in the charming way only beginners can be. You were them once, now you're the one they hope has answers. You walk to the rehearsal space slowly. It used to be a granary. Now it smells of sweat and aspiration. When you enter, they look up too quickly, some standing straight as spears, others mid-lunge or halfway into a comedic tumble. One girl is already in tears, though she wipes them away like it's part of her warm-up. You say nothing at first. You drop your bag, and you begin. Breathe, you tell them. Not like you're alive, like you're listening. A few blink. You continue. Performance isn't about projection. It's about permission. You give the audience permission to feel what they've been storing away for too long, laughter they've hidden, tears they've denied, wonder they forgot how to carry. They nod, or pretend to. You make them walk the space barefoot. You make them hold masks and not wear them. You make them speak without words, then speak with too many. You make them chant a line until it disintegrates, then rebuild it from memory. Your voice is not yours, you say. It belongs to the story. One boy raises his hand. But what if I don't like the story? You smile. Then change how you tell it. He lowers his hand slowly. No more questions for now. They practice a scene, something about two lovers on opposite sides of a battlefield. The lines are uneven, the pacing awkward. But there's a moment, brief, fragile, when one actor stumbles, reaches out instinctively, and the other catches her not in character, but in instinct. The moment shivers. You say, that's theater. They don't know what you mean. Not yet. But they will. Because you've seen it too many times not to believe in it, the transformation. The ordinary moment that becomes sacred because someone chose to frame it with breath and silence and movement. You call for a break. Some go for water. Others flop dramatically to the floor. You sit by the window watching birds dart between laundry lines like they've just exited stage right. One girl lingers behind. She's holding a mask, painted heavy-lidded eyes, mouth frozen in a half-smile. Was this yours? She asks. You look. It's not. But it might have been. Maybe you say. She turns it in her hands. I'm afraid I'll forget who I am behind it. You nod. You will. That's the point. She frowns. You lean closer. But when you take it off, what's left is truer than before. Because you've tried being someone else and now you know better who you are. She doesn't answer, but she doesn't put the mask down either. The sun shifts across the room, casting new light on the dust motes that rise like applause after silence. You watch the younger actors stretch and yawn and laugh too loudly at each other's mistakes. You see your own past in them, not clearly, but like a scene remembered from the audience instead of the stage. Warm, distant, dear. You won't be with them forever. You might not even return tomorrow. But something in the way they move, earnest, flawed, brave, tells you they'll carry the story forward. Not perfectly, but honestly. And maybe that's what matters. You leave the rehearsal space with a slowness that feels chosen. The sun has begun its long Roman descent, brushing terracotta rooftops with gold and trailing lazy shadows across the cobblestones. You don't rush home. You wander, letting your feet find their own monologue, the kind without words, the kind that says, I remember. Each street is a stage. Each turning is a scene shift. Every balcony a private viewing box, the market women haggling over bruised plums comedy. The guards lounging in the shade, pretending not to see petty theft satire. The beggar who recites Virgil in broken verse for scraps tragedy revised as farce. And all of it continues whether anyone writes it down or not. You think about that mask again. The one the girl held. the fear she wore more plainly than the mask itself. And you wish you'd told her one more thing. You don't survive the mask by resisting it. You survive by listening to the silence behind it. Because the mask doesn't steal your identity, it exaggerates it, amplifies what's already there if you're willing to see it. And when you finally step away from the stage, the mask may not come with you, but its echo lingers, like chalk dust on fingertips, like a ghost who knew all your lines and loved you anyway. You pass the amphitheater one last time. It's quiet, but not empty. You can still feel it. The layered applause soaked into the stones like rainwater that refuses to dry. Laughter and grief etched invisibly into the benches. Names whispered from mouth to mouth long after the actors themselves have vanished into myth or marble. And there, sitting alone near the back row, is an old man. He claps twice, soft, slow. You raise a hand in return. No role, no costume, just you. And he nods. Not at you, but at the moment, like a stagehand finally satisfied with the last cue. You keep walking past the fountains and fishmongers, past the square where children mimic gladiators with sticks, past a mural half-faded with time, depicting a comic actor with arms outstretched, face beaming eternally mid-joke. You think of leaving a flower beneath it, but then decide no, the performance never needed mourning, just remembering. As twilight slips into place, you reach your door. Inside it's quiet, not lonely, just full of things that don't need to perform anymore. You sit by the window and light a single lamp. Then, without prompting, without audience, you begin to hum a line from your earliest chorus. One few remember, one you almost forgot. Even the gods must listen when laughter becomes prayer. It wasn't a famous line, but tonight it feels right. You close your eyes, and for once there's no need for a curtain call, just breath, stillness, and the soft, silent memory of every audience that ever leaned in. The night has fully arrived now, stretching its velvet over Rome's rooftops like a stagehand lowering the final curtain. The streets fall into hush. The audience, too, is quiet. But you, still awake, still remembering, carry the warmth of 1,000 flickering torches, the murmur of old applause, the hush between lines. You were never just an actor. You were a translator of emotion, a keeper of laughter, a listener of silences. Your art was ephemeral, yes, but never lost. It lingers in the night air, in the slow rhythm of sandals on stone, in the breath held before a first word. Some would say Roman actors were not meant to be remembered, but you know better. You were not meant to be remembered as monuments are. You were meant to be remembered like a song, soft, familiar, whispered. And so you lie back now in bed, perhaps not in Rome, perhaps not in costume, but still carrying the spirit of those stories. You breathe slowly. The hum of history vibrates faintly in your chest, and in this quiet moment you are both audience and performer, both ancient and entirely present. No applause is needed, only rest. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace. The fire is small, controlled, and almost ceremonial. It crackles gently in the old amphora-turned brazier fed with splinters of olive wood and scroll fragments rolled tight like dry cinnamon sticks. The smoke is thin and fragrant, not choking, not chaotic, just present. You crouch beside it with the others silent, your fingers wrapped around your knees, watching words burn. Not just any words, scripts. Full scenes, character notes, performance cues, and rewritten punchlines offered up one by one like dried petals into the flames. They call themselves the script burners. Not in defiance, not out of disdain. They do it with reverence, as though every burnt scroll frees its memory into the air. A performance only lives if it can die, one of them whispers. You're not sure if that's wise or just melancholy, but in the moment it feels true. Beside them sit the memory keepers. They do not burn, they collect. On shards of clay, on palm leaves, on pebbles flat enough to write on with a single charcoal streak, they etch fragments of performances long gone. No full scenes, no attempt at structure, just lines that refused to vanish. A joke that landed unexpectedly, a gasp that echoed too long, a footstep that wasn't in the script but changed the entire mood. You wander between the two groups, the burners and the scribes, like a ghost caught between eras. One believes in letting go, the other in holding on. And you've never been very good at deciding. You remember one line too vividly. It was meant to be shouted with rage, but you whispered it. Not on purpose, your voice had cracked from overuse that day. And yet the audience fell silent, leaned forward, listened. For once they didn't demand volume, they gave you their breath. Someone carved that line into a piece of driftwood. You saw it years later in a market stall far from Rome. You didn't buy it, you weren't sure you had the right. Now, kneeling beside the fire, you see someone tossing in a scroll bearing a name you recognize, Lucilius, fool of the Eastern Square. You played him for 2 seasons, made audiences spit wine with laughter, and yet here his scripts burn like so much kindling. The girl feeding the fire looks up and says gently, "We keep him in memory now, not in ink." And she means it. A boy beside you shows you a round stone. On it is a single word etched, deep hiccup. No context, no scene, just that. When you ask, he grins. It ruined a tragedy once, made the whole crowd laugh. No one ever forgot. That's all it takes sometimes. A hiccup, a misstep, a single unscripted beat, and something becomes eternal. Not preserved by design, but by accident. And accidents, it seems, have the longest lives. You spend the morning copying a line onto a dried fig leaf. Your hand shakes. The ink bleeds, but the words remain legible. He left the stage walking backwards so they'd remember his face. You don't even remember which actor it referred to, but you remember the moment, that slow, dignified exit, the silence it left behind. In the afternoon, the script burners and the memory keepers share a meal. Figs, soft cheese, torn bread with honey streaks. One of the burners says, "I used to fear forgetting. Now I fear never releasing." A keeper replies, "I don't fear remembering. I fear remembering wrong." You sit between them, chewing quietly, unsure which fear belongs to you. Later you help gather old amphora shards for more script fragments. One has the word echo scratched on it 3 times in a spiral. Another simply says, "He knew what no one can tell you." But everyone agrees it's worth keeping. You hear someone humming a line from a musical you thought lost forever. It wasn't written down. It never was. It passed through breath alone. And yet here it is alive again in someone else's voice. By dusk, the burners have lit 3 more small fires. The keepers have filled a shallow basin with all their newly etched fragments floating on water like lily pads. You lean over reading them as they drift. Laughed at his own joke, wore 2 left sandals and never noticed. Said the line before the cue and made it better. Broke the prop and used the silence as punctuation. You recognize some of them. Others feel strangely like your own. The sky turns violet. The amphitheater wall catches the last light. You sit on the steps, hands in your lap, watching the flames flicker low. Neither team wins. There is no argument, no final word. Just this quiet balance. Some things are let go and some things are kept. Some burn bright and vanish. Others sink deep and echo. Maybe that's all theater ever was. Maybe that's all memory ever is. The fires have burned low by the time you return to the center courtyard, where silence pools like moonlight. You carry with you a small palm leaf scroll still damp with ink. It isn't for sharing, not yet. You haven't decided whether to toss it to the fire or press it beneath a stone. For now it stays in your pocket, warming quietly, with your body's pulse. A man approaches you, elderly, lean as a staff, eyes clouded with the weight of too many opening nights. He doesn't say his name, but he carries with him a leather pouch filled with something that clinks. When he opens it, you see that it's filled with broken mask pieces. Some still have flecks of paint. One bears a faint smear of gold leaf. Another just the suggestion of a painted brow. He sits beside you and starts laying them out like puzzle pieces. "These are the roles I didn't get to finish," he says with a voice like drying parchment. "Not because I died, but because the story changed." You ask if he ever put them back together. "No," he answers with a wry smile. "But I remember where they cracked." He hands you one thin, jagged kuhl. It fits your palm like a secret. You feel your breath slow as your thumb traces the curve of the eye socket. Somewhere, somehow, you know this piece belonged to someone who once laughed too hard mid-monologue and got smacked with a prop sausage. The man leans in. "You can burn words," he says, "but not moments." He's right. Some things don't need preserving because they're already embedded in the rhythm of your muscles, your walk, your breath. Like the beat you take before entering a stage, or the tilt of your head when a laugh lands late. These things don't need stone or papyrus. They need silence and time. By midnight, the memory keepers begin laying out their fragments and patterns. No alphabet, just symbols and lines. Some pieces form spirals, others become stars. It's a kind of visual language not meant to be read, but felt. You walk through the patterns, bare feet brushing the edges of old scenes. You recognize a joke by the way 3 pebbles are arranged like a stool. You feel a tragedy in a crack running through 6 slivers of terracotta, aligned like falling leaves. A scholar nearby says it's performance cartography, a map made of emotion, not location. You nod. It makes more sense than most scripts you've read. Suddenly, someone breaks into song. Not a full melody, just a rising phrase held like a question. Others join in hesitantly at first, then stronger. It's a refrain from a long-lost comedy about bakers and mistaken identities. You hum along, surprised you still remember the harmony. The elder smiles again. "See, nothing's ever really gone." At dawn, the fires are gone, but the warmth lingers. You stand beside the last of the memory stones and consider your scroll again. The ink has dried, but the decision hasn't. Do you keep it or let it go? A child walks past, picks up a clay shard that reads, "He forgot the line, so he danced instead," and tucks it behind her ear like a flower. You decide not to choose, not today. You place your scroll beneath a loose tile on the amphitheater step. Not buried, not burned, just waiting. Maybe one day someone will find it. Maybe not. Maybe you'll come back for it. Maybe it will crumble. Maybe it won't matter. As you turn to leave, the elder raises a broken half-mask in salute, not to say goodbye, just to acknowledge the moment. You nod, stepping into the slow sun, your hands empty, your chest full. Behind you, laughter drifts between the colonnades, not forced, not remembered, just alive.